de COVID, dado que tiene alguien fiebre, eso lo podemos hacer con la probabilidad de fiebre, dado que conocemos que tiene COVID, por la probabilidad de COVID sobre la probabilidad de fiebre. La probabilidad de fiebre dado COVID es muy sencillo porque juntamos a todos los que tienen COVID en algún centro de salud y de esos medimos cuántos tienen fiebre y ahí tenemos la probabilidad de fiebre dado COVID. La probabilidad de COVID la podemos sacar pues con las estadísticas oficiales en un pueblo, en una comunidad, en un hospital, en una escuela, lo que estemos tratando de unificar. Y la probabilidad de fiebre, como dicen los libros, es una constante de proporcionalidad. Entonces, el teorema de Bayes nos permite sacar cálculos de hipótesis dadas las evidencias de una manera muy madura. Entonces, las redes bayesianas, como su nombre lo dice, son redes, y como muchas otras cosas en ingeniería, las redes están formadas por nodos y por arcos. Los nodos en las redes bayesianas representan a las variables de nuestro proceso, los eventos de nuestro proceso, los objetos de nuestro proceso, y las flechas nos representan la probabilidad, la dependencia probabilística que tiene el nodo hijo sobre el nodo padre en la red bayesiana. Entonces aquí tenemos la red bayesiana más sencillota que puede haber y está codificando todo lo que sería el teorema de Bayes. Nosotros, como expertos humanos, tenemos que darle la estructura, qué objetos dependen de qué objetos, tenemos que darle el parámetro probabilidad de la hipótesis, que decíamos que es relativamente sencillo de calcular, y tenemos que calcular las matrices de probabilidad condicional de la probabilidad de la evidencia dada la hipótesis. ¿Por qué sería considerado esto un sistema de inteligencia artificial? Bueno, cualquier sistema que trate de ser inteligente tiene que tener conocimiento no necesariamente muy humano, digamos, y máquinas de inferencia que puede sacar conclusiones de ese conocimiento. Entonces, el conocimiento se codifica en las redes bayesianas de dos formas. Un conocimiento cualitativo, que es la estructura de la red, y un conocimiento cuantitativo, que son estos numeritos, la probabilidad de la hipótesis y la matriz de la probabilidad condicional de la evidencia dada la hipótesis. Y la máquina de inferencia son los diferentes algoritmos de inferencia de la probabilidad de la hipótesis dada todas las evidencias. Entonces, podemos decir que las redes bayesianas representan las relaciones probabilísticas entre todas las variables del dominio, del problema, del proceso, y se puede representar explícitamente la incertidumbre que hay en este problema, y los creadores de esta técnica de redes bayesianas crearon algoritmos de propagación de probabilidades para estimar la probabilidad de cualquier variable que no esté dada como evidencia. Y como decíamos hace un momento, los modelos pueden ser construidos con el conocimiento humano. Puede haber médicos o expertos que puedan decir cuál es la dependencia probabilística entre las diferentes variables de un problema, o en base a datos. Hay algoritmos magníficos, cada vez mejores, de representación, de generación de modelos probabilísticos, de crear la estructura de las redes bayesianas en base a esos datos. Por ejemplo, en uno de los proyectos que voy a mencionar en un momento, tenemos este pedacito de red bayesiana. Vemos que la variable vibración 1 depende o tiene una relación probabilística con la velocidad del generador. La velocidad del generador, además, hace dependencia con la velocidad del rotor, y la vibración 1 tiene una relación probabilística con la vibración 2, lo mismo que la velocidad del viento. Pero también aquí, además de las relaciones, ¿quién depende de quién? Podemos encontrar que las independencias entre variables, por ejemplo, la variable velocidad del rotor es probabilísticamente independiente de la velocidad del viento según esta estructura. Entonces, bueno, las redes bayesianas, como vemos, es una metodología muy interesante para representar las relaciones probabilistas y poder sacar estas inferencias que nos hagan falta. Entonces, habiendo introducido estas redes bayesianas, habiendo introducido lo que es la parte bayesiano de este asunto, veremos 3 aplicaciones que claro que no es mucho más complicado que esta reglita de Bayes. Podemos calcular la viscosidad de combustible dadas las variables de la combustión por medio del cálculo de la probabilidad de las variables de combustión dada la viscosidad por la viscosidad de combustible sobre la probabilidad de las variables de combustión. Esto, digamos, es como el principio que utilizamos para el diseño de un sensor virtual de viscosidad de combustible para plantas termoeléctricas. Lo vamos a ver en un momento. También usamos la parte bayesiana, no, insisto, no tan sencillote como aplicar el teorema de Bayes, para calcular la velocidad del viento dadas las variables meteorológicas, que lo podemos hacer con la probabilidad de las variables meteorológicas dada la velocidad del viento por la probabilidad de la velocidad del viento sobre la probabilidad de las variables meteorológicas. Y con esto hicimos un proyecto de pronóstico de velocidad de viento y de hecho fue pronóstico de potencia eólica para granjas eólicas. Y también otra aplicación, más o menos en el sentido de lo bayesiano, fue el cálculo de la probabilidad de la falla en un transformador eléctrico, dadas las señales de vibración de ese transformador eléctrico, y eso lo podemos calcular con la probabilidad de la vibración, dadas las fallas en el transformador, por la probabilidad de fallas en el transformador sobre la probabilidad de la vibración. Y ese fue el proyecto de diagnóstico de transformadores de potencia usando señales de vibración. Y bueno, déjenme comenzar con el primer proyecto de esta presentación, que de hecho es el último proyecto que realizamos mientras estuvimos en el instituto, en el INEL. Proponemos, lo que estábamos nosotros buscando es una técnica para representar comportamiento. Era una idea muy académica, muy interesante. ¿Cómo podemos representar comportamiento? Y teniendo un modelo de comportamiento, podemos investigar qué modifica ese comportamiento, cuándo es un comportamiento normal, cuándo no es un comportamiento normal, cuándo podemos cambiar partes de ese comportamiento. Y entonces, en este ejercicio académico de estudiar modelos de comportamiento, pensamos en el caso de estudio de una turbina eólica. Entonces, el proyecto se tituló Modelos de comportamiento de una turbina eólica. ¿Qué hacemos con esta metodología? Con este proyecto. Bueno, lo que necesitamos es identificar patrones de comportamiento de la turbina eléctrica. Ahorita vamos a ver cómo encontramos o cómo formamos estos patrones de comportamiento de la turbina eléctrica. Estos patrones, pues, como se imaginarán, los hicimos con redes bayesianas y aprendimos este comportamiento de la turbina. Y con eso podremos detectar fallas identificando pequeñas o leves desviaciones del comportamiento normal en la turbina. Aquí tenemos un buen ejemplo de lo que estamos comentando. El comportamiento de la rutina de la turbina tiene una cuestión sospechosa y porque está más caliente algunas partes de la turbina, están vibrando algunas otras partes de la turbina y algunos parámetros están saliendo de lo normal. Entonces, esto quiere decir que hay algunas variables o algunas características de las variables que están presentando valores que no corresponden a la situación de la turbina que estábamos nosotros pensando. Es decir, el comportamiento de la turbina se está saliendo un poquito de contexto. Entonces, para eso déjenme definir lo que sería el comportamiento. Podemos definir el comportamiento como la combinación de valores de variables de algún proceso. Combinación de variables en algún proceso. Por ejemplo, podemos nosotros tener las variables, cómo vamos vestidos, cómo hablamos, cuál es el contenido de una charla. Si esas fueran las variables que tenemos para representar el comportamiento humano, podemos encontrar diferentes contextos. Por ejemplo, en un servicio religioso, la ropa tiene que ser semiformal, el tono de voz tiene que ser bajo, rezos en voz baja, y los temas de conversación tienen que ser oraciones o canciones, por ejemplo. Sin embargo, en una fiesta de cumpleaños, la ropa puede ser muy causal, el contenido de la voz puede ser porras, gritos, cantos, happy birthdays, todo eso, y la conversación pues son felicitaciones al cumpleañero. En un evento deportivo la ropa son shorts, camisetas, el tono de voz pueden ser gritos, porras, y el tono de las conversaciones pueden ser el score o otras características. Entonces, el comportamiento lo podemos definir entonces como esta combinación de valores de diferentes variables en el proceso. Y el comportamiento se compone, como lo estamos comentando en el ejemplo, de contextos. Algunos valores o combinación de valores son muy apreciados en un contexto, pero son terriblemente dañinos en otro concepto. Por ejemplo, los conceptos. Diseñamos un modelo probabilístico que representa el comportamiento humano, perdón, el comportamiento de las turbinas. Y usamos la red bayesiana para representar el comportamiento y una teoría que inventamos en el instituto que se llama Information Validation Theory. Tengo la referencia que se las incluye en un momento. Y esas dos cosas juntas, el modelo de comportamiento con la detección de la validación de información, podemos detectar comportamiento anormal, o sea, fallas. Y bueno, como ya comentamos, el comportamiento se divide en contextos. El contexto lo quisimos averiguar en las turbinas eólicas de alguna forma. Los expertos nos proponían, bueno, pues romper la inercia al principio, pues es un contexto, por supuesto, a los 4 metros por segundo de velocidad de viento, empieza a romperse la estática y empieza a acelerarse un poco a poco la turbina. Luego viene una parte de aceleración, bueno, de que se acelera la velocidad la potencia generada dada la velocidad del viento, hasta que llega a una potencia nominal, y ahí se estaciona, pero eso lo vamos a analizar un poco más adelante. Entonces, tomamos datos del escala de la turbina eólica. Teníamos 36 variables, tomamos datos históricos en diferentes velocidades, diferentes condiciones de operación, y metimos esto en un sistema de clustering para averiguar cuántos diferentes contextos podíamos encontrar. Las variables de contexto son la velocidad del viento y la potencia generada. Y nos produjo, por supuesto, la curva de potencia que les voy a platicar un poco más tarde. Entonces, identificamos 4 contextos o 4 maneras de cuidar el comportamiento de nuestra turbina: el comportamiento rojito, el comportamiento azul fuerte, el comportamiento verde y el comportamiento azul claro más arriba en la parte de potencia nominal. Y este es un ejemplo del modelo probabilístico aprendido usando las variables de la escala. No tengo aquí anotado en qué contexto, pero diseñamos diferentes modelos probabilistas. Aquí podríamos ver el tipo de variables. Hay temperaturas, hay voltajes, hay corrientes, hay vibraciones, hay velocidades, hay ángulos, hay potencias. Son todas las variables que pudimos encontrar en el SCADA. El SCADA es el sistema de adquisición de datos y control supervisorio. Todos los equipos serios tienen un SCADA y nos puede generar los datos históricos. Con estos modelos probabilistas, entonces, diseñamos un sistema que le llamamos ya el sistema de diagnóstico, que toma datos en línea de la turbina eólica, toma los modelos apropiados según el contexto que se esté tratando, otro modelo que tiene la teoría de la validación de información, que no viene al caso comentar ahorita, y nos genera la probabilidad de falla de algunas de las variables. Aquí vemos una probabilidad de falla de 50% de la variable de este colorcito naranja, que no tengo a la mano de qué se trata, y unas pequeñas piquitos que nos están indicando una probabilidad de comportamiento anormal de variables. De ahí hay que fusionar a decidir si hay un comportamiento anormal en toda la turbina. Entonces, diseñamos este sistema de diagnóstico de turbinas eólicas, averiguando todos los contextos, todos los modelos probabilistas que representan el comportamiento, y pusimos a operar con el sistema de diagnóstico que escribimos y dedicamos a probar las fallas de la turbina eólica. Como conclusión de este proyecto, podemos decir que es un esquema novedoso de diagnóstico de turbinas eólicas basados en modelos de comportamiento anormal. Eso es una técnica muy interesante que proponemos nosotros. No necesitamos el modelo de la turbina en estado de falla, sino que lo podemos hacer los diagnósticos teniendo el modelo normal de la turbina y podendo encontrar desviaciones a ese comportamiento normal. ¿Qué podemos hacer como futuro trabajo en este proyecto? Lo interesante sería encontrar modelos de comportamiento en algunos otros temas. Hemos pensado que sería muy interesante y muy adecuado hablar de eso en este momento, hablar del comportamiento de virus en humanos, dadas vacunas, dadas condiciones físicas del personal, cómo se va comportando. Y eso lo podemos hacer analizando los modelos de combinaciones de valores en casos normales y podemos detectar cuestiones anormales. O comportamiento de comunidades humanas en eventos, cómo se comporta comunidades humanas en un estadio, en una manifestación, etcétera. Creo que es un tema abierto poder hacer modelos de comportamiento utilizando técnicas probabilistas, específicamente las redes bayesianas. Bueno, segundo proyecto que les voy a comentar es un sensor virtual de viscosidad. Ahí esta figurita es simpática porque es un sensor, un instrumento que normalmente tendría que estar instalado en la central, en la planta, pero está corriendo en la computadora. Bueno, ¿cuál es el problema? ¿Por qué hicimos este proyecto? Bueno, resulta, déjenme darles básicamente el funcionamiento de una planta termoeléctrica. Una planta termoeléctrica lo que hace es quemar combustóleo en una cafeterota gigantesca, en un quemador gigantesco, en una caldera gigantesca, es la palabra, en una caldera gigantesca que calienta agua para generar vapor y ese vapor de alta temperatura es conducido a la turbina que convierte esa energía calorífica y de movimiento al movimiento de las aspas en la turbina y genera energía mecánica y esa energía mecánica de la turbina girando está conectada al generador eléctrico para que genere potencia. Entonces, ese es el funcionamiento normal de una planta termoeléctrica. Por supuesto, estas plantas termoeléctricas son las más caras, las más contaminantes, más sucias y pues como me decía el superintendente de la planta, cuando colocamos este sistema en su planta, dice, pues creo que estás llegando tarde porque están en vías de extinción este tipo de plantas. Y pues bueno, ciertamente, afortunadamente así es, están en vías de extinción este tipo de plantas tan contaminantes. Entonces, lo que sucede es esto. El combustible se pasa a unos dispositivos que están en la caldera que se llaman los quemadores. Los quemadores están diseñados para recibir el combustible, insertar vapor caliente y el combustible se atomiza, se hacen gotitas. Entonces, para que se haga la atomización apropiada, lo que se necesita es que el combustible llegue a la viscosidad apropiada a la entrada del quemador. Eso lo define el fabricante del quemador. Entonces, la misión de los sistemas de control es presentar en los quemadores el combustible a la viscosidad perfecta para que se genere la atomización perfecta y lo que pasaría es, si no se genera una atomización perfecta, pueden quedarse gotas largas, gotas grandes. Si se generan gotas grandes, no se queman completamente, hay un desgaste y se genera contaminación. Si la gota es muy chiquita, porque la atomización así la hizo, el valor calorífico no se aprovecha y también genera contaminación. Entonces, la idea es tener una atomización apropiada para generar una combustión apropiada y tener una mínima contaminación. ¿Cómo se mide actualmente la viscosidad? Me han de preguntar para qué hacer uno virtual. Bueno, la viscosidad se mide en tres formas. La primera forma es que del tanque del diario, que le llaman ellos, toman una muestra del combustible que van a quemar durante ese día, lo llevan a un aparato como el que se ve aquí y después de minutos o no sé cuánto nos da la viscosidad. Otra forma es instrumentos como el que está en la foto de abajo, viscosímetros en línea. Resulta que estos viscosímetros en línea son muy caros, muy difíciles de calibrar se echan a perder muy rápido y son muy complicados de estar utilizando. En realidad, casi ninguna planta los usa. Me decían que en las plantas mexicanas solo una o dos tenían viscosímetros con instrumentos. En la planta de Tuxpan, Veracruz, donde instalamos nuestro sistema, nos decía el superintendente que lo que él hacía era asomarse a ver el color del humo de la chimenea y según el color del humo de la chimenea medio sospechaba si la combustión estaba siendo apropiada o no, y todo era por culpa de la temperatura de entrada a los quemadores del combustible. Entonces, por eso es importante generar un sensor virtual de viscosidad que lo que pueda hacer es inferir la medida de la viscosidad y poder avisarle al sistema de control qué viscosidad hay para poderle mover. Entonces, por cierto, creo que también es justo comentar qué es la viscosidad. Yo pensaba que la viscosidad era como la densidad, pero no, la viscosidad es una propiedad que tienen los fluidos a fluir, la capacidad para fluir. Entonces, un líquido muy viscoso casi no fluye, como el chapopote, se imaginarán, cuesta mucho trabajo que fluya, o chapopote o otros líquidos con baja viscosidad, pues como el agua, fluyen bastante bien, bastante rápido. Entonces, para hacer este proyecto utilizamos el análisis de cientos de muestras del comportamiento entre la viscosidad y la temperatura de muchos tipos de combustibles. En el INEL, en el instituto, tenemos un departamento químico que en parte para algunas otras cuestiones se dedicaba al análisis químico de los combustibles disponibles en todas las plantas termoeléctricas de México. Entonces generaban estos diagramas, estas curvas, no estoy segurísimo cómo lo hacían, pero relacionan la temperatura y la viscosidad y se generan este tipo de gráficas.
Disculpe, doctor. Pablo, ahí están preguntando qué es el chapopote.
Chapopote sería el petróleo más crudo. Después de que sacan el petróleo, ya sacan
el fuel oil sería, algo como el fuel oil.
Fuel oil, sí, pero el chapopote ya es lo más denso, lo más... el desgaste de lo que sobra de todo el procesamiento
Lo que sobra de procesamiento. Ok. Gracias.
Sí, que algunas veces no queda más remedio que utilizarlo para las plantas termoeléctricas. Es un fuel oil muy denso, muy denso. Hay veces tienen un fuel oil menos viscoso y nos decían que algunas veces se importaban combustible, o al menos la planta de Tuxpan, de Houston, y que era casi como diésel, era muy líquido. Entonces, las plantas tienen que estar adecuadas para que tengan este tipo de combustible casi diésel hasta, pues no sabría cómo se llama, pero la parte
más impura, digamos,
densa,
todo lo que queda, la sobra de todo, lo más denso.
las
Que
sobras
queda
de todo el procesamiento, así es.
Bien, gracias, muy amable.
Entonces, sí, gracias. Entonces, se generan estas curvas. Nosotros tomábamos la viscosidad con nosotros sí compramos para el proyecto, compramos un viscosímetro, lo calibramos, estaba nuevecito, funcionando muy bien, y podíamos saber la viscosidad en línea. Entonces, analizando la viscosidad en línea, podíamos saber en qué curva de las muchas curvas que teníamos estaba el combustible que tenemos a la mano. Entonces hacíamos una interpolación. Pero resulta que si estas curvas hacemos lo graficamos con el logaritmo de la viscosidad, se vuelven rectas. Entonces, lo único que tenemos que hacer es identificar o interpolar la recta apropiada según las rectas vecinas que tenemos en el registro, encontrar cuál es la temperatura a la entrada del calentador, la viscosidad a la entrada del calentador, y también sabemos, por las características del quemador, sabemos a qué viscosidad debemos poner el combustible. Entonces ahí definimos cuál es la temperatura requerida que debemos de tener. Y entonces ya teniendo esta cantidad que es la temperatura a la entrada de los quemadores, podemos modificar el sistema de control del quemador y poder tener la viscosidad apropiada a la entrada de los quemadores. Entonces, lo que hicimos durante muchos meses es capturar los datos históricos del sistema de control distribuido, de las variables del proceso, del sensor físico, y formamos una basesota de datos. Con esa basesota de datos teníamos el comportamiento de la planta a diferentes condiciones, plena carga, media carga, en arranque, etcétera, etcétera. Entonces, utilizando esta base de datos, aplicamos un programa de aprendizaje de redes bayesianas, generamos un modelo probabilístico. Este programa de aprendizaje de redes bayesianas no es otra cosa más que un generador de función de las variables que me mapea a un valor físico del sensor. Entonces, ya con este modelo, aquí les presento un ejemplo del modelo probabilístico que encontramos. Podrán ver las variables que participan: presión de combustible, flujo de combustible, oxígeno en la chimenea, potencia generada, relación aire-combustible, viscosidad, temperatura de combustible, temperatura del boiler. Es decir, trabajamos con los expertos en control, los expertos en plantas, y ellos nos recomendaban el tipo de variables que puedan estar relacionadas a la combustión para poderla relacionar con la viscosidad, que aquí lo tenemos. Y entonces, en el sistema de funcionamiento instalamos un programa que le llamamos el viscosímetro virtual, el sensor de viscosidad de combustible, y leemos datos en tiempo real del sistema de control distribuido, y lo que generamos es una medida de la viscosidad en línea, ¿sí? Y con esto tenemos una forma pues bastante aceptada de calcular la viscosidad de combustible. Aquí les comparto unas gráficas. Tengo que confesar que es de las gráficas bonitas, más exactas. No siempre fue así, por supuesto. Donde la raya roja es el valor estimado. La línea verde es la lectura del viscosímetro. Y bueno, aquí pongo también la línea azul, que es el error que se genera. Aquí podemos ver en medio que hay un error muy largo cuando la estimación por alguna razón se cayó, y la comparación de la estimación con la leída nos produjo ese error. El prototipo fue instalado en la unidad 2 de la Central Termoeléctrica de la Comisión Federal de Electricidad en Tuxpan, Veracruz, en México. La situación de México, bueno, ha estado un poquito revuelta en el sector eléctrico, pero en realidad estas plantas grandes, muy contaminadoras, se prenden lo menos posible. Primero se prenden la central nuclear de Laguna Verde, generando toda la capacidad que pueda, todo el tiempo. Después las hidroeléctricas, que es energía pues, gratis. Después plantas de ciclo combinado, que son mucho menos contaminantes. Las plantas de energía renovables, y ya cuando, si fuera necesario, se prenderían estas plantotas de plantas termoeléctricas que consumen fuel oil. Entonces, pues bueno, el proyecto fue interesante, sigue funcionando ahí, aunque tengo idea que no funciona mucho esta unidad 2. Pero bueno, la técnica de generación de sensores virtuales creo que puede servir para muchas otras variables en algunos procesos. Bueno, tercer proyecto, pronóstico de potencia eólica. Ah, por cierto, la foto que tenemos ahí es un campo experimental que tiene nuestro instituto, un campito eólico experimental para estudios en la zona de La Ventosa, en Oaxaca. Es una de las zonas con más viento, yo creo que del mundo. Es una zona muy, muy interesante. Ahí tenemos entonces nuestra turbina eólica, ahí donde hicimos pruebas de los modelos del comportamiento, y también, por supuesto, hay torres meteorológicas en este parque donde tomamos la información para hacer este pronóstico de potencia eólica. Entonces, utilizamos esos datos históricos de años de velocidad del viento, dirección del viento, junto con variables como la temperatura ambiental, la presión atmosférica, la humedad relativa y la radiación solar. Entonces tomamos estas variables meteorológicas y las utilizamos para hacer el pronóstico de velocidad del viento. Pero teniendo el pronóstico de velocidad del viento, podemos tener fácilmente el pronóstico de potencia eólica utilizando esta curva de potencia. Ya la había mencionado un poco antes, pero aquí se las presento con más detalle. Esta curva de potencia que lo propone el fabricante de la turbina, y lo que hace es relacionar en esta turbina en específico las características de la generación de potencia de acuerdo a la velocidad del viento. Y vean cómo a partir de 4 metros por segundo, la velocidad está en metros por segundo, más o menos empieza a generar potencia, y va generando potencia según va aumentando la velocidad del viento, aproximadamente a 12 metros por segundo, donde se alcanza una potencia nominal de la turbina, y ahí se mantiene. Hay un sistema de control que la mantiene generando la potencia nominal. Y aquí hay otro punto interesante, llegando a 24, 25 metros por segundo, la turbina tiene que parar, diferentes formas de pararlo, porque quiere decir que hay demasiado viento y muy peligroso. Cabe mencionar que nuestra turbina de nuestro parque eólico muchas veces está parada porque alcanzó los 25 metros por segundo. Habría que diseñar turbinas que aguanten pues un poquito más. Claro que si es huracán o algún tipo de tormenta, pues sí se pare, pero que si es viento normal, muy alto, que pueda aumentar todavía la potencia generada. Bueno, para hacer pronóstico utilizando redes bayesianas, en realidad lo que tenemos que hacer es considerar el tiempo. Es decir, el pronóstico es calcular variables en el tiempo más adelante. Entonces, lo interesante o lo académico en este proyecto fue nuestro trabajo para definir redes bayesianas dinámicas. Entonces, creamos nuestras metodologías para trabajar con redes bayesianas dinámicas. El primer paso para hacer una red bayesiana dinámica es este modelo que se llama el modelo de transición, que lo que estamos tomando de todos los datos históricos, tomamos una rebanada de tiempo y la comparamos con la rebanada de tiempo de junto. Las rebanadas de tiempo son horarias, estamos trabajando con horas, y entonces metemos el programa a generación de red bayesiana, de la estructura de la red bayesiana, con esas variables presión atmosférica y presión atmosférica dentro de 1 hora, temperatura ambiente, temperatura dentro de 1 hora, etcétera. Y entonces el sistema de aprendizaje automático nos generó esta relación entre variables en el mismo time slice y las variables con el time slice siguiente. Por supuesto, ahí se puede ver que cada variable está relacionada, por supuesto, con ella misma en la hora anterior, pero encontramos relaciones interesantes como que la radiación solar depende de la presión atmosférica anterior y depende de la radiación solar anterior. Son relaciones simpáticas que fuimos encontrando. Entonces, lo que hacemos en una red bayesiana dinámica, ya teniendo definido este modelo de transición, es desdoblarlo tantas capas como nosotros requiriéramos, y entonces generamos esta redesota donde lo que le alimentamos es los valores de las variables meteorológicas a la entrada, a la izquierda de la red, se hace la propagación y podemos tener el pronóstico de las variables meteorológicas, en especial nos interesa encontrar la velocidad del viento, la velocidad de la variable velocidad del viento, dentro de 5 horas. Entonces, una red bayesiana dinámica de 5 pasos, de 5 time slices, de 5 horas. Por supuesto, estamos utilizando un modelo dinámico bayesiano que tiene algunas suposiciones. No permitimos tener dependencias, que una variable tenga dependencias con nodos de menos de una, anteriores a la anterior. Pues no podemos permitir que una variable en el time slice 3 dependa de una variable en la rebanada 1. Eso no se permite, porque sería complicar la computación de una manera que no ayudaba mucho, demasiado. Entonces, hicimos algunas suposiciones para tener esta red bayesiana dinámica un poco más manejable. Y aquí están los experimentos, los resultados de los experimentos, donde la red roja es la velocidad del viento medida, la red azul es la velocidad del viento estimada, y la zona azul, se ven ahí una sombrita, una zona azul, es la incertidumbre calculada. Es decir, lo que nos dice esa región es que existe un 80% de probabilidad que la estimación de la velocidad está entre el ancho de la zona. ¿Se ve mi cursor?
Sí, sí, perfectamente.
Qué bueno. En este caso, hay un 80% de probabilidad que la velocidad del viento esté entre esos valores. Y bueno, va cambiando la forma de la incertidumbre. Y la verdad es que nuestros clientes para estos sistemas de pronóstico nos decían que no les interesa mucho un valor puntual que les digamos dentro de 5 horas va a ser de tantos metros por segundo o tanto a potencia, lo que habrá dentro de 5 horas, sino un rango de probabilidades, por lo que ellos podrán hacer sus cálculos y decir al que le estén proveyendo energía, tengo esta probabilidad de surtirte la potencia que estás requiriendo de una manera mucho más segura. Si no les interesa tanto un valor
Disculpe,
puntual,
doctor,
sino...
mire, le quedan 2 minutos y después
Ah,
tenemos 10 minutos para preguntas. Así que no
ok.
sé, puedo darle un poquito más,
Entonces,
un minutito más si quiere, como para que vaya redondeando, por favor.
sí. Bueno, en este tipo de experimentos encontramos que no había muy buenos resultados porque la velocidad del viento en este momento no depende de las variables meteorológicas en este momento. Entonces hemos tenido que hacer otros ejercicios para utilizar información de otros lugares cercanos. Entonces hicimos las redes bayesianas dinámicas espaciales, donde otros espacios podemos considerar información. Y entonces tenemos unos sistemas de pronóstico mucho más adecuados. Y también últimamente hicimos unos aumentos de usar modelos numéricos, Numerical Weather Prediction, que son modelos numéricos que utilizan información de capas altas de la atmósfera y se generan sistemas más exactos. Pero esto fue un buen intento y sobre todo algo que nos satisfizo mucho, trabajamos con modelos dinámicos bayesianos. Entonces me voy a brincar el diagnóstico de transformadores eléctricos. Nada más platicándolos, lo que hicimos fue sacar señales de vibración, sacarles la transformada de Fourier y entonces sacar el perfil del comportamiento del transformador vibrando con ciertas condiciones y utilizando las amplitudes de las componentes en frecuencia de la señal de vibración. Bueno, habrá otra oportunidad de hablar ese. Entonces, permítanme tratar las conclusiones de esta charla. La inteligencia artificial está muy activa en muchos sectores y en el sector en el sector eléctrico también está presente. En el instituto, en los años anteriores, desarrollamos muchos métodos innovadores basados en inteligencia artificial para resolver varios problemas en este sector de energía. Utilizamos datos históricos para aprender modelos que puedan resolver muchos diferentes tipos de problemas. Ya el requerir y el contar con datos históricos es algo que ya se puede hacer en muchas áreas de la energía y de todo lo demás. Mucho trabajo se necesitará para la eficiencia, para aumentar la eficiencia, la disponibilidad, la seguridad de los lugares eléctricos, de plantas, subestaciones, equipos. Y también tenemos otros challenges, otros retos y oportunidades. Por ejemplo, uso de robots para monitorear subestaciones eléctricas, para monitorear y diagnosticar pipelines, no, ductos de petróleo, de lo que se necesite. Robots para accesar lugares peligrosos en plantas nucleares. Las técnicas de Internet de las cosas las podemos utilizar para automatización de equipos y de plantas, para control de procesos y sobre todo ya adquirir una cantidad gigante de información que antes no era posible. Técnicas de Big Data se puede utilizar para detección de fraudes en sistemas de distribución eléctrica, para planear la distribución de electricidad en grandes ciudades, uso de drones para supervisar líneas de transmisión, para monitorear a la vez de turbinas eólicas, para monitorear otra vez líneas de transmisión y supervisar subestaciones. Todo esto, pues, con técnicas de protección de datos y de seguridad informática. Y pues bueno, pues muchas gracias Marcelo por tu apoyo y pues estamos a las órdenes por si hay dudas, preguntas. Bien. Y ahí están en pantalla mis contactos.
Bien, gracias, muy amable doctor Pablo. Felicitaciones por los trabajos y no sé si hay alguna pregunta que quieran hacer. En el chat no hay ninguna.
I apologize for no Spanish speakers, but I think it's no good my English. I apologize.
Okay. Thank you. Bueno, muy amable. Gracias, doctor Pablo. Vamos a pasar al siguiente disertante. Déjeme ver. Gracias, muy amable, doctor Pablo.
Sí, gracias a todos.
Y felicitaciones.
Gracias.
Bueno, vamos a pasar al próximo expositor. Disculpe. Perdón.
Gracias, Marcelo.
Sí, Roberto, perdón.
Sí,
El próximo
no te
expositor ya terminamos en la región, así que estas actividades de nuestra región, así que bueno, te dejo el control a ti. Muchas gracias,
Ok,
Roberto.
ningún problema. Ahora vamos. Thank you very much for all. Now finish to cycle in region 9. I transfer region 1 to region 7. I transfer the testimony to Islam. I am, one moment, Michael Latcher, senior student. I know how you biography. In the case cite Dr. George, it is not about who you know, it's about who counts you. Thank you. I transfer video on Michael. See you later and
Oh no, thank you
good
very
luck.
much. Thank you for your these sessions and
Ryan
wonderful
9.
sessions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Roberto. Thank you for all the speakers in region 10, 9, and 8.
Dr. Islam, shall I start or are we gonna do something?
Let's wait for 5 minutes, I think, or 3 minutes.
Okay. So can we take it as a chance for our audience to fill the survey for the event?
Okay, sure. Okay.
Okay, so now I'm sharing the survey for the event. Please, everyone, kindly fill it, and we are looking forward to your feedback about this event and hearing back your comments.
So Islam, have you been up for 24 hours?
Almost there. The problem that I have been more than 24.
Where are you, Islam? Where are you located?
I'm located in Egypt. Okay, Michael, are you here?
Yes, Dr. Islam. Sure. Can I start?
Yes, we can. Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, according to your time zone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the IEEE CS EXA event. My name is Michael Adel. I'm a graduating senior, and I'm thrilled to be your moderator for this exciting session. As your moderator, my role is to ensure that the event runs smoothly and facilitates the discussion and provide assistance when needed. I'm here to make the experience engaging and informative and enjoyable for all of you. If you have any questions, please, or encounter any technical problem, please tell me through the Q&A session. Without further ado, this session will be we will have a talk by Dr. Islam, the organizer of this wonderful event. He will talk with us about the DVP program, and a small introduction about Dr. Islam is Dr. Islam has received his bachelor and master and PhD degree from Computer System and Engineering from the Faculty of Engineering, Ain Shams University, Cairo, Egypt. His PhD thesis was granted by the Best Thesis Award, and he is currently as an assistant professor in the School of Information Technology and Computer Science in Nile University, Giza, Egypt. He has authored research and articles, various referred to conferences, journals, including IEEE Intelligent Transportation System magazine and computer networks in Elsevier and wireless networks in Springer. And his currently research interest into the IoT, fog edge computing, mobile and wireless networks, with emphasis of security and performance evaluation, vehicular communication, and 5G networks. He's a senior member of the IEEE, and he is currently appointed as the IEEE Computer Society Region 8 Portfolio Chapter Vitality, as well as the chair of the Awareness of Customer Advocacy Subcommittee in the Distinguished Visitor Program. Also, he is the founder and currently recorded as the chair of the IEEE Section Consultant Network. Besides, he has over 18 years of experience in the field of the information technology and digital transformation. He is a member of the Digital Transformation Committee at Nile University and participated in the development of the Digital Transformation Training Plan in the Egyptian government. He also participated in numerous national projects in the Ministry of Finance, Tax, Customs authorities, and the Government Certificate Authority. Furthermore, he has obtained several accredited certifications from major IT global companies such as Cisco, Microsoft, VMware, and IBM. He has contributed and established and organizing several local and international conferences in the field of computer engineering and sciences, serving as the session chair, invited speaker, program committee member, and an editor of various international conferences and journals. In addition, he is the member of several specialized technical committees, including the IEEE Computer Society Special Technical Committee on Blockchain. Please join me warmly to welcome our speaker, Dr. Islam. Over to you, Dr. Islam.
Thank you so much, Michael, for this nice introduction. Thank you, David, for being with us here. Thank you, all my colleagues from all the regions. It's really my pleasure and honor to be here today with you in this wonderful day after about maybe more than 18 or 19 hours full of activities, full of discussions, full of thoughts. It's really very important day to have all those colleagues from all the regions meeting together, contributing, thinking, and providing such insights about the smart computing. So it's my pleasure to represent the IEEE Computer Society Distinguished Visitor Program and give a quick introduction about this program. The program is currently chaired by Professor Hussam Fahmy. I will share with you some insights about the program on behalf of Dr. Hussam Fahmy. So let me just share some slides with you. The IEEE Computer Society Distinguished Visitor Program. You may find more information about the program via the website, computer.org/distinguished visitor program. The committee of the Distinguished Visitor Program is currently chaired by Professor Hussein Fahmy, and the immediate past chair was George Boulair. The committee has several members representing the different regions, such as Yazid from Region 9, Mitchell Thompson from Region 1 to 7, Munil Sousa representing Region 8. In addition to the IEEE member, Computer Society staff, Eric and Anthony. It's my pleasure to chair the Awareness and Customer Advocacy Subcommittee, and I think it's time to thank all my colleagues and the young professional who volunteers and contribute to make this effort happen. I'd like to share with Shang Said Ashar Ali, Eric Castellanos, Shadakshi Singh, and Michael Adil. Michael is a student member attached to this subcommittee. Shashki is representing the liaison between the DVP and the student and young professional. And hopefully, after the session, we can have a new folk to support us in Region 1 to 7, as we are currently looking to locate this folk. The Distinguished Visitor Program has many distinguished visitors representing the professional or the computer society worldwide. However, those slides shows the most recent one that joined the distinguished visitor. We have about 18 new distinguished visitors in 2023. You can find all those people and more information about them on the website. They are representing the different scientific domains from different regions, from disciplines, representing academia and industry, and all those kind of statistics and insights will be available. Those about some statistics about the number of distinguished visitors. We have currently about 85 total distinguished visitors. 65 of them are available online and in person. They have active member or term. 20 of them are available online only. They are distributed among all the regions according to some criteria. Here are some insights about the diversity, maybe by industry and academia. It shows that the majority of the distinguished visitors are coming from the academia. However, we are encouraging the industry experts also to join the program. Also, this shows the diversity by the gender, male or female. As you can see, the majority also from the males. However, we encourage also our females and women in engineering to participate in the program. Here, the diversity by region, and it shows that the majority are coming from region 1 to 7. Also, we have a sufficient number from region 8 and 10, and we are looking to encourage our colleagues in region 9 to apply to be a DV. Do some statistics about the AI DVs and how are the number of them that are currently introducing and discussing some topics related to the AI. Those monthly updates about the talks by region throughout the 7 past years. You can find that we were revving up. However, in 2020, maybe because the COVID and it's down here from 2020. After that, but we need to do more effort, and I hope this event will help us and support the total number of talks of the distinguished visitor to it. Finally, this is just a quick introduction for the Computer Society EXA DVP event, which is currently now, it's being a real it's reality. We lived more than 18 hours together. So it's time to thank all my colleagues, all the distinguished speakers, all the regional coordinators. Special thank, of course, to David, Omer, Roberto, Muhammad Raidan, Eric Anthony. I'd like also to extend this thanks to the SYB organizing committee. I'd like to thank Shavim and Sneha, Valdair, and hopefully we will meet Saya, Diva, and Region 1 to 7. I'd like to thank the moderators who contributing to the success of the event. I'd like to thank my professor, the chair of the DVP, and my the interesting topics in region 1 to 7. We have 4 distinguished visitors in addition to the regional talk, which will be provided by David Dondram, in addition to the SYBT talk. So looking forward to have interesting sessions, and I hope everyone will enjoy this journey together. Thank you so much, and it's time to move to our next presenters today, David Dondram. Let me introduce David. David Dondram is an electrical engineer and MBA with more than 50 years experience in computer system architecture and product development at pioneering system companies such as Control Data and Sperry Unique System, on-chip system architecture, product development, and computer aided design at Honeywell, at volatile and non-volatile memory business development at Rampton Scientific and Freescale Investment Technologies. He has consulting with leading semiconductors companies and Wall Street investment analysts on memory and SOC technologies company and business strategy. Today, he volunteers with the IEEE and Computer Society, and he is currently the chair of Computer Society Geographic Activities Committee. It's always our pleasure and honor to have you, David, and the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Great, thanks, Islam. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes, perfectly.
I'm gonna put my talk up here if I can find it. So are you seeing that okay?
Yes, great. We can see.
Okay, so again, I'm talking about stuff in the region 1 through 7 today. And so just an explanation, this talk is another version of a talk that myself and Matt Francis gave at the Region 5 annual meeting that occurred about a month ago. And so I'm going to be giving it by myself today. And this is going to be a little bit shorter. It's supposed to be about 40 minutes long. And it's going to focus primarily on hardware, computer hardware. As you heard my background, I'm a hardware guy rather than a software guy. So I've feel like I'm in the minority. Yeah, but in other words, many of the talks today are going to be about software and software things, but we'll talk about hardware, and specifically, we're going to talk about the CHIP Act, which is a legislation that was done in the United States this year, or last fall, and as the title says, it's a new era in U.S. semiconductors. But as I go through the talk, what I'm going to explain to you is we've been here a couple of times before. As Islam said, I have been in the IEEE for over 50 years. I'm a life senior member. I have been in the Computer Society for 48 years, and I was my first volunteer role in the Computer Society was as president of the Twin Cities chapter of the Computer Society back in about 1976 or 77. At that time, the Twin Cities in the United States was one of the hotbeds of computer development with companies like Control Data, UNIVAC, and Honeywell located there. Okay, well, let's get into the talk. So what I wanted to explain is that there will be a longer version of this talk for those that are really interested. Matt Francis, who is the president of Ozark Integrated Circuits in Arkansas, and myself will be doing a IEEE USA event on July 12th, a live streaming event. And so we would encourage you to, attend if you like. And as you can see, we'll do a discussion of the $52 billion CHIP Act. And then I'll primarily be the one that's talking about 50 years of history in the semiconductor and the computer technology area. And you can grab that registration link if you'd like to do that. This is showing up on on LinkedIn, so I think you can find this as well. I think Islam kind of did a good job of talking about this, but I'll just reiterate it one brief time. I have a BS in physics and a BS in electrical engineering from colleges in Missouri in the United States. And then I got a MBA later in my career from the University of Phoenix. I designed computers at Control Data and UNIVAC during the 1970s, designed computer chips and computer-aided design software at Honeywell during the 1980s. And then I've been involved in marketing of computer memory products at companies like Ramtron, Enhanced Memory, Symtech, Freescale, and Everspin Technologies, amongst others. And then I've been consulting at a firm called Vertical Memory since 2002. To some extent, we'll be hearing about I basically was visualizing what we're actually going to talk about today, which is called Beyond More. What happens when Moore's law runs out. And so we'll talk about that more today. So what I'm going to do here is go kind of through the history of the semiconductor and the computer business for the last 50 years to try to explain why we're doing this CHIP Act. And at the end of the talk, then I'll go into a little bit of detail on the CHIP Act, but not as much detail as Matt Francis is able to do in that other talk. And so I'll encourage you to come back. In any case, the transistor, as we know and love, is invented by Shockley, Bardeen, and Bratton at Bell Labs in 1947. And so you can see a picture of that first junction transistor it basically replaced tubes using the properties of semiconductor materials. Now Shockley of Bell Labs, came to Silicon Valley in the United States and formed Shockley Semiconductor Labs in 1956 to build transistors. He hired a lot of good people, is what I would say, but they didn't get along with him really well. And so a group of scientists, they're known as the Traitorous Eight, they basically split off from Shockley Transistor and they went to form Fairchild Semiconductor in 1957. And so you can kind of see the guys that formed Fairchild Semiconductor over to the right. They kind of are the pioneers of Silicon Valley. You see, says an end of the semiconductor era. The recent death of Gordon Moore, basically, he's the last of this group that are alive, 50 years later. And so, or 50 plus years later. But if you look at this picture, there's a guy named Eugene Kleiner. He's the guy that helped fund Fairchild in 1957. And he later, it was part of Kleiner and Perkins, a venture capital firm, a famous venture capital firm from Silicon Valley. Robert Noyce was the president of Fairchild. We'll talk more about him and his unique things later. Gordon Moore became the vice president of our R&D of Fairchild. A guy named Gene Horney, he invented the planar semiconductor process, and so that was the basically the fundamental process that was developed, that was basically continued for many years. Now we've kind of we're moving beyond simply planar semiconductors these days, and we'll talk more about that. And finally, Jay Last is, he was the head of integrated circuit development at Fairchild. And so, as I say here on this chart, the discrete transistor that were built by people like Shockley and Fairchild were what were used to build computers during the 1950s and most of the 1960s. And so, this is basically the start of the computer industry. Okay, so how about the integrated circuit? Basically, Robert Noyce of Fairchild, later of Intel, patented the first monolithic integrated circuit in 1958. There's a little bit of dispute about that, in that Jack Kilby of Texas Instruments also was involved in patenting things that looked like an integrated circuit. There was a battle in the courts. Ultimately, Robert Noyce won, and so he was declared the patent holder of the monolithic integrated circuit. On the other hand, Jack Kilby won a Nobel Prize for inventing the integrated circuit. So they were both winners. So you can see the first integrated circuit, logic circuit right there. It's the resistor transistor logic. Basically you can see a very small wafer. You can see literally about 6 or 8 components there, integrated and interconnected on one chip. This RTL logic was then used in the Apollo navigation guidance and control computer for the Apollo spacecraft that went to the moon by the end of the 1960s. Now, during the 1960s, almost all of the other logic families were developed at that time. And so you can see that emitter couple logic in 1962, diode transistor logic in 62, TTL or transistor logic in 63, and CMOS in 68. So these are all the fundamental things that we use or have used over time for implementing computers. And so on this chart, we explain that these small scale integrated circuits, not unlike that first RTL IC, were used throughout the 60s and most of the 70s to build computers. Now, you might have heard of Gordon Moore. Gordon of Fairchild ultimately was one of the founders of Intel, along with Robert Noyce. And so he basically was talking about the trends in transistor integration. And so you can see that back in 1965, he had plotted the first 4 integrated circuit devices. And you can see kind of a picture of some of those early integrated circuit devices. So there's a single transistor at the top left, and then the first RTL device, and then increasingly complex integrated circuits. And so the number of transistors had grown, logarithmically for 4 generations. And so he basically projected that the number of transistors would double every 2 years. That was called Moore's Law. Carver Mead of Caltech popularized this term in 1975. Moore's Law has essentially been the defining characteristic of semiconductor industry, transistor growth, and economics for the last 50 years. And so when we talk about beyond Moore, we're going to be talking about the Moore's Law actually coming to an end, or basically hitting a wall, as I'll call it. Okay, so just in general, the semiconductor industry is all about scaling of transistors and components on the chip. And so you can see on the right a table of the feature size of the devices on the chip and how they have shrunk over time. And so in 1971, 10 micron circuit. Today in 2022, basically we achieved 3 nanometer. And so as you can see, several thousand times improvement in scaling of the size of transistor. It's over that time frame. And so we've basically shrunk from 3,000 transistors on a chip in 1971 to over 60 billion transistors on an Apple M2 Pro microprocessor chip using 5 micron technology in 2022. And so this whole trend in semiconductors and the roadmap for these things was defined by the semiconductor industry. They developed committees to create these roadmaps. And so from 1997 to 2007, it was called the National Technology Roadmap for Semiconductors. From 2007 to 2015, it was called the International Technology Roadmap of Semiconductors. And then starting in 2016, the IEEE got involved, and they're developing the International Roadmap of Devices and Systems. Okay, I'm not going to actually go in and tell you in detail how you build a semiconductor wafer and how you design these chips, but basically this gives you the process flow. And so it starts with the device, circuit, and logic design of a chip. That design, once it's complete, is laid out using a computer-aided design system, either manually or by automatically routing the components together. A set of masks are manufactured to pattern the wafer at each stage of the manufacturing process. And then basically those are assembled, diced and assembled and put into a package. Now, if you copy that YouTube link, you can watch a short video that takes you through the entire process. Okay, well, I'm going to interject, my part in this growing semiconductor and computer industry, starting with my first job. And so in 1971, I have graduated from the University of Missouri, Rolla, which is now known as Missouri Science and Technology. I arrive in the Twin Cities in the United States, which is Minneapolis and St. Paul. Basically, the Arden Hills Development Center is a suburb of St. Paul, Minnesota. That's where I went to work. And so what was being produced there at that time was the CDC 7600. It's the world's fastest computer at that time. It was built out of discrete transistors using emitter couple logic, by the way. Seymour Cray, which you might have heard of, one of the most famous architects of computers, was developing the next generation, CDC 8600 in Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. I'm a new grad, so I'm assigned to the memory development group of Control Data, and I am assigned to design the first DRAM module for the CDC supercomputer. Now, as a new guy, I'm not going to be doing the detailed circuit design of this DRAM module. I work for a senior design engineer, but my job basically is to design the DRAM module tester using ECL SSI logic. I would point out in 1971 that ECL SSI was something new. CDC was just designing their first star supercomputer using that same ECL logic when I arrived. And so I'm designing a tester out of that logic. Now, what we used was essentially the first DRAM to be produced. It's called the AMS 7001. It's a 1 kilobit PMOS DRAM, and it was produced in 1969. It operates at 15 volts. And so the DRAM module that I worked on had 128 of these chips on two 6x9 12-layer printed circuit boards. There was a Freon panel, basically a Freon cooling surface between these things to conduction cool to the Freon cooling. And the capacity of this very complex memory module was actually only 4K by 32 bits in that time frame. So obviously we've come a long ways in terms of memory capacity. And it required the circuit designer to convert from PMOS logic to TTL to ECL, which was the system level logic interface. Okay, so what's happening? The US is innovating and leading in the semiconductor industry from 1960 to 1980. We essentially dominate the market at that time. And so you can see some of the key innovations, specifically the first 4 and 8-bit microprocessor coming from Intel, the first EEPROM coming from Intel. And while that AMS DRAM was what we used at CDC, the winner in the initial DRAM production business was Intel with their 1103 DRAM, which went to production in 1971. And so you can see some of the advancements that occurred during the 1970s and early 80s. Now, what was I doing at this time? Well, I had moved from control data to UNIVAC Defense Systems Division in another St. Paul suburb in 1972. And so during the 1970s, I'm designing computers. Basically, I design a 32-bit microprogram controller for the Trident navigation system for the Trident submarine. This was built out of TTL, SSI, and MSI components and bipolar proms. I designed and was involved in the development of a packet circuit switch that went into an early internet. It's called MikadoNet for McDonnell Douglas Automation Network, and that was built out of TTL, SSI, and MSI components. Then I took off and I went to Robertshaw Controls in Richmond, Virginia. I got an opportunity to design an 8-bit microprocessor to control buildings, in building control. And I helped kind of start a group that designed a 4-bit microprocessor for oven controls. Microwave ovens controls were just getting started in 1975 when all this was happening. Now I returned to UNIVAC. I designed a B1 avionics computer and the first 1553 multiplex IO for the Air Force using TTL, SSI, and MSI, and FPLAs. Those white things on the right are FPLAs. Signetics invented these first programmable logic arrays, which are predecessors to what today is called a programmable gate array. And then I kind of end that era by developing a parallel processor for sonar and radar. What's unique about that is those two big VLSI devices on the right. Those are integrated multiply adder devices, and that particular arithmetic processor implements a microprogrammed FFT, and so it computes fast Fourier transforms in a very rapid manner. And then finally, at the end of the 1970s, I buy my first PC, which was an Apple II computer. based on an 8-bit microprocessor and 16 kilobit DRAM. Okay, let's see how I'm doing here. I got to keep trucking. Okay, well, basically the Japanese are importing semiconductors for their consumer electronics business in the 1970s, and they decide that they need to get into the semiconductor business. And so MITI, or MIDI in Japan, starts a thing called the VLSI project. They bring together all the main system companies in Japan, and they partner and invest $300 million in the development of semiconductors. What they do is they focus on DRAMs, and so they produce their first 64 kilowatt DRAM in 1979, about the same time that the US has built its first 64 kilobit DRAM, but with better quality and yield. And so, as you can see in the chart on the right, Japan has leveraged this technology program to achieve 50% market share by the late 80s, and have driven the US manufacturers of DRAM out of business. Basically, the only surviving DRAM manufacturer in the United States today is Micron Technology. So what does the US do? The US follows with a program called the Very High Speed Integrated Circuit Program. Basically, this program is the US government investing $900 million over 10 years. They fund 6 teams, Honeywell, Hughes, IBM, TI, TRW, and Westinghouse, to develop highly integrated chips called VSIC insertion at that time. The focus is on military applications. Honeywell is developing 1.25 micron bipolar CMOS and radiation hard CMOS processes. And they had done that by 1984. And I was basically arrived at Honeywell in 1980 and get involved in this process. They created their first VSIC production facility in Colorado Springs in 1986. Now, I basically moved from Minnesota, where Honeywell's research and development labs are, to Colorado Springs in 1984, and am involved in a business of Honeywell to sell this technology or insert that into systems. And so what we do is we work with Honeywell and a company called ETA Systems to insert this into Honeywell mainframes, the DPS-7 and DPS-8, and into the ETA-10 supercomputer by 1988. And the ETA-10 supercomputer is what we would call the world's first CMOS and only cryogenically cooled supercomputer. And by 1988, it's the world's fastest computer. Now, in addition to getting into the semiconductor market, Japan had entered the supercomputer market. And so CDC, where I had left back in the 70s, by 1981 is in competition with Cray, who had left CDC and formed his own company, Cray Research, and 3 other Japanese companies, as you can see. They needed to basically leapfrog the competition. And so they created ETA Systems to develop a new architecture. And so the ETA selected Honeywell, where I was working. Basically, I had presented this technology to them at an IEEE seminar back in the 70s, or in the 80s, excuse me. And they selected the VSIC CMOS technology and built the ETA-10 supercomputer, which at that time delivered 10 gigaflops. So here's just a brief look at that supercomputer. Again, my title was VSIC System Application Manager at Honeywell in 1983. When I basically, and before I basically moved to Colorado Springs, where I still live today. And so I worked with them. They basically developed the 20,000 gate CMOS gate array and the tape automated bonding type of packaging technology with our technologists at Honeywell. And what they built out of that was a single board supercomputer CPU that had 128 of these chips, and the entire thing was submerged in liquid nitrogen and up to 8 CPUs per system. Okay, well, that's the story of VISIC. And so if we go back a couple of slides, you'll note that the punchline on all this is that by investing this money, we basically regained market leadership from the Japanese, and the Berlin Wall fell. Basically, the Soviet Union fell apart at that time in the late 80s. Okay, what else is happening in the world? Well, the Koreans, for their part, have decided that they want to get into the semiconductor market. And they're a little bit different in that they are dominated by these cabals, Samsung, LG, and Hyundai. And so they're able to fund their own entry in the market. Now, their approach is a little different. They license the process, and then license a design from Micron Technology, and they produced their first DRAM in 1983. What I found interesting is that the head of Honeywell's VISIC CMOS process, who I work with in Plymouth, Minnesota, a guy named Jun Lee, decides to go home to Korea in 1984. He becomes the head of Samsung's process development. They basically initially licensed a 256 kilobit DRAM and produce it by 1984. And then by 1986, they're producing their own process and their own design of a DRAM. And they delivered their first 1 megabit DRAM by 1986. And so what you can see is that from 1983, Korea basically catches up to the world leading DRAM manufacturers. And by the 64 megabit generation in 1993, they basically have become the world leader in DRAM technology and revenue. And then of course, by 1983, Hyundai was the #2 DRAM supplier in the world. And by 1999, they had merged with LG to form Hynix. And of course, Samsung and SK Hynix are the 2 leading DRAM suppliers today. Same thing happens in NAND flash technology. Toshiba licenses NAND flash to Samsung in 1992, and they produced their first NAND flash in 1994. By 2002, they become the world leader with 54% market share. And by 2022, Samsung and SK Hynix are the 2 top memory suppliers in the world with $96 billion of revenue. And so you can see how successive countries around the world have focused on technology and become leaders in the world. We're going to talk briefly about Taiwan. Taiwan has become the world's foundry technology leader. In 1987, Morris Chang forms TSMC with the help of some investment from Philips. They create a foundry model. Basically, they don't go into competition with their customers. They build chips for system customers around the world. TSMC and UMC become the world leaders in foundry by 2002 with 40 fabs on Taiwan and other locations. The foundry business grew rapidly, notably supporting companies like Apple, Qualcomm, AMD, NVIDIA, and Xilinx. And so their revenues grew to $74.6 billion last year. TSMC and UMC are the 2 largest foundries in the world. And TSMC was the first to utilize extreme ultraviolet or EUV lithography at 7 and 5 nanometer feature sizes, which puts them into leadership of technology for fabless companies. And so you can see pictures of the TSMC fab in the Science Park in Taiwan and a future TSMC fab that's being built in Arizona. So what am I doing when all this is happening? Basically, I had moved to a startup company called Ramtron that's focused on ferroelectric RAM technology. They're located here in Colorado Springs. And then they form a company called Enhanced Memory, which I, become the principal marketing person in the 1990s. And so what we did is develop fast DRAM technology that combined both a fast DRAM and an SRAM on one chip. It was called the Enhanced DRAM in DRAM form. And then we decided to enter the SRAM market with a thing called the Enhanced SRAM, using it as a large L2 cache. And so we had partnered with HP to develop a 72 megabit DDR ESRAM as an L2 cache for the PA RISC microprocessor. And so you can see the block diagram of that microprocessor as it was shown in 2001 at the Microprocessor Forum. This basically had a dual processor, high-end microprocessor on a chip, and then it had 4 of these 72 megabit ESRAMs as the L2 cache for that high-end microprocessor for their workstations and servers. Okay, so to kind of summarize CMOS and Moore's Law, Seymour Cray was one of the first to say this. They said, if we make it smaller, we can make it faster. And so what you can see is that Intel launched its 8386 microprocessor in 1985. That was their first CMOS microprocessor at 1.5 microns at that time. CMOS has been used in microprocessors and supercomputers ever since. And so we kept scaling the transistor to smaller sizes and higher densities. But as you note on this chart, basically the performance of the clock rate of the computer petered out at 5 gigahertz at about 2005. So the chips became power limited. And so what you see going forward is that the performance increases not with the processor speed, but with the number of processor cores. Well, I won't go into the details of that, but it's basically that's a change in trends here. We've become power limited, so we're going to multi-processor chips. Okay, so China is another country that basically wants to get into the semiconductor business. China, of course, is building a lot of the computer systems today, and they would like to build more of the content in their country. And so in 2014, they developed a thing called the China Big Fund, $150 billion effort over 10 years to increase semiconductors manufactured in China. Now, unlike these other companies, they focused on wireless communications. And so they became a leader in wireless communications technology first. But they're threatening to become a leader in other types of semiconductors, memory technology and logic technology over time with this investment in R&D. And so the US still leads, as you can see in this chart on the right, in the worldwide semiconductor R&D, but Korea and China are pumping more money from their government into the program. And so it basically is threatening our lead. Now, you might ask, why do we need wafer fabs that cost $17 billion? In other words, why is Taiwan the leader in building these fabs and the first to implement it? Well, it's the high cost. It's the $17 billion that it takes to build one of these factories. And so what you'll see, so what I reference here is a talk by Dr. Lawrence Larson. He's the former associate director of front-end processing at Semitech, which is a US government-funded semiconductor development R&D program. And you can read or go to this video and watch a video on why does a fab cost $17 billion? But just in short summary, you can see that Samsung Corporation is building a $17 billion, 3 nanometer fab in Taylor, Texas, which is near Austin. You can see the breakout of the cost. It's about 11 billion in equipment, 2.2 billion in land and building, and then about 3.8 billion in the clean rooms. And so some of the stats, it covers 1,200 acres, 6 million square feet of clean room. It will produce 150 to 250,000 wafers a month. It uses this deep EUV lithography, which costs a ton of money. They use ion implantation, and there are something like 80 to 180 tools in that fab, depending upon the volume. And the number of employees there are about 1,200. So why is this all happening? Well, you'll observe that, that planar process that Gene Horney back at Fairchild invented has become what they call FinFET, and what is now becoming a gate all around. So these are vertical integration of transistors. And so the process is no longer planar, it's vertical. Ion implantation steps have increased to 1 or 2 to 9 or 10 in the process. There's all kinds of metal depositions, copper, high K metals, and increasing numbers of metal layers, 6 to 10. And the number of process steps has increased from 10 back in the 70s to over hundreds today. So that's why a fab will cost $17 billion. Okay, well, I promised you to talk about beyond more at the end of this talk, and so here we are. Basically, Moore's law, that scaling is going to run out of steam at about 1 nanometer. And so we're not going to be able to continue to scale because we're down in the atomic levels. And so something's going to have to happen if we're going to continue to increase the complexity of our computers and the speed. And so here are some of the things that constitute beyond more. Wafer scale integration, or building bigger chips. And so wafer scale is basically building one big chip on a wafer. Vertical integration on the chip. And so you can see an example of Micron's 232 layer NAND flash that's in production today. Basically, instead of say 6 to 10 metal layers, you can see 232 layers of NAND flash devices vertically integrated on top of the silicon chip. And so NAND is doing that today. I would expect DRAM to be next. Vertical integration of chips themselves. And so you can see on the right an example of a high bandwidth memory from Hynix in Korea that stacks, in this case, 4 DRAMs on top of each other, and then mounts that on an interposer, and then ultimately mounts that on a substrate. And so that's called 2.5D packaging. And that's a vertical integration of chips in a package. Finally, we're going to have to develop higher dielectric constant capacitors for the DRAM. We're going to have to come up with some new non-volatile storage devices like ferroelectrics, which is what I worked on back in 1988, or magnetoresistive devices, which is what I worked on at Freescale and Everspin Technology, which is the leading supplier of that stuff today. Or some new technologies like resistive RAM and nanotube RAM are other candidates. And then there's new substrates and devices built out of silicon carbide and gallium nitride that are going to come to the fore. So in conclusion, after 50 years of semiconductor and computer progress, we've gone from discrete transistor computers to single chip processors to chips with up to from 8 to 1 million processors per chip. We have DRAMs that grew from 1 kilobit to 16 gigabits in density. And we have high performance DRAM HBM memory with as many as 12 vertical layers stacked on one on top of the other. I would note, though, that the DRAMs have not gotten a lot faster. Latency of the basic axis of DRAM has not really changed much over the years. So that's the key issue. DRAM memory width off the chip has gone from 1 bit to 1024 in the case of the high bandwidth memory. The NAND flash device has gone from 4 megabits to 1 terabit per chip. And the storage systems built of those have gone into the petabytes. And so same thing is true with NAND. Even though we have this high integration, the access time of the memory, or the latency of the memory, has not improved much over time. What has improved is the bandwidth. And so that is, getting better, but latency is not. So what semiconductor scaling has basically reached its limits. New vertical processes are going to be required. New substrates and materials are going to be required for future growth. And so bottom line is controlling the leading edge process and packaging technology will become strategic to continued computer development in the United States, or anywhere in the world for that matter. So let's talk about the CHIP Act briefly. It was passed last September. It's a $52 billion program. And so what's it going to do? It claims it's going to return leading edge chip manufacturing to the US. Again, we were down to literally one leading edge manufacturer of logic chips and one of memory. And so we need to bring that back. We need to expand the capacity to build other technologies. We need to, we could use to mute maybe. Okay. Reinforce the US strengths in chip design and equipments. We're really the leader in those areas. And so we need to continue to grow those. And then we need to build a workforce. Basically, we've allowed the workforce of technologists and semiconductors to atrophy over the period of time from the 1980s when I first got involved until today, which surprises me. It's been 40 years since I arrived at Honeywell back in 1980 to work on the VISIC program. So here's the breakout. 39 million is going to help subsidize large-scale investments in leading-edge technology. We're going to incentivize using a small amount of that existing mature and other types of semiconductors to secure them in the United States. And we're going to use some money on R&D to develop these national technology labs in semiconductor technology and packaging. And so this is some of the things that the National Institute of Standards, for example, is involved in the R&D area of semiconductors in the United States. And so there's going to be a major infusion of money into R&D and semiconductors and computer technology. And we're going to have a bunch of new fabs. And so we've seen pictures of the TSMC fab in Arizona. We've seen a picture of the Samsung fab in Taylor, Texas. Micron, for their part, the US manufacturer, is adding fabs in Idaho and New York, expanding fabs in Utah and Virginia. Intel is building a new fab in Ohio. They're in other fabs. They're expanding and including packaging. Texas Instruments is increasing their fabs in Texas and one in Utah. NXP, which used to be known as Freescale, where I worked, is expanding its fab in Austin, Texas. Microchip, which is here in Colorado Springs, it's actually that original VISIC fab that I worked at back in 1984, is expanding the fab here in Colorado Springs, and a new packaging facility is going into Kansas. So this is kind of the output of the US CHIP Act that's just getting underway. I can't talk too much about this, but Matt Francis, my partner in this talk in July, is involved deeply in this conference of innovation, workforce, and research that'll be held in Little Rock, Arkansas in September. And so it's going to be focused on this CHIP Act technology. And so I'm sure he'll be glad to tell you more about that in July. So that's my pitch. I hope I made it. I guess I made it exactly at 2 o'clock, but not, and only 1 minute late. I'm open to any questions if anybody had anything.
Thank you so much, David. The floor is open for any questions or comments, please.
I can also answer them in the chat while we go on to the next talk. Let's see if I got to get off the screen here somehow. Here we go.
So thank you, David, so much for this interesting talk. But because you know the time is limited, so we may answer any questions in the chat. So let's move to our next session, and I'd like first to introduce my colleague, Dr. Tamer Arafa, the next moderator. Dr. Tamer, an assistant professor, School of Information Technology and Computer Science, Nile University. Dr. Tamer Arafa received his bachelor and master degrees in electronics and communication, Cairo University, 1993 and 1997. Then received masters in information system and MBA from California State University in 2004-2005, respectively. Finally, he received PhD from Cairo University 2020. Dr. Arafa is currently an assistant professor of ICS at Nile University and an adjunct assistant professor of computing in University of North Florida. His research interests are image processing, forensics analysis, machine learning, intelligent systems, and IoT. Dr. Arafa has more than 25 years of information technology experience in various roles, including IT software development, IT project management, and IT delivery excellence. Dr. Arafa worked in different international organizations, including IBM, IJADA, SPM, MDUS.com, Kaiser Performance, and Egypt IDC. It's my pleasure and honor to have you to moderate the next couple of sessions. The floor is yours, Dr. Tamer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Islam, for this rich introduction. I will be your moderator for this talk. Allow me to welcome Professor Nancy Mead. I have the pleasure of introducing her. Dr. Nancy is a fellow of the Software Engineering Institute, as well as an adjunct professor of software engineering at Carnegie Mellon University. She has a very vast interest in research, including security engineering, software engineering, and software assurance as well. She has an award, an elite award in her name for excellence in software engineering education and training. She has a very impressive list of publications, more than 200 publications and invited presentations. She is a distinguished member of the ACM, the IEEE, a distinguished educator in multiple fields, and as well an executive board member of the IEEE, TCSE. She is one of the well-known names in the field of software engineering, so we have the pleasure of having her give a talk today. Her talk will be about critical infrastructure protection, which is a very in-demand issue right now, as well as risk management in different areas, including supply chain, as she will talk. It's our pleasure to have Professor Nancy. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that nice introduction. it was very interesting listening to David's talk because I reflected back on the time, which was about the same time as he started working in the field. When I started working in software engineering, I was developing large defense systems, and about the same time we were working at IBM on the NASA program. At that time, there was no concern about cybersecurity. All of those hardware configurations were pretty much standalone. We had a lot of concerns about errors. We had concerns about safety, but cybersecurity, the term hadn't even been invented yet. So that was far from our thought process at that time. It first surfaced probably in the late 1980s. But frankly, when I started, well, I kind of transitioned from software engineering to cybersecurity in 1995. Part of the reason was that there was a small team that realized that there was no overlap whatsoever between software engineering and cybersecurity research. Cybersecurity work was almost strictly operational. They had their own conferences, they had their own specialties, and software engineering, of course, was about software development and software management. We had our own conferences, we had our own research agenda, and there was virtually no overlap. The other thing that was interesting was when friends of mine asked me what I was working on, and I said cybersecurity in 1995, nobody knew what I was talking about. Well, now everybody knows what I'm talking about when I mention cybersecurity because it's in the news just about every day, and it affects directly or indirectly all of our lives. So with that, I am going to attempt to share my screen. It says the host has disabled screen sharing. So I guess I need some help from you folks, otherwise I'll have to talk without slides, which maybe would be a good thing. We've done that.
Now, please, Dr. Nancy, you can share now,
Yeah.
I think.
Okay. Excellent, thank you. This is always a challenge. Now I just need to get myself into slideshow. Great, thank you. So we're going to be talking about critical infrastructure protection and supply chain risk management, two big topics in cybersecurity. But before we do that, we're going to go back and take a look at history. Because again, I indicated I started working in the field in 1995. It was pretty exciting. We started holding some workshops on the topic to try to even define some of the terms. There was very little common understanding. We talked about software survivability, software assurance, but the terms were very nebulous. When we tried to fall back on common sources like IEEE definitions, in many cases, there weren't any. And so we had to invent them, which resulted in quite a bit of discussion. So the outline of my talk is pretty simple. Well, the problems aren't so simple, but the outline is critical infrastructure protection, supply chain risk management, only two topics of interest in cybersecurity. There are many, many more. Some ideas for discussion either among yourselves or among the group of us. And then finally, some references. So critical infrastructure protection. Very familiar areas to all of us these days. And initially it was just a short list: water, electricity, transportation, finance. Interestingly, back in that time frame, we learned that all of the commercial rail transportation in the United States was being controlled from one location. So not only was it a single point of failure, but it was a single place that could have been attacked. We found that in many cases, there was very little protection for water systems, many of which used common control software and hardware. One of the things we learned was that, for example, in parts of the Western United States, the controllers for these water systems were in more or less in public areas where anybody could walk in. People who were working there brought their kids in to play. And people were kind of in and out. So you looked at it and you said, well, this could really be a risk. But the folks who were working there hadn't recognized that that could be a risk. Electricity, we've seen certainly a lot of failures. And then in finance, one of our concerns was about the National Reserve. What we found was that operations that had used to be limited in the number of hours were now 24/7. And so the questions that were raised back then were, how do you protect these systems that in effect are never down? They always have to be up and running. So the history goes back to a late 1990s report on critical infrastructure protection. It was developed by the President's Council. This is in the US on critical infrastructure protection. I'll talk about that in more detail in a minute. And then when we think about critical infrastructure now, when you look at the newspapers, you see things like, oh, a medical system has been attacked. A firefighting system has been attacked. A city income tax system has been attacked. And when you think about it, in many cases, the attackers are looking for what we call low-hanging fruit. So they want to attack systems, in many cases, ransomware. They want to make money. So it's not just an attack for its own sake, it's a regular business. And they will attack the easiest targets that they can. And very often they are civilian targets, not military targets. It might be manufacturing. We've seen quite a few of those. Could be food supply, could be the media. Certainly in the last couple of years, we've seen a lot of attacks on media, in some cases from one country to another. So you see individual hackers, you see groups, you see nation states, and the list just goes on and on. Interestingly, with ransomware, it's not just organized crime, it's also countries that are basically, not that they'll admit it, but they're generating a lot of income from ransomware. Companies might attempt to acquire cyber insurance. Well, the insurers in some cases have decided not to offer it because they lost so much money, or the premiums in effect have doubled. So how did we get into this predicament? Well, let's go back to our 1997 report. And some of the quotes from the report are really fascinating because you could think that these were being described today. So here's one. Threats to the energy system arise from a number of sources, including hostile governments, terrorist groups, other not organized groups or individuals, disgruntled employees, malicious intruders, natural disasters, and accidents. This was documented in 1997. At first, people thought, oh, these guys are just tilting up windmills. Nothing has happened. So therefore, why are we worrying about it? Why should we worry about something that's never happened? Then they go on to talk about documented incidents. Cyber incidents have begun to appear. But once again, that's in 1997, talking about energy. Well, by now, there are a lot more incidents that have occurred. Here's another interesting one. Large refineries of, in this case, 250,000 capacity would be attractive targets. So over time, government organizations did a halfway decent job of starting to improve things from a cybersecurity perspective, but a lot of companies actually didn't. And so we've seen companies attacked and their operations essentially shut down, either because of ransomware, because of different types of attack. It's truly amazing. It's over, and I've been talking about this for a couple of years now. It's over 25 years since this report was written, and we see some of the same patterns today, except now people are at least a little more aware of it than they were then. So here are a couple of case studies, and I could pick any time frame to talk about these. As of late 2021, there were 5 attacks. Well, that's a small number, actually. 5 attacks since 2019, 4 of which were ransomware. The 5th one, and this is really interesting, pay attention to this because we're going to come back to it. The 5th one, in March 2019, a former employee tried unsuccessfully to threaten the drinking water supply. So he had been terminated, but the user privileges hadn't been revoked. I can't tell you how many times I've seen this same scenario. One time we went in to study a government agency, and that particular one had a lot of visitors who would come for maybe a 6-month period. Well, guess what? It would take quite a while after those visitors left before somebody realized that, oh yeah, they still have a user ID and password for our system. So it's very easy for that kind of thing to happen if you're not constantly vigilant. So in 2022, there was an initiative which has had some success to try to improve that situation. But keep in mind this 2019 incident, because we will come back to that in just a minute. Now, more recently, we just saw this in the newspapers. A National Guardsman in Massachusetts posted classified information to websites that were popular with gamers. As far as I've been able to determine, and of course, I'm just looking at the same newspaper accounts as you are. I don't have any inside information. So it was a 21-year-old with a high-level security clearance. It's pretty typical that young people, because they haven't lived in a lot of different places, they've maybe gone to college, graduated, had a job or two, So it's pretty easy, actually, for them to get security clearances. They have references from their family members, from their friends of the family, and so on. So this young person was, because he was doing system administration, which is actually a fairly low-level activity, he was able to access many areas, basically download or copy the information, post it to other sites. Nobody really noticed it until it was moved from the gaming site of interest to broader media, and probably appeared in Twitter or Facebook or whatever. And there were some accounts that, again, not verified, but they sound plausible, that he had previously been admonished for looking at information that was not related to his job. After that happened, he still stayed in the same position. He still had the same administrative privileges, and he was able to go on and do much more damage. So if you think back about the Edward Snowden incident, it's different but similar. It's similar in that you have somebody who's not in a high-level position, but has a high-level security clearance and has a lot of access. And nobody really pays attention to what's going on until the information has been stolen and made public. So we will see where this case goes. I guess it's just in progress right now. It's new. And this is just one example. I could pick 3 or 4 examples every single day out of the news media or a newspaper, and so could you. It's not hard to find. It's certainly not specific to the United States, although I will say that the more you have on the internet, the more likely you are to have a vulnerability. So the developed countries that have a lot of internet access and are using the internet a lot are much more sensitive to the possibility of being attacked. It's an interesting situation where if you have less automation, in some cases, you might actually be better off. So with that in mind, let's talk about something that might seem unrelated, but you'll see in a minute about why it really is related. We did some threat modeling work a few years ago, and one of the applications we looked at was called persona non grata. It was initially developed by a colleague of mine, Jane Cleland Wong, at the time, and her staff. At the time, she was at DePaul University, and she has since moved on to Notre Dame, as last I recall. And the technique is very interesting. So the idea is based on the concept of a persona, which is very often used in normal application development. The idea is to try to describe the people who might be using a particular system that you're considering developing, because maybe you don't actually have that customer base available to quiz and say, well, how would you use this system? What do you think you'd do with it? And from my earlier work, I can say that this is really useful, because I worked on one project where we got to our last design review for the software, and we found out that some of our customer base was unhappy because they didn't see the data that they were looking for on the display. And we said, well, part of the reason you don't see that data is it's not being calculated. And we reviewed that part of the system a couple of months ago, but they didn't make the connection between point A and point B. They didn't pay any attention when we talked about how data was being calculated. It only resonated with them when they looked at the display where they expected to see that particular piece of data. Now, in commercial applications, a persona can come in pretty handy. So persona non grata is kind of just the opposite. Instead of a friendly customer, it's someone that you might conceive of as attacking your system. And the questions you might want to ask yourself is, what's the motivation of this person? This is kind of a little outline for how you develop the model that goes with persona non grata. And once you've developed it, then you can go into the misuse cases and actually do something with it. So first question is, what is the motivation of this individual or collection of individuals for that matter? Is it monetary gain? Is it recognition? Do they, the high school kid thing, is it just for fun? Who knows? So that's the first question you want to answer. The second, what goals does this persona non grata have available to fulfill its motivation? What does it want to do? And how does it plan to get away with it? And when we say it, that could apply to an individual or a collection of individuals. What skills do they have to achieve the goal? What we see is that you don't necessarily have to have a lot of skill. You maybe acquire attack methods from a site that's used by hackers. You don't necessarily have to be brilliant in order to be successful at attacking. Once you understand what skills are available, then you can define the misuse cases. Once again, the opposite of our concept of use cases in software development. And then the persona non grata can follow that to achieve their goals. And we used a case study to illustrate this. So here's the case study. It's going to sound very familiar because you remember what I said earlier about a case study, I think it was in 2019, of somebody being terminated and wanting to impact the water system. So here we have, this is a true case, an individual in Australia who was working as a contractor installing SCADA sewage equipment for a municipal authority. After he left the contractor, he applied for a permanent job, but was turned down. So he decided to get even. And the way he was going to get even was to cause rough sewage to leak into local parks and rivers and make it appear as if it was a malfunction. In order to do that, he stole a computer and some radio equipment. It's actually pretty sophisticated. Constructed a fake pumping station, gained remote access. So here we are. He still managed to have access, even though his contract was over and he had been rejected as a candidate employee. And then issue radio commands to instruct the pumping stations to release sewage. So going back to the previous page, if you look at the very bottom, you can see that this occurred in the year 2000. It was documented as a case study in 2008. And yet in 2019, we see an almost identical attempt to impact a water system. So what does that tell us? That people aren't even looking at documented case studies and trying to learn from them, trying to avoid making those same mistakes twice. There are some terrific documented case studies. In the US, a lot of them are documented by NIST, some are documented by MITRE, and these days there are some very good case studies and guidelines coming out from CISA. There are similar organizations in Europe that are doing some of the same things. So it certainly is not unique to the United States. When I say similar organizations, I mean organizations that are trying to make information available to help people understand what might be going wrong. Now, more recent case studies, these are a little bit older, but it doesn't really matter. I could find one from 2 days ago that would be similar. And unfortunately, we'll see some of these same time lags. This first one occurred in 2021. In August, they detected the presence of malware, which had actually been on their servers since July, I believe. Then it took them a month to figure out that the intruders may have accessed systems with patient information. 6 weeks to review the scope of the impact. Then they have to go back and confirm which patients were impacted. That takes them till December. And then finally in January, so from August to January, from the time they detected it until the time people were notified. And that was some 200,000 people. So quite a large exposure. Another healthcare example, like I say, healthcare is really weak in terms of cybersecurity. This was a lab. So typically a lot of offices will use the same lab so that they can have actually a lot more individuals whose data is being stored than in your typical healthcare system. This was 510,000 individuals whose data was breached. And the breach occurred in October. So again, we've got a 6-month lag between the time of the breach and the time that people were notified. Yet another one, again, it's not unique to the United States. This one is in Canada. I think I read some recently about countries in Europe. So healthcare is really vulnerable. And when you think about the kind of information that's stored, it can be very sensitive personal information. And there was actually one case here. It was dropped, I think. It was an individual who was suing the healthcare company to try to force them to pay a ransom so that her personal information wouldn't be released. But of course, it conflicted with a law that said you're not allowed to pay a ransom. And eventually that case got dropped. So that was kind of an opposite situation where somebody wanted to force a provider to pay a ransom so that their personal data would be protected. In many cases, we are now seeing large lawsuits occurring as a consequence of some of these exposures. Once again, these are situations where people think that cyber insurance will help them, but that's not necessarily the case. So those are just a few examples of critical infrastructure protection exposures. I will say that the work that we did on threat modeling, and you saw persona non grata is an example, produced some really useful information, but it's only useful if you're actually doing threat modeling and taking action as a consequence. What I'm seeing, unfortunately, is that people still don't want to invest the time or money upfront to protect themselves, to prevent some of these attacks from occurring. They just assume, well, we'll get attacked, we'll buy insurance, we'll put in firewalls to try to stop this. But the basics aren't happening. If you consider something like ransomware, it should be relatively, and a lot of them are social networking, it should be relatively easy to train your employees to not click on a link at random. I can't tell you how many of my friends have been hacked because they got some kind of an email that said, oh, we're about to terminate your account, but if you go to this location, we will reinstate it. So they click on the link, and then they're immediately compromised. Now, supply chain risk management, which is, of course, is different, but very much current these days. In fact, I have a younger colleague who is teaching supply chain risk management. We did some work with the CyBOK group, Cyber Body of Knowledge folks in the United Kingdom. That's based at Bristol University. And we developed a number of case studies that could be used in the classroom, some of which were on supply chain risk management. And what this younger colleague is finding is that the students do much better on the homework assignments and case studies that they are given when they start to get a better understanding of the topic. So what's in the supply chain? Well, we've thought a long time, about contracted software. We've thought about commercial off-the-shelf software. More recently, much to our chagrin, we are seeing concerns about open source software. Now, it always used to be the case that we thought of people who worked on open source software as being good guys, selfless, and that open source software could be really good because there were so many people looking at it. But now we're finding that it's possible to subvert the open source process and cause software with malware in it to be picked up instead of the legitimate open source software. One of the issues related to that is if the open source is being developed by volunteers and you have to get them to respond to the attack that's taken place, well, they may or may not be available when you need them. So you think you're getting something for nothing, but it doesn't always work that way. In some cases, companies don't even know how much open source is being used. They might not know what version they're using. They might say, oh, I'm going to go out, when I do my build, we're just going to pick up the latest version, which could be one that's compromised. And then really interestingly to me, reused software is now a research topic in terms of supply chain risk management. So we're starting to see cases where we need to think about when we reuse software, are we creating problems that weren't there before? Are we seeing exposures that didn't occur before? And the answer certainly is yes, that can happen. So even though we think we've always thought of reuse as a good thing, it may not be as good of a thing after all. So let's take a, and here's an area where we've got some really good documentation. In the European Union, there's one volume that's about 15 different case studies. And this is just one example. They've probably actually updated it since I first looked at it, but it's in my references, which you'll see at the end. And if you're in the European community, I highly recommend that you take a look at the work that these folks have done. It's kind of similar to the work that CISA has done in documenting case studies. And these things are freely available. It's not like you have to pay for them. All you have to do is go out and look and see what's there and think about whether it might be a problem. So this was a development environment. And when they studied it, they found that there was a malicious project that was being used to infect developers with a backdoor and would allow attackers to automatically run a script when the build was launched. Now, what they didn't know, since they had discovered this by analysis, is whether this problem had ever actually occurred. But it's a really good collection of a large number of case studies. Another one that I found, you know, solar winds, that we've known about that for a long time. An example of malicious actors infiltrating a legitimate application and hiding malware. So the idea is that the malware will take effect downstream to a wider audience. So the original files that were attacked, it's not the ultimate target. The target is all these other networks that are picking up that software. One of the things that I'm seeing more recently is that people who are developing software are required to show how they are going to manage the risk in their supply chain. We've heard a lot recently about companies spying on one another. You know, this company in a particular country could be used to spy on somebody else in another country, and it just goes on and on. And this, I thought, this was really interesting. So this is a bachelor's thesis. We're talking about a student, so it was a student, I think, in Germany, who was required to write a bachelor's thesis. And this was in 2016. And what he was able to do was to force 17,000 computers to execute arbitrary code. 50% of the time, they were able to do that with administrative privileges, which shows that those sites didn't have much in the way of protection. And .gov and .mil hosts were among the victims. And then finally in his thesis, which was really a nice piece of work, certainly for a bachelor's student and for that time frame, then he goes on to say what some good defenses might be against that type of attack. And yet another one, this one I thought was terrific. This was an ethical hack, and it was an individual working with maybe one other person. And this is kind of a spare time activity. And he describes some of the companies that he was able to hack into. Shopify, I mean, I use some of these myself, and I'll bet you do too. Shopify, Apple, PayPal, Netflix, Yelp, and Uber. So what he was doing was reusing package names, reusing private package names to install malware in public repositories and changing the version number so that these companies would think they were picking up the latest, but they were actually picking up something with malware. He collected information about which companies were using them. Interestingly, he did it carefully because he didn't want to collect too much information, but he wanted to collect enough information to make sure that he had been successful. And at the time, he made something like $60,000 off of this because these companies had bug bounties, and he was doing an ethical hack, which is important to note. These days, a lot of students are taught how to do hacking, but it always has to be done in an ethical way. Another side note that I learned is that these days, companies are not necessarily giving bug bounties in dollars or cash anymore. They are instead giving out products. And so one of the pieces of information that I found said that Red Bull is giving out cases of its beverages as a reward to people who have successfully done an ethical hack and are requesting their bounty. And in fact, they're saying that, well, people should want to do this even if they didn't get any kind of a bounty, because it's the right thing to do. Well, I'm not so sure if I agree that that's a possibility, because I think people tend to be motivated by some kind of a reward and not necessarily be so altruistic that they're going to do something just because it's the right thing to do. So this is just really the tip of the iceberg. I could go on for hours with different case studies, but I would definitely refer you to some of the documentation that you'll see in the references, which is being updated frequently. So from a discussion point of view, let's talk about critical infrastructure protection and supply chain risk management. What do we do about it? Is it a separate research discipline? Is it a separate educational discipline? How do we communicate best practice to the critical sectors? Well, now we're seeing government agencies, I don't care what country it is, it's a government agency in your country, communicating best practice, and in some cases demanding that the best practices be followed. What about training? You've got to think about that from top to bottom. It's not enough to consider education, because that only affects the cadre of people who have gone through a particular curriculum. There are a lot of people doing marketing or administrative tasks that don't necessarily have computing expertise. And they need to understand what's safe and what isn't safe for them to do. You've got several communities of practice, each of which has to be considered. And then I don't even know if 5 is a big enough number to describe the number of ways in which we can run into trouble. Malware, counterfeits, supply chain breakdowns, lack of capability, and simple errors. A long time ago, I heard an interesting talk that had to do with counterfeiting of money and how they try to use information that will allow you to detect the counterfeit. And they basically said, well, we know we can't prevent counterfeit from occurring 100%. What we want to do is to stay ahead of them. And that's our problem in cybersecurity, is trying to stay ahead of the people who want to do something bad. It's not an easy problem to solve. So what kinds of risks do we have? We talked about insider threat. Ransomware is a big one. And I'm not sure when and if we will get that under control. Supply chain risk management has actually been addressed pretty extensively, but in typical fashion, you've seen governments starting to pay attention to it, but not necessarily so much at the corporate level. From a software engineering viewpoint, yes, certainly risk analysis is important. I think it must have been probably 15 years ago by now. I did some work with, could have been longer, with the automotive industry. And they were doing risk analysis, but one of the things they were concerned about was not just cyber attack. They were concerned about industrial espionage, because they thought that some of the advanced features that they were applying in their automobiles gave them a competitive edge. And so risk analysis didn't just consider cyber attack. It considered, well, do we think that we're going to run into a problem with industrial espionage? And what they also said was they didn't have enough money to address every single problem that they could possibly think of. So they prioritized. And I think we still see that happening today when we talk about robotics, when we think about automation in the automotive industry. It's a huge area of concern. And the more we introduce, the more it continues to be an area of concern. Ways of addressing ransomware, well, there are a lot of them. These are just a couple of examples. This was a joint cybersecurity advisory list of techniques that could be used. And in the US, it was issued by a combination of CISA, Department of Justice, and National Security Agency. These agencies are starting to work together to document techniques that can be used successfully. Again, it doesn't matter what country you're in, your own country may very well have their own methods. And everything that I'm discussing and all of my references are freely available. You don't have to live in the United States or in Western Europe. There is a lot out there that is freely available for download. What about supply chain risk management? You need a strategy for each class of software, the 4 classes that we talked about. contract software, commercial software, open source, and reuse software. Those strategies can be really extensive. Here's just one little indicator of what goes into a plan, but more seriously, these are all the areas that need to be considered per 853 in this document, and that has various versions. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of pages behind these categories. So if you take a look at this, you'll see there's quite a bit of work to do. And you need to answer a lot of questions to figure out the best strategies for yourselves. And then finally, a bunch of references. I made a version of my slides available for distribution. I hope that you get a chance to pick up the slides and take a look at some of these references. This goes on for a number of pages, and it's all the things that I talked about. So you can go and get more information than what we talked about in this little slideshow. I did make a plug. I don't know if you can find it anymore. We wrote a book. I've written 2 books, but writing is not my most favorite thing. In any case, they're both available on Amazon, but they're probably only available in electronic version anymore. And then my work in security requirements is on the Software Engineering Institute website, many reports there. And also my work in software assurance education is out there as well. I shouldn't say my work, I led the work, but I wasn't the only contributor. Cybercrime estimated to go up to $1 trillion. I don't know what the current number is, but it's high. So with that, we have time for some additional questions or comments. And my very last slide has my contact information. Please do feel free to contact me. I love to hear from other researchers, people working in industry, students. I especially love to hear from students and faculty members who are trying to do something with this. And my greatest joy in life at the moment is when I have an opportunity to mentor somebody. So if you are a student or if you have students that want to chat, that would be terrific. So with that, I think we can, if there is a question or two, we might have time. I know that we're getting toward the end of this 24-hour marathon. In fact, I'm not sure how the hosts are still staying alive here, but I can see that some of them are still with us.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Nancy. Yeah, for some of us in Egypt, it's midnight. So it has been, some of us have been staying definitely, for 24 hours from midnight to the following midnight. So kudos for that. Thank you so much for the informative session and for giving these case studies that span, a wide variety of issues and problems, and also time span. It was really, really interesting and really, really informative. Thank you so much. So are there any questions for Professor Nancy?
And if you could put them in the chat, that would be wonderful. I do have a hearing loss, so lots of times when I hear the questions verbally, it goes over my head, I'm sorry to say.
Oh, absolutely. If there are any questions, you guys can kindly write them down in the chat, and Professor Nancy will graciously be responding to them.
Yeah, if there are questions that come up afterwards, please feel free to forward them to me.
Absolutely.
And any discussion as well. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you.
So now this takes us to our next talk. Again, your moderator for these 2 talks is Dr. Tamara Rafa, aka Tamara Arafa in Arabic. I'm a professor in Nile University, as well as a visiting adjunct assistant professor in University of North Florida. Now, allow me the pleasure of introducing Professor Adel El-Maghrabi. I heard about him when I was in the US and when I was in Egypt as well, but I never got the chance to meet him. Professor El-Maghrabi is a professor of computer science and engineering at the Speed School of Engineering, University of Louisville. He is also the Director of Research and Innovation in the Digital Transformation Center, and also in the Speed School of Engineering again. Dr. Maghrabi received his master's and PhD both from the University of Wisconsin-Madison in the US, and he received his Bachelor of Science from Alexandria University in Egypt. He had lots of elite appointments in Carnegie Mellon University, the American University of Cairo, Qatar University. So he has been several continents contributing to the academic and industrial fields. He advised over 60 master degrees, as well as 36 doctoral degrees. His research is across the board, from artificial intelligence to intelligent multimedia systems, cybersecurity, visualization, simulation, etc., etc. And from an industry perspective, he worked in smart cities, data analysis, medical imaging, bioinformatics, and computer-aided diagnostics. He has many publications, many talks, many public speaking appearances, and he is also an editorial member in many editorial boards. Of course, he has been with the IEEE for a very long time, and he is a contributor to all IEEE activities, and he always tries to be with us. Thank you so much, Dr. Adel, for being here. His talk, he usually brings the new to the new, so his talk will be about artificial intelligence and how it can be used in the field of digital transformation. Very interesting talk. Thank you, Dr. Adel. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I mean, that's a long introduction, but thank you so much. Can I share the screen? Oh, now I did. Yes. Okay. For a moment I couldn't. Okay. Can you see my screen now? Hello?
Yes, Professor.
Okay. This is a talk that doesn't sound scientific. It's about how to apply science and computer science and engineering more than anything. And by the way, Tamil, you said you're in North Florida. I know a few people there. So anyway,
Yes.
So let's talk about AI and digital transformation. I was going to give a brief introduction about myself. So you already did it. I did my undergraduate in Alexandria, graduate diplomas in Cairo and Institute for National Planning, then graduate work in Wisconsin. In Louisville, I have 3 bosses. That's what it is. One at my department, and one at the School of Engineering, and one at the university at large. So that's why these too many titles. So I have 3 different bosses. Okay, let's go to the topic of why I chose this topic of AI and digital transformation, because I've been working a lot in AI, and I worked a lot with industry, and my belief is the word digital transformation is what we have been wanting to do for a long time, and using what we learned and what we teach, but now the environment is ripe for it. I will use this, I think now archaic, the word Industry 4.0, because I believe this word never picked up in some countries. But just to tell you, that's what industry really wants. They want cybersecurity, Internet of Things, augmented reality, autonomous systems, system integration, simulation, big data, and you will see different versions of this. But most industry cannot bring together all these things internally. So that's why the industry academia partnership becomes very valuable to help them move to the next step wherever they are. Obviously, different industry are at different stages of this. So let's be honest, we will have to approach each industry based on its need and its stage of where it is right now. This is a model that was published somewhere about levels of engagements between industry and academia. And it's very interesting to see because there is from awareness to being strategic partners, there are many stages of what we will call from traditional engagement to holistic engagement. Many people stop short of benefiting. And I will tell you, I work in academia, I partnered in small businesses, but I never worked 100% in industry. And I would look at it that the fault is on both sides. First of all, industry has no patience. They want to get everything immediately, although many times they cannot even if they put all their money in it. And academia has bureaucratic aspects, and we work on a semester mentality or an academic year mentality, and that doesn't always fit with academia, with industry. So these levels of engagement, if we are aware of trying to push them further, it helps us understand and move further faster. Okay. Why digital transformation? Digital transformation obviously is an area now that people are talking about it. And we look at it that there is a big market that's projected, depends on which projection, 1.8 billion, whatever. But it really depends on, from my perspective, three things: data, the use of AI, appropriate use of AI, let's be very, and talent, and a lot of little other areas that are this. With the data explosion, AI can be, and it's becoming the tool of choice to transform them into knowledge and actionable investments. So if we have the data and we have the money and we want to transform, that's really where AI can help us very much. I'll go through some definitions and just some thoughts here about how this is. And what really I want to focus in this slide and is that we want to leverage the technology, we want to leverage the data, we want to leverage all of this, but we have to understand what we want. And COVID challenges, to me, accelerated the digital transformation because people got used to working remotely, and a lot of things really, mentality shifted a little bit that made digital transformation more ripe to move. However, post-COVID, there is what I call strategic ambiguity and partnerships that are not very clear, and we have the ability to take advantage of all the both physical and online and teams. So doing this, I really think we are in the right moment now to move forward with better digital transformation. Okay, let's look at what really we should think of digital transformation. Is the process have traditionally been lengthy and designed for humans to handle? Most processes were done manually or semi-manually. With digitization, new needs have evolved. And what is digital tools are needed to help redesign the process exist and can be leveraged with appropriate AI. What I am really focusing here is we are relying so much on digital data. You talk to someone, it tells you that's what the computer told me. People are now leaving their mental way of thinking about the process, leaving it to the digital world that sometimes is not built in an appropriate way. So, however, we have now created problems like security and privacy, and we have now to accelerate the needs for training in policies and legislations that are appropriate. This depends on where you are, depends on your institution. There are more international standards that are evolving, but privacy and security are becoming more meaningful. And believe it or not, we do occasionally do some check on security and privacy, and we see a lot of failures sometimes. I will tell you this, I just jokingly here put my name with Bill Gates. The first rule of any technology used in a business is that automation applied to an efficient operation will magnify the efficiency. The second is that automation applied to an inefficient operation will magnify the inefficiency. That's something that Bill Gates was quoted to say. Whether you like him or not, whether you believe in what he does or not, doesn't matter. It's a good way of getting us thinking about how digitization it is. And what I say to simplify it, you cannot simply automate a manual process. You need to create a new architecture for process flow. And we deal with this in many, many systems. The process is digitized with the mentality of how it used to work, rather than changing the whole process, even changing the type of people who handle it at different stages, authorization of things, manual renewal, automatic renewal of licenses, automation in a company, ordering processes, all these need to be re-architected and redesigned. And by the way, I speak fast, so anyone can slow me down if you want. So what needs to change? We have really three things: the tools, which we said AI is one of them, IoT and automation. We hear about process automation and robot process automation sometimes is the word, but with IoT, it's very important to realize is IoT is becoming part of the deal. And the tools, we need to look at them that deal with all of these things, because they will be the driving forces. The processes themselves, it's two pieces. Sometimes it's the actual process, the steps of how you deal with it, and sometimes the hindrance is in the policies. I was working with some industries, and they are looking at the efficiency of how they hire people. And I discovered that at one situation, they hire temps because the process of hiring a temp is faster, where the process of hiring someone on a full-time and permanent is slower. So the process didn't change, and they can do this faster, automated. The other one will require a lot of steps of people interfering. So they end up losing money, and they recognize it, but they were not capable of changing the policies. So deployment is really all about people. So if people are not believers in the automation and in the digital transformation, then things will not work. So we have to remember that you cannot deploy without training people and getting them ready for the deployment. By the way, I can have questions anytime. I'm not. AI can help digital transformation. This is something I picked up from internet, and these are some of the things that they believe that AI, but from my perspective, is that's what we should be focusing on. We should focus on personalized customer service and better scalability and more secure IT infrastructure and data security, and then real-time decision-making. This is one issue that I really am very passionate about, is many people now tell me we have tools that we don't need computer people. We have tools that can create software. And then I tell them, okay, what if you succeed? What you created very fast, is it scalable? Most of the time it isn't. That's where many software, young companies and quick development fail. Is it secure? That's the other part. So these are two things that I believe that scalability and security are very important in creating these systems. Obviously, if they do not make the customer happy, and if they do not allow the management to do real-time decision-making, then they are really way backwards in. Let's go back to AI. Obviously, all of us here heard about AI and how 1956 it was coined. And believe me, there was a lot of argument about the word AI because they wanted to avoid something called cybernetics. When I was actually an undergraduate, I was reading books about cybernetics, and it was an intriguing subject. It has a lot of shared things with AI, but the AI community in 1956 wanted to avoid this ambiguity of being called cybernetics. And I really like the idea that the feature of intelligence can be so precisely described that the machine can be made to simulate it. So anyway, so that's how AI, the word at least started. And then I'll simplify AI. AI really, what we focus on is about machines. I really would just, you can argue with me or disagree. There are many ways of how machines learn. And I will simply say, at its more simplest way, they learn from algorithms. And these algorithms require us to envision all the possible combinations. And obviously, that's not a good way. Then we have knowledge-based systems that evolve from what knowledge people have. And these really, they had the numerical Bayesian approaches, symbolic, expert systems. So, and some of these are still beneficial, by the way, and you will find them hidden in some of the systems that you will not see them, but they are built in part of the system. Then there was the logic programming, which was a fine area. Then now we are in the era of learning from data. I will claim that learning from data is not new. Many of us tried it. Many of us were keen on using it. The problem at the time is we didn't have the capabilities to do it. So I'll claim here that you need the data, you need the computation, and that's what we didn't have. Now we have them. But we need the acceptance of the AI. And we are going through a period of challenges where acceptance, so if you have all three, and you can handle all three by maybe you have the talent to compute, you have the ability to collect the data, but if you cannot tell the story and explain the decisions that your AI is doing, then you will not be successful in deploying AI for digital transformation, okay? So that's here to me is very key to our success in deploying AI and applying it for digital. I go back to, I said AI needs computer. Believe it, that was me here at the University of Wisconsin with a hybrid analog and digital computer. We're trying to push the limits of computation with a combination of analog and digital. And we did even have companies that work on designing helicopters come to this particular computer and test their intelligent control systems. And then we moved to more better computers. Then we went back now, people started to look at the personal computers. Then there were the Lisp machines that really, wow, if you have a Lisp machine, now you are in AI. And then now we have the NVIDIA type people. And obviously I have a few NVIDIA machines that are really very high powered. They do a great job. But if you want scalability, you go to the cloud. And now you have systems that already collected data for you. And the future is quantum. And we have experimented with applying some of the deep learning approaches using quantum techniques. So the future is so wide open. I don't think quantum will be everyone's machine immediately, but we have to be aware of these type of things because I believe in what I call arrive early. If you wait till everyone is there, you will always be behind. This is some information about digitization of the world and how many zettabytes we will have. And it's obviously data is becoming there. The question when I talk about data is, do we really need all this data? Can we use all this data? Is it the fact that we have the data, is it sometimes hindering or is it beneficial? Because that's a tricky question, because many times the data has not been collected with the purpose you want to use it. You see? So in machine learning, deep learning, the data may be there, but it's data that was collected for many purposes. I worked with several organizations, some particularly in healthcare, and they collect the data for different reasons that they want to use it now for. And that gives you a little bit of, you have to think about proxy measurements and does this represent something else? And you have to be a little bit more thoughtful about what type of data you need. Then we had some work about data and learning saturation. Once you have more data, I think there is a logarithmic learning curve. You don't learn as much just by adding more data. You reach a level of saturation in learning, and otherwise you're just crunching more computation without much benefit. Okay. AI needs acceptability, because that's the third thing. We said you need the data, you need the computation, and you need acceptability. This is an article I found from last year. People trust AI to make big decisions as long as humans check them. Okay, from my own experience, we developed things for medical applications, and the only way they were used is we give them an explanation. Every time we give them a score or give them a recommendation, we give them an explanation of why we reached that conclusion. And obviously, with what is traditional deep learning and things like that, there is no exact way to develop an explanation. That's why way back, the ideas of expert systems were rule-based. You can say this rule did this rule did this. So we work a lot on explanation-based systems, and we have many approaches that we use, and we can talk about them in appropriate things, and some of them are published. Okay, let's move about the University of Louisville, how we approach, and I am involved in this, innovation and partnership, particularly because I said AI and digital transformation are key to partnership with industry for university. So we are a research-oriented university. We're R1. We're not, I can assure you, we're not the top one of the R1s, but we are in the R1. So we are a research-oriented university, but we also are very active in community engagement, and there is a classification for the universities that are high in community engagement. So that gives us a little bit of a state of mind of how we operate as a university. We're not only focusing only on research. We do have a lot of people working with the community, a lot of people interested in engaging the community. We also, from another distinction, we have a Center of Academic Excellence in Cybersecurity Education, and we're one of these odd universities. We have it at the undergraduate level in the business school and the graduate level in the engineering school where I teach. And we work together very good. So we seamlessly integrate our talent from the students and the faculty on both schools. So many times, a lot of collaboration works in the cybersecurity, but also in the AI. Because remember, the more AI you have, the more cybersecurity you will need. Believe it or not, they go work together. I had a talk about, are they friends or adversaries, AI and cybersecurity? I believe that they could be friends or they could be adversaries depending on who's using them. So we decided at the University of Louisville, and I wouldn't take credit for that, is 3 presidents ago, created what we call a Digital Transformation Center at the university level. And the idea is to create new pathways and possibility ideas and create more imagination at the level of the employees, the staff, the faculty, the students, and the community. So the focus for us is how do we create this mental state of mind to transform things for all of these levels. So we took a lot of initiatives, and I work with that institute, as I mentioned, partly part of my time as the director for research and innovation for that institute. So let's look at how partnership with technology vendors, we interact with the university population. Last count, we had at least over 500 people, and we interact with at least every year, at least 6 training events. We have LinkedIn Learning as part of what we push for. 2,300 actually people used it. Adobe, we have a partnership with Adobe, with Microsoft and IBM, and there are others. I just highlighted these because these are names you would probably everybody would recognize. And we created our own, by the way, we created our own cybersecurity workforce training, and we are deploying this as part of grants from the National Security Agency, and we are giving them to the community, underserved community. Initially, we started by focus on the veterans and people from transferring from military to civilian jobs. As a director of the research there, I convinced the team to adopt three focus areas: cybersecurity, smart communities, health and wellness. And then we focus on what I call foundational areas, like interactive media, VR, software, data architectures, and analytics, because they will serve all the top three. And we are also pushing the university for digitization of the research infrastructure at the university. And obviously, you may be aware that most universities, IT and academic departments are not necessarily working together all the time. So we establish better relation with them, and we're pushing them toward digitization of the infrastructure for the whole university. Let's go back to partnership here, because that's what we started. I think that industry and government partners are interested in context and application. They have data sets. They have focused very much on outcomes. Academic, we have the technical expertise. We look at emerging technologies faster than most industry. And we have rigorous applications of methods because we go through peer-reviewed things and things. So that intersection is where I believe the innovation can happen when we work together. And AI is particularly used to identify any process that we perceive as intelligent. This may not be a scientific definition, but it holds in many cases. So much of the innovation is not in creating new science, is in using the existing science and applying to improve the process or the production or the productivity of our partners. Okay. Just to give you a little bit of what I do, I have my lab. Long ago, I called it Innovative and Emerging Technologies Lab because I hate to get stuck in one thing. It gives me the freedom of doing what I want to do. So we did a lot of research teams and things like that. We just recently published a paper in drones about recognition of people and re-identifying them. And we did a lot of work on things related to mammography. And actually, we got some good recognition. This, we could identify breast cancer masses a year before the doctors in about 30% of the cases, which was shocking because this came from, the data came from a relatively very good hospital. We helped a company that handled packages in improving their recognition. The packages, if you see how they are handled, they are like a load of packages that are messed up, and they handle them with robots. So we helped them. They had a very good algorithm, but they knew that it could be better. We helped them with that. We work on pressure injury, which is very, very kind of important for me because I have family members who, before they passed, they had pressure injuries, the bed sores. We got a lot of funding in cybersecurity. I call us Triple Crown winner because we got money from DOD, NSA, and DHS almost at the same time. And now we got another one from NSF, which is another called Scholarship for Service. So we got a lot of money in the last few years, but that forced us to think and to integrate. We work across the curriculum and across, we have people from criminal justice, public health, business, education, and a lot others that we integrated together to create our training material that goes to industry. And we have multiple feedback from industry to do that. And we still didn't give up on. We work with our gas and electric smart street lights. We did an interesting study on gas street lights and wind analysis in our region because wind has not been, Actually, we did some work with the Louisville Airport and with the Cincinnati Airport. Okay, now how do I do this into actually an innovation center? Many years ago, I started talking to a company in 2014, a healthcare company. It was a very large one. And 2016, we started the full collaboration and opened that space that appears to the right. We call it Hive. We opened it. It was a big ceremony. You see the cutting of the ribbon. And we had the mayor, we had all the dignitaries. It was a big event. And then in 2023, before the end of 2022, we realized that the company got bought and really their needs to manage the space were less. So I told them, I'll take it over. So now as a faculty in the university, I kept the name Hive, but I changed it to this logo there, AI Innovation Studio. Now instead of working with one company, I'm working with multiple companies, using the space as a gathering space for students and industry to come and work in innovative ideas. And actually, we're even expanding the space and getting more space availability to increase. Instead of working only with one healthcare company, now we have multiple businesses and multiple events that we can host there. Because when you work with one healthcare company, access to the building becomes limited. And really, they don't mind if they were running it, but now that we are running it, we're still working with them under HIPAA requirements, and we only use their equipment for their projects. Then, as I said earlier, I also got interested in creating virtual reality because it serves a lot of these areas. So I'm in the process of finalizing. I ordered a lot of the equipment. They arrived. I'm waiting only on actually this screen to the left. Is 13 foot by 7¼ foot. This will be an interactive screen, almost like a cave. And we bought also a 12 camera motion capture system to create animation virtual reality. So that's another area. And I have collaborators from criminal justice, from materials, from business school. So we're looking to deploy this in different areas of research. My earlier work with the industry was in creating physical therapy animations, so that actually if you go to a physical therapy, you can get an animation to see what the physical therapy you have, rather than get a printed sheet or a video, because when it's created like an animation, you can rotate it and see it from different angles, and you would understand it better. The future of AI, I think I'm getting close to finishing, maybe too early, but obviously, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman says AI will reshape society, acknowledges the risk. He's a little bit scared of this, that's what he says. Apple co-founder warns AI will make it harder for you to spot scams. That's Steve Wozniak. Is one of my favorite people. I really like him, very nice guy. But I have a colleague here, Roman Yampolsky, who has been actually in writing about this for a while. AI, intelligence, safety, and security, artificial superintelligence. And he has a lot of followers. He got invited many countries to talk about that. Am I okay? Hello? Okay. So Roman gets invited to talk about this. He's been writing about this topic for a while before people were so scared of it. I like a book that's very easy to read by Stuart Russell. He talks about human compatible. So if we want AI to keep moving forward, we want to make sure that it's human compatible. Okay. My lessons learned that I'll share with you is a bad workman blames his tools. And so what I like here is I have a hammer, then everything is a nail, you know? So we many times are stuck to our techniques and methods rather than learn from the needs of industry to adapt and create new methodologies. And through what I would important say, create multidisciplinary teams listen to the industry needs rather than go tell them what we know. I think that's a mismatch in culture. And I always tell my students, you have to solve the right problem than to solve any problem right. Because you may know how to solve some problem, but it's not the relevant one. And we have to use the right tools and methodology, and we have to explain and learn how to tell the story, because if you don't tell the story, it will not be adopted and will not be useful to the rest of the world. And I think I finished too fast, and I'm unfortunately here ready for question. I can expand on anything that I said. Okay. Hello?
Thank you so much, Professor, for this amazing talk. What you ended with, listen to the industry and solve the right problems, you know, hits it right on the head. Sometimes we solve problems as we see fit, and we reach out with solutions without listening to what the problem is. So that's definitely something that would be a step in the right way to get this gap between industry and between academia breached. So we are a little bit early, so let's see now if there are any questions for Professor Adel.
I can expand on anything or answer questions specifically.
You hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hello. Good evening. Hello, Dr. Adel. Listen to me. Yes. Hello.
Yes,
sorry,
yes,
I can.
we can hear you.
Yes. Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I can't get what is the difference between artificial intelligence and digital transformations. I see it is a theme.
That's an interesting, digital transformation is not about artificial intelligence alone, about changing the whole process of the way we live. And you know, many things they have processes, they have steps, whether it's manufacturing, whether it's in a business, and you have to think about the whole business. Some things are AI, some things are simply policies and creating a system analysis. You have to create a system analysis, and sometimes it's legal aspects that you have to decide, is it legal or illegal to add this in the middle step? Sometimes people scare you, say, oh, you have to do this because there is a law that requires it. So many times it's a combination of management, logistics, even modeling and simulation if you want to. And AI is a tool that stitches different pieces together. You have data coming from one where many times we see that the data coming from one area is not the same as the data coming from another area. So sometimes actually our colleagues in database didn't work together. So we need to create even this way to combine the data. I work with healthcare. Many times the healthcare industry have, I call it service-centric data. So it's not patient-centric. The data comes from the radiology, comes from the reception, comes from this, and each one has a different design, and you want to make sure you connect all these together in an intelligent way. That's where an AI can happen, but a lot of it could be even just simply database design and software and process. So yes, AI is very integral part of digital transformation, but it's only one piece that contributes to it from my perspective.
Yes, I can use AI in digital transformation or digital transformation in AI.
No,
what is the tool
AI
into
doesn't
another?
need digital transformation, really. AI is a tools and one type of tools. There have always been digital. AI has always been digital. We had intelligence, that's not digital, but once we called it AI, it is digital all along.
Okay, thank you. I get. Thank you.
You see, maybe it's in the wording and the definitions that we may slightly be different there.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, so now I think we have any more questions for Professor Adil?
Yes,
Okay,
please,
Well,
Dr.
sorry if
Adil.
I messed up the schedule by going too fast.
no worries at all. Dr. Islam, you're back? You're here?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, okay, you're
Thank
so
you,
welcome,
Dr. Adil.
Islam.
First, I'd like to thank Dr. Adil for this nice presentation. I'd like to discuss with you some points from my perspective. It's very informative presentation about digital transformation. In my opinion, here in Egypt, and I think in the Middle East as well, I think the terminology or the term digital transformation is trending nowadays. However, I believe that most of the authorities and the organizations are doing the same things they are usually used to do in the past 10 or 15 years. So how to differentiate between the digital transformation and the digitalization or the automation, how to convince them they are not making a different thing rather than what they are used to do for the past years.
I'll give you
How
an
to
example
define-
from Egypt. I'll give you an example from Egypt. Digitization is not digital transformation. Digitization is one tool towards digital transformation that gives you access to data in a digital form. Okay? Actually, in the 80s, I was in Egypt for 2 years, and I got involved in digital transformation for laws and decrees in Egypt for the purpose of the government to be able to do research on laws so that they know if this law was adapted, changed by another law. And this became a company, I forgot its name now. I worked on this till 87, and I visited after this. What we wanted at the time, people said, oh, all you need is a database. I said, no, we don't need a database. We need something that connects the knowledge that exists. So we were able to connect this law was modified by this law. We did it past and future. So we created a tool that used some intelligence, limited at the time, to be able to transform the way of legal researchers to use things. We did not only digitize the laws, making them a library of data that you can only look it up. So that was even an idea that we had. We didn't call it digital transformation. It was called القوانين والقرارات. It was called مشروع القوانين والقرارات. And I worked with legal scholars to do it. I was the lead of that project, was part of what is called مركز المعلومات for مجلس الوزراء. I don't know the
Mission center or something like that.
Yeah. And at the time, I was part of the people, I was visiting the American University, and I got asked to help with that. So one consultant immediately told them, oh, all we need is create a database. I said, no, we cannot just simply create a database. It will be the same as looking on the shelves of the laws and things. So we have to make something beyond simply digitizing the laws. So that's an example. And now I hear about Raqmana. I know that's the word now in Egypt in Arabic. Sure, but you have to look also not, I focused on the processes, the policies and the legal, but there is the society, and I talked about the people, the societal acceptance and how to train them to accept them and use them. And these are all integral part, not only the AI, not only the database of a digital transformation. So yes, I do agree that digitization alone is not digital transformation.
Yes. In my opinion, I'd like to agree with you, of course, but I'm talking with the guys here in Egypt. I told you that you have to make you have to differentiate between digitization and digital transformation as well by leveraging the new technologies. Do your projects use the AI, the big data, the real-time analytics, the IoT? If your projects don't leverage those kind of technologies, so you are not going to the right path, and you repeat the digitalization which I think Egypt is doing well in this direction, but many efforts are still needed in this.
I mean, this is not only unique to Egypt. Very large corporations, even in the US, have problems with this. So I just want you to feel confident that, yeah, never feel that Egypt or is behind, because there are a lot of discrepancies even in the US between different companies, different organizations in how they adapt to new technology and new trends. So I just think it is important, because one of the things I noticed over the years, I left Egypt in 77, by the way. So people are shy and they feel sometimes intimidated that we are not at this. So be not shy, push for what is the best and not be shy, and compete with the rest of the world, because you have all the skills there too.
Thank you so much for your encouragement. We really appreciate, and it's really pleasure and honor to have you as one of our distinguished visitors of the Computer Society, and looking forward for further collaboration, inshallah.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I have one more question if we have time.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Hi, Dr. Adel. Thank you for this nice presentation. It's really very informative. Yeah, my name is Hisham Khalidi. I'm associate professor at State University of New York, the Polytechnic Institute. Actually, I noticed that your research center is doing an amazing job in the AI and cybersecurity domain as well. Could you please highlight some of your work that harness the AI and cybersecurity domain?
Okay, I'll be simple, because it's easy to look in Google Scholar. They are all public, and I focus on open access, to be honest, because I've been focusing on open access because it makes things easier for people to reach. A lot of the work I published, you remember there is here a caveat. A lot of work with industry is difficult to publish. Okay? And that's a very tricky thing. You know, I have papers sitting that my industry partners didn't want to get them out, you know? So
yes,
I share with you what is published and hint on what is not published, okay? You know, we published a lot on healthcare, particularly from public data and collaborations. We get, in this case, many cases, we can get the data from Spain and Mexico and some willing universities in the US. So we publish on prostate cancer, with deep learning, we can recognize it very good. We publish on mammography, we publish in distinguishing the texture of pressure injuries. So this type of work, and we are deploying it actually now. The biggest challenge we have is also in deploying this to Azure or to AWS. Why this is a challenge? Because if you are deploying it in an environment that belongs to a company, they have their own policies and rules about security, and it's not like a standard Azure or a standard AWS. Is a customizable one that we were not there when they put their internal rules, and they usually don't have enough staff who knows enough about the AI to deploy these things internally. So this has been a big challenge, but from my perspective, if you are not able to deploy your work, it sits and dies only in the journal and on the shelf. You know, so to me, this is a big challenge with this. So we do a lot of this. In cybersecurity research, to be honest, I consider myself have been not the best in cybersecurity, but we published on keyboard analytics, where we can recognize people from their keyboard, how they key. And this has been published and with a collaborator, part of one of the grants. We have worked on conceptualizing the security and privacy in smart cities, because without mapping the ideas into how to think about them, then you will not address them correctly. So one of the papers about smart city security and privacy, which I wrote in collaboration with a lawyer, and actually it's published in a Cairo University journal, and this paper has over 150 citations. So it was a conceptual paper, but it's important to think about it from a conceptual perspective. The applications will be obvious, related to a particular company or a particular city, and that is not published. We have worked on recognizing people from LiDAR images and cars, because our partner in this case didn't want to be known that they use cameras to observe people. You see that? So we were able to create very good algorithms, but we didn't publish this because our the packages things, we failed to publish it because our partner industry refused to publish it. So what we did, we used the same techniques and published it in drones with public data about recognizing people rather than packages. You see that? So many of the things, sometimes you work with industry, you cannot publish what you did with them, but you can use the techniques with some public ideas that are publishable and post them. So I don't know if that helps answer what your question is.
Sure, yeah, yeah, sure, thank you. Yeah, and I see there are a lot of research interests, actually, common research interests, actually, that we maybe
So you're in New York?
Yeah, about this.
Which university in New York? I missed your introduction.
Yeah, the State University of New York.
State.
The College of Engineering at Polytechnic.
Yeah, okay.
We are working actually in a very large project with the Department of Defense through their Air Force Research Lab here in
which
Rome.
I visited that lab a couple of times. Yes.
Ah, that's great. That's great. Yeah.
Rome. Is that Rome?
In Rome, yes. In Rome, yeah,
Yeah,
New York.
yeah. I visited. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like 15 miles from our institute. And yeah, and we work actually in the AI and digital transformation from the cybersecurity perspective. So this is why your presentation is really very nice, and I like it.
Unfortunately, I have some pending research proposal with the defense. I didn't get the answers yet, to focus more on research. Our money came, a lot of it, in training and education for cyber defense. We created, and these are becoming public modules. We created 24 modules for workforce development, starting from basic things in security all the way to post-quantum encryption. So and that was NSA funded. The NSA wanted us to develop things that are not only for the current, but for the future. This was a grant that was about $7.5 million, and we got another $2.5 million extension. We lead a consortium of about 10 universities with us. So
that's great.
including, by the way, we collaborate with City University of New York.
Ah, the CONI, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the CONI, this is our sister group.
Yeah, but we have universities from Missouri, from West Coast, from Arkansas. We have about 10 partner institutions.
Ah, that's great. Yeah, the Griffith Institute, actually, they have a call for proposal. It's called the Viceroy. Viceroy is mainly on the workforce training and the cybersecurity domain. Yeah, maybe you have already
If
heard
you're
about
interested,
this.
by the way, my email is simply Adel, ADEL, @IEEE.org. I reserved that long ago, Adel @IEEE.org.
Yeah, I got your profile already. It's open in front of me.
That's the easy email. I think I don't know that anyone can get Adel or their first name.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Adel, again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adel. Thank you, Dr. Tamer, for your nice moderating for the session and your effort.
Thank you, Dr. Islam.
If you allow me, we can move to our next session. After two full sessions from Professor Nancy and Professor Adel, I think it's time to give our young professional and students the opportunity to share with the community their achievement. I'd like to introduce Shatakshi, the first moderator for the upcoming session. Shatakshi is a recent graduate in computer science and engineering, having completed her undergraduate degree in 2022. She is a passionate technologist with a strong interest in technology and innovation. Throughout her academic journey, she has gained proficiency in various programming languages, data structure and algorithms, and software development methodologies. During her undergraduate studies, Satakshi worked on several research projects focused on the application of deep neural networks for improving medical diagnostic facilities. Her research work has been published in peer-reviewed journals, conference proceedings, and book chapters. Satakshi has also an active volunteer, has been an active volunteer with the IEEE for the past 5 years, contributing to various IEEE communities at the section and the regional level. She has been recognized for her contribution to the organization, receiving awards such as the IEEE Richard Merwin Scholarship and IEEE Delhi Section Volunteer Awards. Satakshi completed 6-month internship as NLP researcher at Athena Health in her last semester of graduation, where she gained experience work with natural language processing technologies. Currently, she works as an associate data engineer at Lowe's, where she applies her skills in data analysis and management to develop efficient and scalable data pipeline. Apart from her academic, professional, and volunteering pursuits, Satakshi enjoys reading and exploring her technologies to stay up to date with the latest industry trends. She is committed to using her skills to make a positive impact in the world. On the personal level, I have the opportunity to work closely with Satakshi, and I believe she's very active, and I wish her all the best in her future career. Please, Satakshi, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Islam. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. So it is with great pleasure that I introduce our next speaker, Sai Divya. Divya is an accomplished and highly skilled GPU design implementation engineer at Qualcomm. With a strong education background and a passion for electrical engineering, Divya recently graduated with a master's degree in electrical engineering from Arizona State University. During her academic journey, Divya had the opportunity to intern with Intel, where she contributed to the success of their design enablement team. This experience allowed her to gain invaluable industry knowledge and further hone her expertise in the field of GPU design implementation. In addition to her professional achievements, Divya is an active member of the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers IEEE Computer Society. In fact, she has been a dedicated member for the last 6 years and served as the IEEE CS chair of her university during her undergraduation. In this role, she represented her student branch at various events, showcasing her leadership and communication skills. Divya has been recognized for her outstanding contribution and achievements throughout her career. She is a 2-time recipient of the prestigious Richard E. Merwin Scholarship, which is provided by IEEE Computer Society to 40 students across the world every year. She's also been awarded with the Art and Region 10 Women in Engineering Outstanding Volunteer Award. Her remarkable dedication and commitment to her work have earned her a place in one of the finalists of a prestigious Shri Prahlad P. Chhabri Award, which is given to only 2 student members across India every year. Not only does Divya excel in her professional endeavors, but she is also a passionate VLSI enthusiast. She possesses a deep understanding of circuits and is always eager to discuss and solve complex problems in this domain. Furthermore, Divya has taken on the responsibility of leading the IEEE CS SYP SOI team for 2023. And this is not her first time in the leadership position with this team, as she has previously led the same team during the 2020 cycle. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Divya as she shares her insights about IEEE Computer Society SYP team. Welcome, Divya. The stage is yours. You can begin.
Thank you, Satakshi. Thank you for a nice introduction about me. I'll just share my screen.
Yeah.
Can you see it?
Yeah, it's up.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. As Satakshi introduced, myself Sai Divya, currently leading IEEE CS SYP Scholarship Outreach Initiative. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizing committee for having this SYP talk. And I also want to thank our SYP chair, Shivam, and co-chair Saptarshi for giving me this opportunity to present about SYP in this event. Without any further ado, let's get into what is actually IEEE CS SYP is and what are its initiatives and as well as activities that are being carried forward by IEEE CS SYP. Oh. Before going into what SYP actually do, let me give a brief about IEEE CS SYP. IEEE CS SYP, Student and Young Professionals, is a committee in IEEE CS MGAB, which is responsible for promoting membership development activities within the computer society to specifically address the needs of student members and young professionals globally. The committee's main mission is to advance the knowledge, development, and careers of the student and young professionals through its various initiatives, activities, and resources. SYP provides unique engagement opportunities for students and young professionals to get involved and benefit from their membership. It also provides access to a wide range of resources, such as membership benefits and privileges, mentoring programs, competitions, skill building opportunities, scholarships, financial aids, and many more. SYP committee has a significant impact in fostering the professional growth and development through its various initiatives. It has been a great platform for both the student as well as YPs from different parts of the world to collaborate and put forward their ideas. Coming to the SYP's vision, SYP has been running since many years, and for particularly from the past few years, and for particularly in 2023 and for the coming years, the main aim for SYP is diversity. We can see few regions are very active, like example region 10, and few sections are very active. So SYP's main aim is for the geographic diversity. That is to add students and the young professionals members from the regions with the less presence and to do the activities to retain the members from the active regions, creating regional YP roles or regional volunteering opportunities to the members, YP members, as well as the student members. It encouraged participation from each and every region. So, and it also aims to provide new volunteering opportunities, especially for the young professionals, to continue their membership after this after the student membership. So it also aims for the professional diversity. It encourages to add more young professionals from the industry and academia to collaborate and participate and to do much more events. And the other is global activities and regional activities. SYP focuses on SYP creates the funding SYP provides funding to organize various activities that benefits IEEE members throughout the globe. It also the events can be either online as well as a hybrid. The main aim is to engage the members and the volunteers across various regions and in order to increase the IEEE CS membership. So let's look into the IEEE CS SYP's initiatives for this year. So IEEE CS for 2023, IEEE CS SYP has proposed the following events. Regional SYP meetups. The main aim for the regional SYP meetup is to organize SYP meetups. Most of the events like Rising Stars Conference, IEEE CS SYP Global Congress, etc. During this event, IEEE CS SYP set up the regional SYP meetups where the volunteers and the IEEE members from various regions and sections discuss about the ideas in improving the events, the membership, and to engage the more people. They also discuss about the hardships and the setbacks that they are being faced as part of their volunteering in the particular region or the section. Here you can see the glimpses of the regional SYP meetups during the Rising Star Conference and CS SYP Global Congress last year. So as we all know, it's always ends with the great results when the like-minded people discuss about the problems and conclude the solutions. This regional SYP meetups is also set as a platform to recruit more volunteers from the less active regions. The existing volunteers mentor the active student volunteers who have been participating in this events like Rising Stars and etc. And help them to join CS and make them aware of the opportunities that the CS is being offered. Coming to the next initiative, TechX. TechX is known for the SYP's Brainchild initiative. Currently, Sneha is leading this initiative. She was one of the speakers in this event. So TechX actually emphasizes on the 6 unique elements. One is technology, train, lead, engage, unique, and industry. So it's like the chain of techno management events. TechX team aims to provide funding opportunities to hosts across all the 10 regions to organize value-adding initiatives under the TechX umbrella. With recent success of this event, last year and before year, the TechX team focused on providing necessary help to the interested hosts to cover as many events as possible. Out of the 6 proposed, with having the 6 proposed elements. This year, TechX is planning to do 10 events across the globe. And the call for hosts is open. And I think from region 10 and region 8, the host has been confirmed, and the remaining regions, they are still looking for the hosts to. So if any one of you are interested in organizing the event, TechX event, you can come ahead and apply for the program here. So what actually the TechX team does is they will help you in getting the funding so that you can organize a 1-day event or 2-day event at your university or at your student branch level, which helps to your students. The initiative can be some talk on the latest technology or the latest innovations or anything which helps the student members. I also request Satakshi to share the URL on the chat window. TechX call for hosts.
Yeah, sure, Divya.
Yeah, thanks, Satakshi. And coming to the next initiative, IEEE CS SYP newsletter. IEEE CS SYP is planning to launch its global SYP newsletter for the first time this year. The newsletter actually covers the active regions, the best student branches, and also the best student volunteers, about the best student volunteers, and the best events in the particular region or the section. It also has the articles that are being written by the students about the latest technological innovations. So this IEEE CS SYP will set as a platform where the student can publish their articles about their interest on the particular latest technology. And coming to the next initiative, Global SYP Congress. Global SYP Congress aims in gathering students and early career professionals across the globe to provide them with a networking opportunity, along with having the set of talks by the industry and academic experts. So every year there will be one Global SYP Congress being held. So last year it happened at Sri Lanka, and this year it's going to happen in Malaysia, Putrajaya, Malaysia, October 2nd and October 4th. If any one of you are interested in this event, you can go ahead. Like the further details are yet to come. So I will share the social media handles of IEEE CSSYP at the end, so you can keep looking at it. And the other main initiative of IEEE CSSYP is Scholarship Outreach Initiative. This initiative has helped many students across the globe so far. This is one of the best initiatives for the students, I can say. Like IEEE CS provides 3 student scholarships, namely Richard Merwin Scholarship, which applications will be open in April, that is in the spring, April 1 to April 30 every year. And then its applications are also open in the fall, in the month of September. So application deadline is 30th of September. So applications will be open from September 1st to September 30. And 2 more awards is Epsilon Pi Epsilon and Lance Stafford Best Paper Award. So these both awards have only one deadline, that is in the fall. So the application will be open from September 1 to September 30 every year. So these are the best, these are the 3 best awards for the student members in IEEE CS. I strongly encourage to the professors or the students who are like I'll strongly encourage the professors to let their students know about this opportunity that the CS is offering. So what SOI does is they will promote awareness or about this scholarship, as well as they also set up this help desk, RAM help desk, UP help desk, which supports scholarship aspirants in drafting award-winning applications. So the aspirants will be given a mentor who is a previous scholar. So they will be guiding the aspirants regarding the application process. They will be clearing all the questions and doubts they have about the application, and they will review their application, and they will help them to craft the award-winning application. So the main focus about the scholarship initiative is like outreach. So our outreach initiative is like focus on the diversity. As we can see, like most of the award winners there are very less award winners from the region 1 to region 7, I can say. So our main focus again here comes to diversity. So along with the help desk, scholarship outreach initiative also does the webinars, email campaigns, and also fireside chats, so that the more student members will get to know about this opportunity and utilize it. And coming to the next initiative, that is Technerize. Technerize is a cross between an internship and a competition that provides SYP members an opportunity to work on substantial issue, drawing on innovative technologies such as artificial intelligence, IoT, machine learning, enterprise platforms, etc. And coming to other initiatives, micro-mentoring program. This program specially focuses on bringing the benefits to the IEEE CS graduate student members and YPs. So here, the IEEE CS graduate student members will be allotted to one of the mentor who is a YP. So who is currently working in academic or industry. They will be guiding the student members regarding the career and regarding the volunteering career, everything. And also regarding the job opportunities, everything. So I can say this is also one of the best opportunity for the student members as part of IEEE CS. And the CSIS and AICSSYC. CSIS and AICSSYC are the 2 flagship events that have been happening in India from the last 10 years. So these both are like very active events. These are like 2 to 3 day events that are very like to engage the members in the different sections of part of India. So if any of the other sections or the other regions interested to organize this kind of events, they are always welcome, and they are always welcome to organize this kind of events. So. Yeah, these are all the initiatives, 8 initiatives that are being planned by the IEEE CSSYP for this year and also maybe for the coming years. So if anyone are interested, like if any one of you have the other ideas to, so that like the student members or the young professionals will be improved, you're always like IEEE CSSYP team is always open for the suggestions or for the any new ideas. We always welcome to like new industrialists or academicians to join our teams. So come join us, expand your network, connect with the like-minded people and professionals globally, enhance your skills, access resources to develop your technical skills, get recognized, participate in competitions, and apply for scholarships to showcase your talents, career development, gain valuable insights and guidance for advancing your career in the computing field, as well as like any other field. Like I can see like in IEEE Computer Society, there are like many like not only the people who are related to computing, there are the people who are related to electrical, who are related to I think like at the end all the domains will fall in the one category. So if you are any one of you are interested in as IEEE CSSYP, I request you to go with the URL, and Satakshi will be sharing the URL on the chat too. So go ahead and apply and become a SYP volunteer. Please, I suggest like share with the other student members who are very active in your particular region, so that they will get to know more about this. And thank you. I would like to end this by saying one of the famous SYP's quote: growing impact through member engagement is SYP's aim. So saying this, I'm looking forward more members to join IEEE CSSYP. Thank you. Any questions?
Hey, thanks for a very informative session, Divya. So your presentation has provided a good understanding of the work we are doing at IEEE CSSYP. So I believe we have a lot of initiatives going on, but yeah, as I can see, most of the attendees are professors here from different universities. So professors, it will be really good if you can, convey these things to your students and encourage them to be a part of the team or apply for the scholarships and everything here. So Divya is currently leading the scholarship outreach initiative. I've shared her LinkedIn handle in the chat. So you can, if any student of yours is interested to apply for these awards, her team can help them write a good application, and they can help them with entire application process. So all the initiatives that we are having at IEEE CSSYP are serving as a platform for networking, knowledge sharing, and fostering a sense of community among students and young professionals in the field of computer science and engineering. So I invite you all for being a part of our initiatives in any way you feel you can contribute. Like you can join us, you can just guide us, or you can be a part of the initiatives in any capacity. So yeah, with this, I think we can end the session. So Professor Islam, over to you. I don't see any questions in chat, but I've shared the social media handles of Divya and our team as well. So you can anytime reach out there.
Thank you so much, Atash. Thank you, Divya, for great presentation. And we are so glad to be with you today and looking forward for further cooperation. I wish you all the best, both of you. You are very active, and I believe your future will be bright. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Islam. Thanks for the opportunity. Thanks, Satakshi, for coordinating with me.
Thank you so much, Divya, and congratulations, Professor Islam, for successful execution of your vision, like this 24-hour event. It feels really great to see something like this happening.
Thank
Yeah,
you. Thank
so
you. It's time to move to our next session. Especially this session is, I'm very interested to listen to this wonderful session because I had the opportunity to listen to our distinguished visitor, David Alan Greer, 2 times before, and each time I am surprised by what I'm going to have. I'd like first to introduce our moderator for the session. The moderator is a colleague for me. She is doing a great work and support this event in many ways. I'd like to welcome Dr. Samar Noor, Assistant Professor, Badr University in Cairo. She is an assistant professor with years of experience teaching undergraduate and graduate courses in computer engineering and extensive knowledge of programming languages, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and parallel systems. Actively participate in continued learning through conferences and professional research. She believes in students' abilities to learn and their inherent thirst for knowledge in the right environment. Actively work to connect students to their materials to transform lives, because she's looking forward to using the software engineering skills she has developed over 7 years of experience with the software development industry in Egypt. Welcome, Dr. Samar, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Islam. I am sorry, my camera in laptop it can't working. I can't fix it now. Sorry, I am not appear in the screen. Sorry for that. I would like to take a moment to express my awesome happiness and appreciate for being a part of this incredible event. It is truly amazing opportunity to delve into the vast world of computer science, learn new information, and expand our knowledge. I would like to extend a special thank you for Dr. Islam, who solid, dedicated, and offer have made this event possible. Dr. Islam, please accept my heartfelt and gratefulness for your tireless effort to organizing and leading this event. I feel lucky and honored to be a part of this event under your guidance. Once again, thank you, Dr.
You are more lucky because you are moderating this session of our distinguished visitor, David Alan Greer. This one, very, I like him very much. So you are
finally. I thank you, everyone. I thank you, everyone involved to making this event resourcing success. Let's continue to hold the knowledge sharing here with honest appreciate. I introduce Dr. David Allen. Okay, let's start. He received the award for his contribution to group sourcing since 2007, writing a regular column of Computing and Society of Computer magazine. He has received in a variety of leadership roles in IEEE, including Manager of Computing Society magazine, Vice President of Publication of the Computer Society, and the President of Computer Society of IEEE. Dr. David has spent much of the past helping the IEEE Computer Society develop new electronics products, editing it is producing and writing for it is a member. He has served as editor in chief of IEEE Annual of the History of Computing, as a chair of the magazine operation community, and as editorial board member of Computer. Outside the society. He worked as an associate professor of science and technology policy, George Washington University in Washington, interested in policy regarding digital technology and the professional societies. There are great has worked as university administrator for the past 20 years and has demonstrated capability of organization management. He served as a leader of undergrad computer system degree, director of university honor program, assistant dean of engineering and associated dean of international affairs. Finally, Dr. David have a working experience with the computer industry. He started as a programmer and the system designer for old corporation. He has also worked expensive as consultants in the I am lucky to present Dr. David. Thank you. David.
Yes, I'm on now. I thank you, just Samir, for such a wonderful introduction. And Professor Islam, again, you have done a wonderful job in organizing what is a terrific event. I've been hearing the last several talks and was just impressed with what all of them had to say and with their ideas. And it was just so wonderful to hear them all. I get to share my screen now?
Yes.
For my slides. And I don't know quite what to do. Professor Zahn, how do I get my slides up for the moment?
It is not appear now. Try again, please.
Okay, I am trying to share my screen.
Yes.
Okay. It has come up. There we go. We are ready and thank you.
Okay, it's start. Let's go. Thank you.
And let me go back. Thank you so very much. I'm very pleased to be here. And I'm giving a talk that I have been developing over the years that has come very much from my work for the IEEE Computer Society, called The Generations of Computer Science. I'm really interested, and have been for the last decade since I left the presidency, and what does it mean to be a leadership? What are leaders doing to the field? How they are changing the field and how the field is changing them. Much of the research for this is based on work that I have done with Computer Magazine. I consider myself one of the world's experts on Computer Magazine. I edited, as my introducer kindly noted, but I've also read a lot of it. And if anything in this, I want to encourage you to read old magazines, to look at where our field has been and where it's going, and to understand your place in it. I think there are a lot of lessons to learn. And in particular, I think there are a lot of lessons to learn about how you can change this field and how you can help advance your career in it. This is a quick outline of what I'm going to be talking about, although this talk, as Professor Islam knows, can wander quite widely. You know, what are the skills needed to be a computer scientist? Which is really part of the question, what is a computer scientist? And in particular, what are the decisive skills and roles? What are the ones that produce leaders? What do we need to know to be a leader? And how do we move into that role? I look at some of the past changes of the field because one of the aspects of it is that computer science is a very quickly changing discipline. And to be a leader, you need to change with it. And you also need to see when your opportunity to lead comes that you take it. What are the decisive technologies at any given time? What are the ideas that are out there that we implement as hardware, as software, as something else that shape the field? And most importantly, what are the decisive questions? Controlling the questions of the field more than anything else controls the field. And as you are looking ahead to your career and thinking about what you want to do, one of the things that you need to ponder is what questions do you wish to ask, and why are those questions the questions the entire field should be asking? I spent a little time looking at the outside ecosystem because computer science does not exist as a single entity. And many of our leadership ideas come from outside it. And in particular, all of this comes together, all of this leads for you to get a clearer view of your future, because that's what matters. I'm going to be giving a number of historical examples. These are people who are interesting, who are important, who've had their day, but they're no longer the leaders or not going to become the future leaders. You are. And I want you to think about that. I have many old pictures that I love to include in my talks, and this is one of them. This is Lois Lurgans, who is a computer programmer and mathematician at Los Alamos Laboratory in the United States in the 1940s, and she's standing with Maniac 1, which is one of the very early computers, probably one of the first 5. It was operational by 1951, and it trained a large number of people in computing and computer science. One of the reasons I like to use this is I was the teaching assistant for her daughter. Her daughter was on my PhD committee. And that should give you just a brief pause, because it talks about something of the scale of our field, and it also talks something about how that field is held together. Lois Lurgans was one of the women who came to age during the Second World War. She was mathematically inclined and very quickly rose to the ranks of a variety of things because she understood the mathematics for physics. And computing in 1952, which is the date that I tend to use for starting the computing age. I'm well aware that if you want to start a fight among computer scientists, walk in and say, when do you think the computer was invented? And then leave, because you'll get a great fight. What she was doing was numerical analysis for physics. She was solving partial differential equations. She coded in machine language, and that involved managing her own memory, managing her own subroutine protocols. And that was the skill that she needed to do her job, and for the period in which she was leading the field or acting as a leader. That's the skills that she needed for leadership. Those skills are still needed. We still have partial differential equations to solve. We still have people doing numerical physics. We have a lot of engineering work that requires it. It's an increasingly small fraction of the community. They are no longer decisive, and decisive is a key question here, a key issue that we need to define carefully. Decisive means that when this community, a specific community, makes a decision, it is being decisive when that impacts the rest of the community, the people who are not doing it. When people wish to follow their example, when they wish to take the ideas that they have and use that for their own work. When a community is decisive, when it has some influence over the rest of the field. I have a picture here of the high performance computing lab at Stuttgart. It was an early and remains an important center for high performance computing. It's a good group of people who are working very hard. I had a chance to visit them 5-6 years ago, maybe. And one of the things I noted was that since I had been in a lot of computing centers like theirs, that theirs had advanced beyond what I knew from the 80s and 90s and the aughts. And yet at the same time, they were part of that older community, that they were working on a set of problems that were important, but were not as central as they used to be. And the ideas that came out of them affected their work, affected their community, but reached and had less reach into the computer science community as a whole. So the question came, and sort of thinking about it, how do technological generations change? How do we move from one set of ideas to another? If we look at the first, and there's a certain arbitrariness in the dates and my categorizations here, yet at the same time, I think the concepts work. And I think with some sliding, anyone can adjust and see how things have changed over the years in computer science. The first generation of computer scientists, those who were working in 1948 to 1952 and 54, were working on bespoke computers. They had to build these things from scratch. That's John von Neumann. He is standing by the computer that he designed and built, which its impact upon us is such that basically every computer, every chip that we use starts with the architecture of that computer as its basis. It's the famous von Neumann architecture. But these were one computers at a time. There were handfuls of them, and the community that shared ideas was very small. A very important second generation occurs, and really the start of the computing era, when computers become a product, when you can buy them, and when there's more than one of the same architecture. That starts very clearly in 1952, but it really gets into stride about 2 years later. And this is, I believe, an IBM 1401, which was a very early, important computer that spread computing across a variety of fields. The third generation is when you start seeing software playing an important role in computing, and particularly their operating systems, and people are less concerned about the architecture than how they engage with the computer through an operating system. Man in that photograph is my father. He worked for Burroughs Computing. That is the Burroughs B, I believe, 3700 computer behind him. One of the key things to note, we both cross our hands, but we do it in opposite ways. And I've never figured out why that happens. That picture was done when I was about 9, and I'm standing off stage. It was in a photo studio downtown Detroit. But the key thing is the world that he lived in was taking computers and making them in a form that they would be commonly used by business people. And that required thinking about his audience, his customers in a certain way, thinking about how the software needed to meet their needs. And in that world, this point of decisiveness, the point where people were innovating, shifted. And it was shifting from the hardware design to software design. As we move ahead, the fourth generation, which comes right on the heels of this, is when we move into microcomputers, when we start seeing hardware standardized. And all of a sudden, the interesting bit becomes software, and a large number of people can produce software. There are a lot of interesting questions that come out of this. It happens at the same time software engineering starts its rise. And one of the fascinating things about software engineering is the bulk of the practitioners are not trained engineers, not as we think of academic trained engineers. Certainly there's a key leadership group in it. There's a key group that's defining ideas and categories, and in particular, commoditizing, stumbling this afternoon, information in a way that people who can use it who are not experts. And it's a fascinating change that occurs in the 70s and 80s. A next generation, the fifth, is a resurgence of high performance computing. Prior to this, basically all computing is high performance computing. We started in the 70s to think about specialized architectures for doing primarily numerical analysis, but other things very quickly. Japan was a major leader in that. And the process of doing that started thinking about how computing and artificial intelligence, numerical analysis, and data all started fitting together. Our sixth generation is networking. And I've heard people argue, and I think there's a truth in it, that at some point we will view the computer as merely a technology that was built to support networks. It's a little bit glib. This group, you may recognize some faces in it, is the ARPANET group at a reunion, I believe the 20th of the start of the ARPANET. But the idea that data could be moved across areas very quickly, that we could do computing at a distance, was an important shift in how we thought about computing. Finally, the seventh generation, early aughts, cloud mobile. It builds on everything before us. Steve Jobs, in holding up the phone, at some level misled us, said that the key part of computing is this phone. Well, the phone doesn't exist by itself. It's part of a giant infrastructure that provides computing on a point when you needed it for the services you need. He had the vision that basically transformed his company. They were making Macintoshes. That was their principal product, and changed it to a point where a phone was their principal product. And the connector between the two was a music computer, the iPod. All of these represent some of the changes and some of the decisive decisions that were made in our history. And again, the question is, what are you going to be asked to do? And what's the changing world that you're facing? Did a little of timeline here, just because I think it's useful to start doing it. The bespoke is 52 products. It's clearly a product by 58. Operating systems, the IBM 360 announced one in 1964. They had been operating them earlier, but they really become products in 68. Micros, 76, 77 is when Bill Gates is playing with micros, but again, they don't become products really until the Apple II in 78. High performance computing, the early 80s. The network, ARPANET is, of course, starts in 68 and 69, but it's 95 when it really starts connecting the world. And cloud mobile is 2006 or 7. In looking at these dates, this gives us some pause for thought. Human career is about 30 years, 25 to 55, something in there. If you look at that and think about how things work, your peak contribution, your period of peak contribution is about 15 years. And that suggests that there are inflection points where there's intergenerational transfer of skills, a commoditization of knowledge, and the changing of questions that occur roughly at 15-year cycles, when one generation is coming in and another generation is going out. It's interesting to watch these ideas move across from one group to another because they're accepted primarily as the older generation wants them, but very quickly they get changed and transformed into other things, in particular because you're answering other kinds of questions. If I could do software engineering, because if I identify myself as anything, it's a software engineer, yet at the same time, I have made almost zero contributions to the field. We date software engineering to 1968. There was a major conference in Europe held at Garmisch, Germany. This is a picture of the conference goers. And if you tick through the people who were there, they included most of the people who defined the field in the 70s. That date corresponds with a second important date. IBM stopped giving away software for free in 1968. They started charging for it as a product. That meant the computer software industry could start because they could now expect value for their product. At this conference, what's fascinating about it is there's an extended discussion. There's a full transcript. You can find it out on the web. It's really quite fascinating to read. That there are a variety of approaches to software engineering, all of which have merged into it, but none of them have had the importance that its advocates wanted. McElroy, for example, was there from AT&T. He argued that we needed standardized parts and that all software should be built out of standardized parts. He was right and he was wrong. We have libraries, and you don't start a big project without going through a very careful discussion of what libraries you're going to use and how you're going to use them. At the same time, it took almost 50 years for that to be a key part of development, and it had little impact on the initial stage of the field. Discipline structure. This was the strong European perspective. We want structured programming, and that produces good artifacts, good software. And again, that's important, but that's now enforced by our editors and by our software development tools. It had remarkably little influence on how we think about software engineering. Common language. It's hard to imagine that, but we're dealing in an age where we are using different variants of Fortran, of ALGOL, of other languages that don't work on other machines. And that's now so standard we don't think about it, but that was not common at that point. Yet again, it was not something that really influenced it. The early influencer was the question of a software lifecycle, and that drew its idea from quality control, quality assurance engineering. You go back and you look at the writings that come out between 68 and 85, and they're thrashing around to different things, but one theme keeps coming out: control, the quality of the software, control the quality of the outcomes, repeatability, expectability. All of these things, the Computer Society, for its work, jumps into the thick of this and starts building standards for software lifecycle, for software development, for software quality control. Standards that still exist, but they're largely used in a way that we forgot that we spent 10 years making them standards. And then in '85, those standards combined with a bunch of other things that were done in the Computer Society produced SWBOC, the Software Engineering Body of Knowledge. This diagram, by the way, is drawn from a 1985 article by Barry Boehm about software engineering, about, as you can see it spiraling out, an economic model for software quality control. It's a good article. It's one of the most highly cited articles in computer. I recommend going back and reading because, of course, I'm recommending that you go back and look at old issues of computer, old issues of the ACM's communications, because you learn how ideas came out, how they were introduced, and how we moved forward with them. Because one of the things about this period ends roughly 95 when the first edition of SWBOC comes out. And at that stage, we have common languages that are well established. Java is part of it. And we have a large cohort of workers. And remember when I said that a lot of software engineers are not trained as engineers? They learn from other sources. That broader exposure, which really expands in the 90s, starts bringing in other points of view into software development. Prior to the early 90s, software development was doing with people broad backgrounds, but were focused on machines, focused on compilers, on languages. Following really SWBOC, they start looking out, and they start looking at the experience of the companies that are using it, the research labs that need it, the customers that want to use it, individual human beings. And software engineering takes a very clear turn around 1999, which is a convenient date. It's the Agile Manifesto, where you get a new view of software engineering, a new view of the questions, because they're customer-centric. The developers work with customers. And the fascinating thing is that they see themselves not as working with machines. And it's a real break in the field. Now, I went off and I lifted off from some edition of Computer a thing on sprint methodology and Scrum meetings and so on. As we know, there are about 8 or 10 major strains of Agile, all of which seem to be exactly the same, but somehow fundamentally different. But one of the things they share is the customer-centric point of view that changed the field substantially. And that kind of decision-making, that kind of question-asking changes the way we look at the field. So let's go back to our points. 30-year career, 15-year peak contribution. That means there are, as I said, inflection points that represent transfer of skills. We'll start in 52. 52 is when the IBM 701 hits the market. So that's a reasonable starting point for when the computing age begins. 15 years gets us to 67. That is very close to the start of Garmisch and software. 82 is 15 years after that, when we have microcomputers, very common. 97, the internet is starting to build, and we are seeing that as a key point. From that, we get to 2012, and we have the cloud, the mobile cloud, well active and well going. And 15 years from that is 27, which is there for a reason. It means we are looking at something coming our way, or we are actually in the midst of a transformation. And the question is, what is that? Where are we going? What is becoming? So if we look at where we are, the kind of leader that we had in the early period was often military. That's Admiral Hopper. And one of the key things that quickly becomes a question is high-level languages. He was the person who led the committee to standardize COBOL. Time sharing follows very quickly after that, because once you have a language, how do you use it on the machine? A key point after that follows relational databases, which the fascinating part about relational databases is prior to its introduction in 1972, there are hundreds of ways of dealing with data on computers, all of them similar, all of them having common concepts they use. Todd produces his relational database article in 1972, and the world changes on a dime. It becomes the standard way of asking questions. And for the next 10 years, Todd basically doesn't write a new paper. He rewrites his original paper a dozen times and becomes the key person for guiding the world into this new world of relational databases. But as he's doing that, all of a sudden languages change. And again, we see a shift in programming to object-oriented programming and the tools that come out of that. Networks follow shortly after that, cloud mobile, and all of these show changes that are occurring not quite on those 15-year boundaries that were so neat, but suggest changes of questions, changes of ideas, and important for you, changes of leadership and leadership roles. One of the things that is driving this is the concept of black boxing. Black boxing is when we think we have answered a number of the key questions about a technology or an approach. We put it in a box, we seal it up with duct tape, and we never look at it at the inside again, or only a few specialists do. The interesting thing, and this I got entirely from reading The Issues of Computer. If you want an interesting discussion, serious discussion of how personal computers evolved, personal laptops, the things that we use constantly now. The 1970s issues of computer are just fascinating, because I approached it thinking that the computer society, initially being a more hardware-oriented group, would not embrace them and would be more conservative. They're in fact at the cutting edge, because they are seeing one of the key things about this. We can design computers at the expense of losing control of the instruction set. And they're willing to make that change. But yet those issues show that debate. And there are a number of articles with people raising going, yes, but the standard Intel chips, which are then starting to emerge as a very common processor chip, don't answer my questions for this or that or some other things. And the magazine is generally answering going, but you're wrong. We can use them. They may not be optimal, but this is a way of doing it. This is a way of how we can put certain elements of computer design in a box so you can deal with other things. And in particular, one of the things that is still hanging over computing is how do people interact with them? Natural language recognition, human-computer interaction, and of course, artificial intelligence. So there are a couple points we can find. The hardware-software shift occurs towards the late 70s. Prior to that, the leadership was primarily skilled in hardware, and software was a secondary field. I can remember when I was a small child working, Dad would take me into his office, and there was an older engineer who would take me under his wing, and he was telling me, you really got to understand the circuits. You don't know computing until you understand the circuits, and tried very hard to teach me. And I learned a great deal from him, never used it. But that shift occurred. And that shift occurred, as I said, late 70s, early 80s. A second shift occurs towards the mid 90s. And as I said, what was black boxed there was software engineering. And one of the key things, one of the valuable things about it is when you black box something, experts aren't needed to use it. It can be used by people who are, basically learn how to manipulate the box and don't worry about what's inside. And if you think about where we are in the past 6 months with things like ChatGPT, we are looking at a point where all the things of machine learning, of neural nets, of all the architectural questions about artificial intelligence are starting to be black boxed. And that process is going to bring a whole new group of people in. You see it already. The number of firms that are sending me little notices from Silicon Valley about human scale artificial intelligence are legion. And what they are doing is saying, we're at a point where the leadership of computer science is changing and where we're going to see new people brought into it. And so at that point, this mid-90s thing, you know, that's a program systems kind of decision. We're clearly in a systems kind of world now, but a lot of those systems are black boxing. And so the question is, where are we going and what's happening? One of the interesting things that happened to me around 2009 gave me a hint at this. There was a 15-minute period, it's a little longer than 15 minutes, but not much longer, when I was one of the world's leading experts on crowdsourcing and gig economy and human computing interaction. I swear it lasted no more than about 2 months. It was actually a little longer, but I knew that there were a number of reasons I would not stay in it. I had written a book about 10 years earlier about software and computing as a form of labor, and had traced a number of ideas for that connection through computer science, and argued quite strongly that computer science was an avaricious field that borrowed a lot of things from a lot of places. And one of the things that it was very reluctant to admit that it borrowed from was factory management and labor. And you may remember in, I believe it was about 2006, ARPA put down, what was it, 8 or 10 red balloons in a bunch of different cities and said, they're red balloons. They're visibly public. They're visible to the public. You can see them from freeways. Put together a team to find all of them as quickly as you can. And the world went off and they found it very quickly. It was an MIT team. And they discovered that. And what they discovered was that organizing the team, the people who communicated over the internet, the people who went searching, was a problem of game theory. And all of a sudden, game theory, which had had a weak connection to computer science, was very suddenly deeply involved in it. And I followed it and was active in it. And because I had a certain amount of exposure to game theory and had done a little bit of work in it, I could see that this process of how do you set up computing environments to encourage people to do what you want them to do. Well, that was a process that moved us forward and changed very suddenly some of the decisive people in the field. And what we're doing now, and that's why we get to this 2027, is I think we are moving from where we looked at processes to looking at an activity that is data-centric, that is more focused on our dealings with the world through its collection of data. And I've heard several talks today of which from people who not only don't disagree with that thesis, they're actively advocating it. And they are the people who are stepping to the front as leaders. And I think as we look at that, we want to say, yes, this is an opportunity for us. This is something where we want to see leadership. What's the role we can play and where is this going to take us? Now, in all of this, we're really seeing a convergence, a black boxing of five technologies, some of which have elements of black boxing in them already. Cloud computing. It's been a fascinating thing to watch that develop since 2008 and watch the role the computer society had in that. My term as senior leadership in the society very much coincided with the time cloud computing was becoming a dominant technology. And we had several committees that were thinking about how to do it. We started 2 new periodicals for it. And then one periodical seemed superfluous, and so we went back to 1. But all of a sudden, computing became something you could buy what you needed. You could force the machines themselves to manage it, and you didn't have to have boxes in your basement. And that changed a whole variety of things of how computing interacted with companies and who were potential leaders. The next thing that we have is the Internet of Things. That also was a technology that was coming to the fore during my leadership period. It started a little bit before I got there. I was there in a position, as all leaders are, to take credit for things I had nothing to do with starting. But the idea that we would have a world of sensors that collected information, and that we were dealing with a raw set of samples that really didn't match the models that we had been thinking about in terms of data and sampling. And how did that work? So again, a new group of leaders come in. With the two of them, big data. Big data is such that we don't even talk about it anymore. The discussion of that had been going on well before. The committees that led that in the Computer Society a little after me. But the point being, big data was not only storing large databases, but storing them in distributed ways, being able to make useful queries to them and use them for useful things. And one of the things that we know we need them for is, of course, the current forms of machine learning. Because machine learning requires large data because you're fitting million parameter models. My favorite of crowdsourcing comes in the middle of this. Because I got involved in it early, there was a conference that met in San Francisco annually. There was the crowdsourcing conference that lasted from 2009 to 2014. And I was a speaker at all 5 of them. I was the keynote at the first. Got to meet a lot of the people who were forming companies using this tool and began to realize that this was part of the process of working with data, of gathering data and processing it. That there were scalability problems, that there were issues of exploiting low-cost labor. This was an African crowd data cleaning site that was setting up. But there was, in fact, no easy way around using people and systems to make human judgments that really were going to be very difficult to transfer to anything, including machine learning and artificial intelligence, which crowdsourcing really involves not only processing data, but getting people to do things that you want. And it involves game theory and psychology as well. The last, of course, is machine learning. Now, one of the interesting bits about machine learning, and this is true about computing as all, is it illustrates our ability to backdate ourselves and our technology. The basic technology of neural nets and machine learning goes back to, you can trace it back to the 50s if you want. There are several false starts, several big problems that come up with. It is the 70s, for example, when we realized that the neural net models we're fitting are going to have multiple millions of parameters, and we need an algorithm to do that. We need computer architectures that can give us enough computing power to do that, and that started building out of the 80s. And that we need ways of thinking about the architecture of these machines so that we do them in ways that optimally analyze data and draw conclusions from them. All of these things are working together, and all of these things have shaped the world that we are today. None of them are particularly new. All of them are going through aspects of black boxing. So what does that really mean? All of these things really are pointing towards an issue of innovation at scale. And that is, if I were to identify leadership skill for any of you, how big can you think? How grand can you view your work? How do you capture human experience? And in particular, how do you, eliminate, reduce the process of having to do human programming time, human architecting, human design, to capture that human experience and produce useful results? Now, I'm certain, because I've been around this field a long time, and I have read a lot of old computers magazines and a lot of old communications of the ACM, that all of these things are going to take, these technologies are not going to solve all problems. Some they're going to solve badly, but they'll be used. Some that they will do brilliant things at. And the other one is that they will open new opportunities and bring us into contact with new sorts of people and new kinds of leadership. And here's the question. What is the nature of computer science? What's the field that we're in? What's its basic assumptions How does it work? What are we trying to do? Once we get to that, we ask, who's a leader? Who are people who are asking the questions that move the field forward? Is it going to be you? Are you going to be able to do it? And finally, what is the intellectual foundation? What are the ideas that we build upon? All of these have been discussed for the past 70 years. All of them have generated controversy. All of them have people who think they know the answer. I know answers at specific points in time. I can identify times where things have shifted. I can identify people who served as a leader for an interval and then moved on and hung around the field because they were famous, but did nothing more. These are questions that you need to pay attention to as we go forward. Now, what is the nature of computing science versus computational science versus computer engineering versus software science versus data science? Yeah. Those are all tough questions. And at some level, they involve issues that don't interest me. They involve issues of what's my field? What am I in charge of? Who comes to me for advice? I think some of that is a little silly. Some of it has some interesting bits. Computer engineering, for example, has tended to focus itself on hardware. But if you go to any computer engineering class in the world today, an awful lot of it is software engineering. What is part of it that we need to think about? Herbert Simon, a name that is often lost on computer scientists today, major leader in the 50s and kept his prominence for an extended period of time, described computer science that he saw as the science of the artificial. That's a lovely concept. He did it really in the context of a more general discussion of design. But he asked a question that I found interesting. What can be mechanized? And certainly that was an important question that needed to be discussed and still needs to be discussed. Because right now, with all of our generative artificial intelligence, we are fundamentally asking, what parts of human thought and decision-making can be mechanized, or can be mechanized in a way that we're happy with the mechanization? A lot of the business activities, point of sale terminals, the ideas of dealing with supply chains, dealing with customers, dealing with transactions. We have mechanized a great number of those during the past 40 or 50 years. And in the process, we've come up with solutions that aren't perfect, but we can live with them. What are we doing with artificial intelligence? Now, I'm not the first person to argue that computer science is kind of a bunch of layers. There's an inner core of technology, there's an outer ecosystem, there is kind of things in there that deal with theory and practice, and they all blur one into another and they all talk with each other. And there's some usefulness in that, because some of the aspects of what computing is doing is not set by people who call themselves computer scientists. Computing has been, as I have said and written many times in Computer Magazine, an avaricious field. It sees something and it eats it up. Mathematics was the first thing it ate up. It took a bunch of ideas from mathematics, and they are the core of computing theory and algorithm design and a bunch of other things. Electrical engineering quickly followed. It took black boxing from electrical engineering, a concept that electrical engineers developed in the late 20s and 30s. Factory engineering, the point that I made earlier that we don't tend to accept and really acknowledge, but it's vital in so many elements. Management, including military management, remains the central part, and I'm going to get to that in just a moment. Economics, psychology, all of these things are fields that we have taken ideas from and have put into our practice. In shaping the field, there is a group of people at any given time that are guiding it and shaping it. Any subfield is often shaped by one generation of workers. I looked at, if you look back in the late 50s and early 60s, We devote a lot of space in computing magazines. Computer doesn't exist then, but transactions on computer does, communications for the ACM does, to doing the optimal common mathematical routines. The communications of the ACM ran a monthly column on that between 58 and 64. Bernie Galler put it into it, I think. But that's gone. We don't discuss that. And in fact, that work has become standardized. Yet at the same time, that bubbles up. The modern mathematical routines depends on IEEE floating point, which is a 1980s invention. Optimal way of dealing with computing. Again, this was a question that goes back to a conference in 1955 at Wayne State University in Detroit, Michigan. It outlined the need for languages, standard languages, portable code, natural language recognition. That took 30 years to get the basic aspects of that finished. And it's really not until you start seeing products like Siri that it moves into widespread organization. But these are parts of the transformation that have been done by individuals. So let's look at the ecosystem. By the ecosystem, I mean the world in which we live, the people who are needing computing services, the people who are help managing what we provide, and what happens. One of the key things you note is an early influencer in computing is a man named Peter Drucker. Go take the Computer Society's digital library or the ACM's digital library and see if you can find him in there, because he's not there. He's an economist, or more accurately, a management guru. But he had a key identification around 1958 called the idea worker. And those two things combine. Ideas, that it was someone who was working with data and information, and they were a worker. They were someone like a factory worker, except they didn't have machines, or certainly not dealing with physical machines. They were dealing with ideas and algorithms that processed them. And his writing and his ideas, completely outside of computer science, deeply shaped my father's generation of computer scientists, people who were at their prime in the 60s and early 70s. If you continue on, Tom Peters, again, he comes from the management world. He wrote in the early 80s. His most commonly well-known book is The Pursuit of Excellence. He defined a lot of things that had become central. To example, agile software development. He described what he called the management of walking around and wanted to make it not business-centric, but customer-centric, and identified the key elements of what would make that happen. And his ideas, despite the fact that the computer scientists of the late 80s and early 90s generally deny it, and in particular point to the fact that one of his books failed miserably, have permeated into computer science in how we think about our field and how we work with others. And certainly go look at the Agile Manifesto, look at the early writings of people on Agile, in particular the Agile Manifesto is, I suppose, the best example right now, but anything you find in the late 90s in Software Magazine, and you'll see those ideas of Tom Peters. Clay Christensen, Harvard business professor. I have listened to, a couple of talks today. I have heard his concept of innovation mentioned at least a dozen times. Before Clay Christensen, the idea of innovation as different from invention was largely unknown. His writings popularized this idea of innovation, of new technologies and systems and ideas, uprooting old ideas, and the process that we go through in doing that. And his ideas, again, his key articles are coming out in the late 80s. In particular, there's one that's quite central to his discussion of innovation that uses a computer product, a hard disk, as his example that permeates computer science and changes the way we work. So, where are we now and what's the next stage? One of the things you will learn, if you have not learned already, is that people are very eager to predict the future and not very good at it. I'm not very good at it. There are a number of things that I saw coming during my career that I was wrong about. I saw a number of things as head of the Computer Society, as its president, that I was wrong about. And some of the things that I was right about, I was right only because I had friends that said, you better be careful, otherwise you'll be wrong about it. What we need to look for are the things that change the concept of how we use technology and how we use it in social and personal areas. I don't know where that's coming from. I see a lot of writing about it, and I don't think any of it's right, or not enough of it's right. And that's what we need to be aware of. The skills in computer science are the same. These go back for years, and we're going to see them as part of computer science forever. As during my presidency, I went to one of the computer research seminars that's held every other year in Utah. And it was a year that machine learning was coming to the fore, and there were someone who had produced a half dozen presentations on it. And there was one chair of a computer science department who stood up and said, computer science isn't about artificial intelligence. It's not about machine learning. It's not about crowdsourcing. It's about certain other things. And I'm just sickened to see this happen. That's the nature of computer science. Bless his heart. There's a group of these core skills that I put that we might call leadership skills. That's really a bad choice of terms, I think. But they are central core things that we need to know. We need mathematics. We need logic. We need switching circuits. We need machine architecture. Will they be as important in the future as they were in the 50s? Probably not. Probably not to the large group of people who contribute to computing. The next group of skills, these are core skills. These were developed in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, and even in the 90s. Programming, system engineering, system security, system design. One of the things about being the child of a computer scientist, my dad gave me one of the very first books on system design in the 70s. And he said, this is a changing point. You should read this. And I did, because I loved this stuff. But it also taught me that he was learning new things at that stage of his career, and that the skills were changing under him. These other things, quality assurance, data architecture, these are contended skills. Statistics, game theory, crowdsourcing, economics, but they're still part of what we are, and they still shape how we go forward and what we are doing. And one of the things about being a leader is asking, how do these help us go forward from here? What's the role they have? And what do I need to add to them? So are we facing an immediate change in computer science? Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that this field has been changing and changing rapidly since 1952. You need to be eager to follow opportunity, and you need to recognize that there has never really been one person or institution in control. Remember also that psychologists defined many of the original ideas of computer science. That's J.C.R. Licklider, who really, more than any one individual, turned computing from something that did numbers for physicists into a much broader field. We also remember that economists had a central role. Much of our initial ideas about AI were shaped by the people we can identify in the field from the 50s, but also by Herb Simon. Moore's law is another thing. Moore's law, we think of this genius work of Gordon Moore and Intel and all those people in Silicon Valley. But if you look at it closely, it was an example of economic planning. And one of Moore's great unacknowledged geniuses was how he was able to organize a field to accept his plans and his ideas, and do so without getting central governments all upset. So what's the nature? Is it changing? Yes. Will it drop all of the old methods? No, of course not. They will be here. Will they be central? And maybe another question. Will some people be unable to move forward into the new world, into the world that's probably happening at the end of this decade? Yeah, there will be people that will turn up and end up being figureheads. They will drop out and do other things. they will end up not being central to the field. Once the divide. Well, that's not clear. And as I said, so much of these changes are fuzzy and a little bit arbitrary. You can look back and say the group of people 15 years ago who were prominent 15 years ago are not prominent now. And I say that with a certain caution, and you should view me with caution, because my major contributions to computer science were roughly 15 years ago, or maybe 10. Nonetheless, you need to ask, when is the divide and what should I see about where the field is going? For some parts of the field, that's going to be sooner than later. The new generative AI stuff has really pushed some ideas to the fore. But at the same time, it's black boxing. And so the questions you should ask from black boxing are, who is being brought in? What are the skills they have? Do I need to imbibe those skills, incorporate those skills into my practice? So, what's the lesson for you? It's a dynamic field, and you should understand it as a dynamic field. And you will help yourself by understanding some of the nature of the dynamics as it affected you. It advances every aspect of human endeavor. And so you need to be aware of that, and particularly the aspects of human endeavor, whether it's business, military, education, politics, and governance, that need it. And in advancing human endeavor, it's serving human institutions. And again, I've heard several talks today with people making that clear, whether they're talking about local government institutions, academic institutions, helping companies advance themselves. But when you're serving human institutions, you're taking their ideas and merging them into computer science. One of the things to note is there was a theory in engineering, it's now 100 plus years old, of one right way, that there is one right way to do everything. It is something that bubbles up time and time again in engineering schools, conferences, and periodicals, that we can optimize what we do by finding the one best way to do it. That's not fared well. It keeps coming up and then it dies because there are many good ways of doing things. And our human existence is so complex and so changeable that the one right way, you can see I'm stumbling over it, the one right way is very likely to become obsolete before it is fully operational. Changing questions are inevitable. Data, AI, the human experience, all at scale is really the issue we're dealing with. How do we provide computing services that help everyone on the planet? How do we do it in ways that don't inflame cultural, social, political, educational, gender barriers? What do we do that is useful? What do we do that helps everyone enrich their lives and enrich the lives of their neighbors? That's the question we have. I think you can see the technologies that are helping us go ahead. And that is my talk for today. There is my contact information. I am indeed a past professor, but I'm now an independent consultant and a writer. And I, of course, always welcome discussions and comments.
Thank you, Dr. David. It is nice presentation and wonderful. Any question from audience?
An hour later, I am perfectly glad.
Okay. Dr. David, I wanted to ask one question, please. Okay. Why you didn't mention anything about quantum computing in your presentation?
Good question. Quantum computing is something that's interesting right now. And certainly my term as editor of Computer, which ended in 2020, overlapped with a lot of interest, a lot of things moving forward. It is probably a bit of an oversight on my part, and probably an admission that I haven't been able to get it in my mind, since I come from a mathematical background, to move from the physics to the mathematics. I see a lot of interesting things happening there. It is still in a formative stage. And since I am largely talking about things that are black boxing, and it's not quite there yet, I'll be interested to see when it does. And that could very easily, come within the decade. It could also kick multiple decades out. So it's an oversight on my part, yet at the same time, that is why I think I did it.
Okay. Do you think quantum computing belong computer engineering more than computer science?
I'm not sure that that question is the useful one that I can answer. Quantum computing is going to change a couple things when we see it workable and when we see it working at a scale that is no longer used by experts. It's going to first change the nature of programming, because the tools that we have to program it, to think about programs and to develop programs for it are considerably different from those from von Neumann machines. The standard tools that we developed for that kind of programming date back to the 40s. And that's going to require some people to learn it and try to figure out how to move that forward. Second, it is very clear that it's going to be a back-end processor, that it's going to be cheaper and easier to use general purpose machines to handle a whole bunch of computing and spin off the special things that are only for it to the back end. And that's been true with a number of things. It's, among other things, how we use the NVIDIA and GPU types of chips are an example of that. And that's going to involve another set of questions that are a little closer to engineering questions than they are to general computer science and engaging the public. As these things get solved, we will see quantum start to black box, start to see services that will solve interesting problems that institutions have and people have. And that transition from an engineering environment to a more general environment is going to be the interesting one. And I'm not the person to venture a prediction on when that's going to happen.
Okay, thank you, Dr. David. Any question and comments from audience?
I may have a quick question for you, Dr. David. As I
Sure.
would like first to thank you for this nice presentation as usual.
Always glad to be with you.
Thank you. To what extent do you believe that there could be integration between human and computers? I know recently we heard about the human-computer interface, but also I heard about the terminology like Internet of Humans or Internet of People. In the upcoming years, do you believe that there could be to what extent there could be an integration between the humans and the computers?
Right. I can answer that in two things. If we're talking about integration that involves communication through our senses, hearing, eyes, reading, listening, typing, and even other forms of interaction, there's always going to be barriers, and we will view it as really an augmentative tool more than anything else. And that's what people like Licklider argued for. Human-computer brain interfaces. As we know, this last week, a startup that's owned by Elon Musk finally got approval to start experimenting with that. That's a different world, and what makes that world fascinating is the decisions of success will be made by people with neuroscience training, made by MDs. That will bring medical practice into computer science in a way that it has not been there before. We've had psychologists, psychiatrists doing computer science problems. We've had machine vision people augment their work by having doctors and physicians involved. if we start working and seeing interesting success with interfaces between machines and programs, particularly programs, and the human brain, that decision to do that is not going to be made by us because we have allocated that to the medical community. And that means we are going to be in a very different conversation with that community. And that will lead to a question of how do we engage those skills, that credentialization as well, and how will that transform our field? And that has the potential of being a very radical change. It's a longer term one, but it can be quite radical.
So I do agree with you. Sure, it's very interesting to see such changes in upcoming years.
But I'm very grateful you invited me. Always glad to see you, and I hope to see you someday in person, sir.
Hopefully.
Yeah, this is David Tian from Australia. And I just want to thank you for this. This is one of the most interesting talk. And, just say thank you very much. Good morning.
Well, thank you. And
Australia.
particularly if you have ideas about where computing is going, you should write them up and submit them to Computer Magazine, because it is, of course, my favorite computer magazine of the Computer Society. And they're always interested in good ideas. So let me once again say you should read computer and you should write for computer. And you should also read old issues of computer. They're fascinating.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief editor, past chief editor, yes.
Of the past. The new one is a very good one. He likes good articles too. We want to support him.
Thank you. And also, I want to thank Islam, worked for what, over 24 hours. Thank you. As well.
You've been working for 24 hours and it's quite a doing. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's my pleasure and honor to have this event with you. So thank you, David, for this nice presentation. And I think we need to move to our final last session today. It will be moderated by Professor Hisham Khuldi. Let's just introduce Professor Hisham first. Professor Hisham and Dr. Hisham Khuldi works as Associate Professor and Chair of the Networks and Computer Security Department, College of Engineering, State University of New York, Protocol Institute, and a Director of ECRL Lab. He is an IEEE senior member, holds numerous patents in cybersecurity, and published more than 70 papers in high-quality venues, including Best Paper Award. He received numerous research awards and participated as PI, co-PI, and senior personnel in numerous research projects with a total fund of $4 million. He has also served as General Chair, Co-Chair, and TPC for numerous conferences and has led numerous special issues in high-quality journals. His research interests include cybersecurity, 5G, CPS, cloud computing, machine learning, and automatic computing. He received the Air Force Research Lab Visiting Faculty Research Award for the last 4 consecutive years, and the Fair Extension Award for 2021-2022. He also received the Sonny Poly Dean's Excellence Research Award and Certificate of Excellence in Research from Sonny Poly and Fayoum University. Dr. Khuldi has several years of professional IT experience at several software companies such as IBM and Vodafone in developing large-scale networks and security applications, and he is a strong consultant professional with CH certifications and has demonstrated history of working in the cybersecurity industry. Dr. Khuldi recently received the Best Presentation and Demo Award in the OSMR International Hackfest. Thank you for being with us, and you can moderate the session with our distinguished visitor, Yongli. Thank you. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Islam, and thank you, everybody. I'm happy and grateful to be with you today. Yeah, I think it's a little bit late at the other side of the world, so I will just quickly introduce Professor Liu. So Professor Yong Liu, she is an associate professor at the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Santa Clara University. She received her bachelor and master degree from Beijing University of Posts and Telecommunication in 2004 and 2007 respectively, and the PhD degree from University of Rhode Island in 2012. She is the recipient of the 2019 Researcher of the Year Award at School of Engineering, Santa Clara University, and the 2013 University of Rhode Island Graduate School Excellence in Doctoral Research Award. Her research interests include trustworthy computing and cybersecurity, and she mainly focusing on emerging applications such as online social media, Internet of Things, and blockchain. She has published over 70 papers on prestigious journals and peer-reviewed conferences. And she is currently serving as an IEEE Computer Society Distinguished Visitor for 2022-2023. She is also the chair of the IEEE Computer Society Technical Meeting Request Committee. And she is also a member of the Multimedia Security and Forensics TC for EBS IBE. So welcome, Dr. Liu, and I'm gonna transfer the talk to you. So the mic is yours now. Thank you. I think you are muted, Dr. Liu.
Oh.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, thank you so much for the nice introduction. So can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, great. It's my great pleasure to participate in this event. And I know it's been like 24 hours and this is the last one. So hopefully you're not too tired yet. Okay. So my talk today will be mainly focusing on the facilitating security and trust among multiple parties through the blockchain techniques. And since the main theme of this event is smart computing, I'm sure you have heard a lot of great talks on smart computing. And yes, with the enabling technologies, for example, like Internet of Things, cloud computing, AI, machine learning, 5G, and more, we are actually experiencing a smarter and smarter world. For example, there are many smart scenarios, like we may live in a smart home and we could have the smart healthcare monitoring our health status, and we can go online shopping for smart decisions. And we can also enjoy like the smart transportation, smart power grid, and smart agriculture, and even more. So actually, these technologies has significantly improved the quality of our daily life, and we enjoy that a lot. But at the same time, they also bring in numerous challenges, and particularly in the security, trust, and privacy domain, there are new challenges or questions raising. For example, since most of those smart things or smart devices are located at the edge of the network, and they are most of the time resource limited, which are vulnerable to different types of attacks. And how can we ensure that such massive amount of devices are not compromised? And in addition, because those smart devices are actually collecting the data from the end users day and night all the time for smart decision makings. But many of such data are actually containing the user's private information. How can we enable the utility of such data while not sacrificing user privacy? And last but not least, since many of those smart devices, they are actually acting on behalf of different parties. who may have their own interests, and sometimes those interests may conflict. So how can we establish trust among those different entities? That is also very challenging, especially in a decentralized scenario. So because of that, significant efforts are required to find solutions to those challenging questions. And there are different technologies being developed. And I would say blockchain is one of those technologies, which is a promising one. So for today's talk, I will start by introducing some very basics about blockchain, and then showcase some example projects and see how we can utilize blockchain in the smart computing scenarios to facilitate the security, privacy, and trust. Actually, we probably have heard blockchain many times, and blockchain, we can understand it from different angles. So for simplicity reason, we can actually first consider blockchain as a way of organizing the data. And of course, we are using a crypto-based solution. Particularly if we look at the left-hand side, we have different transactions which can be organized in a crypto structure, which is called Merkle tree. Merkle tree is eventually just a binary hash tree, so that when we have different transactions organized in the Merkle tree, if any of those transactions has been manipulated, or if the order of the transactions has been changed, then all of those will cause the changes into the root of the tree, which is a hash value. Because of that, any manipulations or changes can be easily detected. And then those transactions were organized in blocks. And those blocks are also connected or linked through a crypto structure, through the crypto hash values. And each of the block will contain the hash value of the previous entire block. Because of that, any changes into the at the previous block will also lead to inconsistencies in the hash value, and that will also be easily detected. And because of that, any manipulations of the data can be detected. But this is just one way of organizing the data. If all the blockchain data is only stored in a central server, and if the central server is malicious or if it's compromised, then still the whole data will, we're still facing the risk that the data can be manipulated. And because of that, blockchain needs to be hosted by a distributed network, where each of the node in the network, they may store a copy or part of a copy of the entire blockchain data. And because of that, the attackers cannot just change the data on one machine and make that change permanent. They need to have very powerful machines so they can actually compromise the majority of the nodes in the network. This definitely makes the attacker's job much harder. And this also brings in a new challenge, like because we have so many copies in the network, how can we make sure those copies are consistent? And it leads to another field of solutions like consensus mechanism. Some very famous or well-known consensus mechanisms so far include, for example, the proof of trust. Proof of work, like used by Bitcoin. Then because it costs a lot of computational power, and nowadays blockchain tend to move to some other consensus mechanisms which are more efficient. For example, proof of stake, and sometimes proof of trust, or some other type of consensus mechanisms. But the consensus mechanism is kind of beyond the content of today's talk. So then those unique features actually makes blockchain very suitable to facilitate the trust establishment among different parties, particularly because of the previous mentioned features. The blockchain data is non-repudiated. Once the data is on chain, it's very difficult to be manipulated. And another characteristic is blockchain is in a decentralized way because the data, how they are stored, managed, and consented. And this is this can significantly reduce the risk of like a central server manipulating the data. And also it enables the open validation. Basically, all the nodes participating in the blockchain network, if they have a copy or part of a copy of the blockchain data, they can validate the data by themselves and avoid like arbitrary manipulations. Then last but not least, according to different setup of the blockchain, it can have different types of openness, or the openness can be adjusted. For example, in the public blockchain or permissionless blockchain, such as Bitcoin, Ethereum, they are open to any nodes. You can just join the blockchain network and download the data. Then you can participate in the consensus or validation. This is very open, and most of the participating node, we can ensure their anonymity. But on the other hand, in some cases, there may be some sensitive data that needs to be stored on blockchain. In those cases, we may want to—
Dr. Liu,
yes,
your voice is breaking up.
Oh, sorry, my network may not be good. So I will just try to repeat. So one thing is the open validation. Blockchain enables that because any node participating in the blockchain network, they are able to have a copy of the blockchain data or part of the copy. And through that copy, they are able to validate if the data is correct or has been manipulated. And last but not least, this blockchain, according to different setup, it could be more open, or for example, like we have public blockchains, which are permissionless. And that means like the Bitcoin or Ethereum, people can simply join the network and participate in the consensus or information validation process. So that means they are open, and also most of the participants in the network can keep themselves anonymous. Well, on the other hand, sometimes we may have some sensitive data that needs to be stored on blockchain. And in those cases, we may want to ensure some access control, and only authorized users can participate in the network operation. And in those cases, we can utilize the permission-based blockchain. And through permission management, we are able to establish a more trustworthy environment. So that is roughly how blockchain can be connected or be used for building trust. And next, let's make a few examples to showcase the real-world blockchain applications. The very first one is Bitcoin. It's also the very first blockchain system that attracts a lot of public attention. So can you hear me well? Just to check.
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Okay, great, thanks. So for Bitcoin, it was a very first blockchain, and it supports a very simple script only. And in that blockchain, the transaction, the concept is just the coin, digital currency or digital coins, the ownership exchange. And then because of the limited functionality, Bitcoin can support mainly just a peer-to-peer digital currency exchange. But later on, Ethereum actually generalized the blockchain technology. In particular, it considered the blockchain more as a state machine. And we have different accounts on blockchain, and each account has its own unique public address on the blockchain. And each address is associated with a specific account status or state. And all the accounts together and their states will form the so-called world state. Then each transaction then can be considered just as an action that causes the state transitions. And furthermore, it also enables smart contracts, which eventually or fundamentally it's just a piece of software that is deployed on the blockchain, and it can be run automatically. And because of the introduction of smart contract, blockchain are able to handle complex logics or operations, and making the state machine a Turing complete machine. So because of those generalization, blockchain now can be considered as a computing infrastructure that supports different applications running on top of it. And because of this, actually many industry people or many startup companies were actually created just to develop different decentralized apps on top of the blockchain structure. For example, like the DeFi, decentralized finance, blockchain games, NFT, or DAO, which stands for the Decentralized Autonomous Organization. So we are seeing more and more applications on top of blockchain. Well, at the same time, blockchain can also be adopted by different smart computing scenarios to facilitate security, trust, and privacy. And for example, including Internet of Things, smart grid, vehicle to everything network, supply chain, or smart healthcare, and even more. So more to come. So that's a brief intro about blockchain. And next, we will showcase some of the example projects which actually adopt the blockchain for the security, trust, and the privacy issues. The first one is we are trying to adopt blockchain to facilitate a secure software updates for the resource-constrained IoT devices. And we recent years have seen an exponential growth of those IoT devices. And according to, well, you can see many smart computing scenarios are enabled by the IoT technology. And it's projected that by the year 2026, there will be more than like 64 billion of IoT devices worldwide. So such massive amount of IoT devices also are facing serious security risks. For example, back to the year 2016, there was a very famous IoT-based attack, that's Mirai botnet attack. What happened was millions of the IoT devices were compromised, and the attackers were able to turn them into bots and launch DDoS attacks. It caused disruptions of the server services all over the world. And another example, simple example, could be just a very simple scenario in a university vending machine. And attackers were able to hack into those machines. And through those machines, they were able to compromise more than 5,000 computer systems in the university. So you can see if we do not protect those IoT devices well, they can cause very dangerous consequences. Then there are different solutions to protect those devices. One important solution we consider is to have frequent and secure patching of those devices to keep their software up to date. Then how can we update such a software? Most of the current solutions are based on the client server model. So we have a central server, and then each of the clients, the IoT devices, will just contact the server through the internet and get the software update. But this scenario is facing the challenge of the single point failure. If the attacker launch attacks compromising the server, and it will cause the software update to be manipulated. Well, another problem is that most of the IoT devices, they are resource constrained. So that means they may not have enough power or energy to actually do very complicated computation. And that makes the authentication process, which is typically based on crypto techniques, very difficult to be done by the IoT devices themselves. For example, in the smart home system, we may have just a smart thermostat, or we may have some lightning bulbs, smart lightning bulbs. And those are very limited, devices have very limited resource. And if the attacker just impersonate the server and send a manipulated software update, and if those devices simply install those malicious update, they may actually be compromised. And another case is the smart healthcare scenario. It faces the same challenge. And because of that, we are thinking can we utilize blockchain and offload such authentication work to the blockchain and ensure we are actually getting the authentic software updates? And also, can we make this updating scenario not vulnerable to this single point failure? So because of that, we introduced this idea. What we have, there are several key roles in our proposed framework. The first one is the manufacturer, who needs to deliver the secure software update for different IoT devices. And then because we also introduced the blockchain, which will be used to facilitate such process. Because the software update sometimes could take some space, and the storage space on chain could be very precious. So we actually introduced another cloud storage, IPFS, where the manufacturer can actually upload their software update files to the cloud, and then only send, well, the encrypted version, and only send the keys to the blockchain and pass that to the IoT devices. And here, rather than directly connecting those IoT devices with the blockchain, which may still require a lot of computational power from our communication power from the IoT device, we introduce the IoT owners. For example, a university may own like thousands of IoT devices, and this university can directly interact with a blockchain as an owner and help manage those thousands of devices. So that's the major roles involved in our framework. And then particularly what we use blockchain for. First of all, because the manufacturer can have its own digital signature, and the blockchain will help the device to actually do an authentication process to validate if the uploaded software updates were actually from the real manufacturer, not from a malicious user. And on the other hand, the decryption keys will be delivered through the blockchain. And we also need to use encryption techniques to actually make sure that keys are delivered in a secured way, not in its direct plain text format. And to do that, we actually introduced CPABE, which is attribute-based encryption mechanism to facilitate efficient key generation that can serve for thousands or like large-scale IoT devices. And last but not least, blockchain, because all the transactions happening on the blockchain will be recorded. It will also provide an auditable history so that in the future, for IoT owners, for example, they can get evidence so that they can show, oh, we got those software updates. And for the manufacturers, it also can be a good way to manage their service history. And also, we introduce the smart contracts. We consider the scenario if the software update do require payment, then through the smart contract, we are able to automatically manage the payment and the delivery process between the manufacturer and the IoT owner, so that we don't have to involve another trusted third party to particularly handle such transactions. And last but not least, we introduce this owner-controlled scenario so that we are able to handle multiple IoT devices together rather than handle them individually, which will bring more overhead. So that's the key contributions of this work. And here, I will not actually talk about each individual lines to show exactly how we do it. But roughly, you can see there are 3 modules. The first one is the manufacturer, once has a new software update version, can upload that to the cloud, and then through the blockchain, send a notification to the IoT owner. Then through that, the IoT owner next can actually interact with the manufacturer through the smart contract, and so that we can ensure automatic payment and delivery of the key. And at the end, the owners will be able to deliver or download the software updates and update its own devices. So that's roughly the 3 major modules we involve. And last, we actually compare the proposed schemes with some existing mechanisms. And as shown in this table, you can see the proposed scheme has stored the software update of the chain. So we save storage on chain. And also we have a high availability of the software updates. And we will also significantly reduce the overhead, computational overhead of the IoT devices themselves. And we introduce smart contract. And you can see the last step, because we utilize CPABE, we are able to handle the key generation in a very efficient way, which costs only all of one time. And only the IoT devices with the attribute that are also with the authorized attributes can actually be able to get the decryption key and then install the software updates. So that's one idea how blockchain can be utilized to facilitate the IoT device security. Well, in that scenario, we actually introduced two parties, manufacturer and the IoT device or IoT owners. And we actually have an assumption that the manufacturers are honest. They will not cheat. Basically, as long as they receive the payment, they will deliver the software update. But in a more general scenario, when there are two strangers who don't know each other, but they want to perform a transaction, how can we ensure a fair trade between the seller and the buyers if we cannot trust, if those two parties cannot trust each other? Because of that, we try to bring the next work, utilizing blockchain to facilitate a fair trading. So the first concept, what is a fair trade? We consider a fair trade means both parties participating in the trading, they have to either get what they want or or neither. But this requirement is kind of challenging for digital products. The key challenge comes from the unique feature of digital products. If you actually check the content of the digital product, then the value will automatically be transferred to the other party. So but if the other party is dishonest and won't make the payment, we will fail. So basically, we need to find a way that can help us perform the data consistency check to see if the data passed is actually the data we want to get, but without revealing the content before the payment. So that's a challenge we want to address. Then let's see, what are the current solutions? Most of existing solutions, they try to involve a trusted third party. We call them TTP. For example, like online shopping, we have eBay or Amazon serving as a trusted platform, and they will help us hold the payment. And only if the product has been delivered, they will release the payment. But this third-party solution has some remaining issues. First of all, the transaction have to heavily rely on those trusted party. That means if the trusted party cannot be trusted anymore or is compromised, and we are facing security problems. And another one is, even if those parties can be trusted, they typically will charge some transaction fees, which will lead to higher transaction cost. And this would be good if the transaction amount is huge. But if we are just doing some daily, like $1, $2 transactions, then maybe it's not worth of the effort at all. And last but not least, if the third party needs to ensure the quality, they may have to review the contents of the product by themselves. So that may lead to some concerns about the data privacy or copyright protections. So to address this, what we proposed is a blockchain-based fair trading protocol. And particularly, we want to ensure the data privacy. So we don't have to review the data contents before the payment. And the other one is we also need to be able to verify the data consistency, make sure what has been delivered to the buyer is indeed the product that is committed, but we cannot decrypt that. And what we decide to use is using the smart contract serving as an honest proxy. We actually can make such assumption because the smart contract is deployed directly on the blockchain, and its content is transparent, and it's automatically executed. So once it starts, no one can, no individual parties can arbitrarily manipulate that. So because of that, we will take advantage of the smart contract, using that as an honest proxy. Let's see the solution. We actually also involve some crypto mechanisms. So I will try to avoid the detail. So here, a promising technology we consider is the proxy-based re-encryption scheme. So the delegator or the seller in this case could actually send a re-encryption key to the proxy, in our case, the smart contract, and then also together with the encrypted product. Then the proxy or the smart contract without decrypting this file will be able to use the re-encryption key to just simply convert the original ciphertext to a new version of the ciphertext, which can be decrypted by the buyer. So that is the proxy-based re-encryption mechanism. However, most of the existing solutions, existing re-encryption mechanisms cannot satisfy our requirement because of the major two things. One thing is, first, you can see this whole process is typically initiated the delegator. But in our scenario, how can the seller know who will buy the product beforehand? It has to be initiated by the buyer. So that's also why we call our scheme as the passive proxy re-encryption. The other problem is that they by default assume the delegator is honest. But in our scenario, it may not be the case. The sellers may be a malicious one who want to receive the money, but deliver a wrong re-encryption key so that it actually do not deliver the correct content to the buyer. So in order to address those two problems, what we change this encryption scheme by first adding a new function called the request, which will allow the process to be initiated by the buyer. And only after that, this re-encryption key will be generated by the seller based on the request. And also, in order to avoid the seller to be a malicious one, the proxy needs to do another additional check, which is verify if the re-encryption key is the correct one. And only if two cases are satisfied, we'll be able to finish this transaction. So that's the major revision we have done. And based on that, we propose a protocol to facilitate such fair trading. And particularly, we have this seller here. And first of all, the seller will upload an encrypted product to, again, the cloud-based storage, IPFS, to save the on-chain storage. And after that, it will this seller will update the key, which is encrypted, to the, upload that to the blockchain. Then we will wait for buyers who are interested. So the third step is buyers who want to buy this product will send the payment to the smart contract. The smart contract will hold such payment, and only after everything is fine, and the smart contract will finally release the payment to the seller. So then how do we verify that? This will be done by the smart contract through this re-encryption process. The seller sends the re-encryption key, and the smart contract will verify that, and only if the verification is successful, it will release a payment and also send the transferred ciphertext to the buyer. And based on that, the buyer will be able to use its own keys to actually decrypt this ciphertext and then download the product from the cloud and for further usage. So that's the general idea of this work. And here I just show, we have run some different experiments, but here I just want to show one result to show the time efficiency. So you can see, because we introduce additional crypto mechanisms, we do want to make sure that the algorithm is efficient. You can see we compare our work, which is in yellow color, with two other existing works. And the vertical line represents the time, running time for different encryption or decryption mechanisms. So you can see the yellow bar is, in most of the cases, shorter or lower than other two mechanisms that indicate our proposed mechanism is very efficient in terms of the running time. Okay, so that's the fair trading. And then the next one is we have seen that blockchain has been used in a lot of financial service scenarios. And actually, it has been one significant application for blockchain. Let's take a look. In the financial market, there are different banks. They join this so-called finance blockchain consortia. And they are actually form a union to adopt blockchain in financial services. Taking the capital market as example, it has a huge amount of monies involved. And in addition, there are many different stakeholders involved in the process. And sometimes we have to get the approval or commitment from multiple parties. And we do need a lot of coordination to facilitate such collaboration. So in this whole process, one characteristic is very important. That is, we have to enable multiple parties approval or endorsement process. And on the other hand, because of the financial service data is kind of sensitive, so we may need to involve the permission-based blockchain rather than the open public blockchain. So that's a basic requirement. And in order to satisfy the requirement, we introduce Hyperledger Fabric, which is a permission-based blockchain. And in this blockchain, it has a strong identity management. You can see on the left-hand side, there's a permission issuer who will actually check each entity's and provide the permissions only to the trustworthy entities or authorized entities. And then this blockchain also enables the approval or endorsement process from multiple parties. And how can each party actually show their approval in the digital world? It is typically done through the digital signature scheme. And in Fabric, they adopt this ECDSA, which is a very well-known digital signature scheme to show each one's approval. But this signature scheme has its limitation. If we only require a digital signature from one party, then that's fine. But if we need to collect the signature from multiple different parties, then this process will be very inefficient because we have to collect the signature from each individual endorser. And also, the resulted signature will be just, if we have n endorsers, will just be n signatures with the same length. And we need to verify each signature one by one. Also, the storage of those signatures will be n times of the one signature. In addition, such systems will be lack of scalability because of those overhead. And in order to address that, actually multi-signature schemes is a promising solution. The benefit is that if we adopt multi-signature, then a group of endorsers only need to sign on one single message, and the resulted signature, the joint signature, will just be the same length as one single signature. So in terms of storage, we significantly save the storage space. Also, the verification process will just be done on one joint signature, just verify that joint signature. So it also significantly reduces the verification overhead. Because of those benefits, multi-signature scheme has attracted a lot of attention. So what we do here in this work is we design a new multi-signature scheme, particularly to facilitate the multi-party approval process on blockchain. And let's take a look what existing works are. There are in general three categories of digital multi-signature schemes. One category is based on RSA. The benefit is that those algorithms are typically computationally efficient. the drawback is the resulted signature are typically longer, which is typically, for example, 2048 bits. Well, the second category is on the other, is on the opposite, the BLS-based signature scheme. It typically will lead to a shorter signature, which is only 224 bits. So we can save significant storage space. But the drawback is those signature schemes are typically will cause high computational overhead. So how can we do better? Schnorr-based signature is kind of a balance point, which leads to a not too long signature, which is about 48 bits. And also it leads to a reasonable computational overhead. So because of that, it's getting very popular recently. And one of the most popular Schnorr-based scheme, multi-signature scheme, is called COSI. And it has the major advantage as it can scale up very easily. So this benefit comes from the design of the spanning tree structure. So this scheme organizes different parties in a spanning tree structure to significantly reduce the communication overhead. So this spanning tree structure is a loop-free logical topology, and it makes sure there will be only one single active path between any two network nodes. So the messages will only be passed from the parent to the children. So because of this, it can significantly reduce the communication overhead. But this scheme also has its drawback from the security perspective. It may be vulnerable to K-sum problem attacks and another row key attack. For the K-sum problem attack, you can see because of the spanning tree structure, it has a root node, which is the leader node. And this leader node will be in charge of the message announcement. The message that needs to be signed by different parties will be announced by this leader node. And also this leader node will eventually collect all this, the joint signatures. So this leader node, if with excessive power, may actually be able to manipulate the signature and forge a fake signature on a new message. That's so-called the K-sum attack. And another row key attack, because each node needs to provide their public key to facilitate the signature, joint signature creation. And they don't actually ask for any verification of the public key. So if a node, malicious node, just arbitrarily announce a public key, then it may be able to forge a fake signature at the end. So these are the two drawbacks. Then in order to address the issue, we propose a scheme. So we call it, it's a gamma signature-based scheme. And the benefit is, first, we still adopt this spanning tree structure to ensure our scheme is also highly scalable. And also, we modify the signing process to avoid the K-sum attack. Basically, we separate the challenge from, we separate the message from the challenge we want to create. So making the attacker's job to generate a fake signature much more difficult. Then last but not least, we also involve additional, we call it proof of possession. That means each node participating in the signing process, they need to provide also the proof of possession to show they do have the public key that they claim. Because of this, we are able to protect the scheme from against the row key attack as well. Then this is a basic scheme we propose. But actually, through the development process, we found the signing process can actually be separated into the online signing and offline signing. And we are able to change the order of those signing process so that we can improve the online efficiency significantly. So that's the second scheme, advanced version. And the advanced version compared with the basic version, the major advantage is the improved efficiency. So that's the rough idea. Next, let's look at some specific modules. The first one, proof of possession. How do we prove a public key is indeed belonging to the node? a typical regular like a public key and secret key generation is like this, and it's a pair. But what we do is, on top of that, we introduce another pi, additional variable. And this pi, you can see the generation process is generated based on the secret key of this of the party, so that by providing the public key and also this pi, we are able to verify if this pi is actually generated by the real secret key. If we are able to, if the verification process is successful, we can know that the node who claim he has this public key also has the corresponding secret key. In this way, a node cannot arbitrarily claim a public key. So that's the proof of possession. The second one, let's look at the signing process, how we improve it. As we mentioned, we also adopt the spanning tree structure to facilitate the signing process. And because we organize the nodes in a tree structure, each node should have one parent and possibly multiple children. And we draw it in this figure. We have a center, and we just draw one child and one parent. And then this process will be done in this way. First, starting from the lead node, the root of the tree, the parent will gradually pass the message that needs to be signed to the child, to the grandchildren, and etc. And the second phase, those children nodes who wants to participate in the signing process will provide their commitment, which is generated based on a random variable. And then after that, the lead node will generate a challenge and distributed that to all the nodes in the tree. And based on that, and combining with a message, those nodes will provide their signature, and eventually the lead node, the root of the tree, will be able to aggregate all the signature and provide the send document or send message. So through this process, we can see the two orange part, we separate the message from the challenge. So you can see the challenge, the generation is separated from the message, is independent. And because of that, if the leader nodes wants to manipulate, wants to create a new message, and based on the same challenge, it will be very difficult. And in this way, we're able to protect against the so-called K-sum attack. And also, again, through this process, you may see the phase one announce the message, but actually phase two and phase three are independent of the message. So how about we have phase two and phase three, we do them beforehand, which is so-called offline process, before the message needs to be signed is actually available. And in that process, when the message is coming, we only need to do phase one and phase four, which will significantly save our time. So that's the advanced version. We reorder phase 1, 2, and 3. The original phase 1 now become the current phase 3, and we are able to do the current phase 1 and 2 beforehand. So we separate that into offline and online. And the online part, the timeline complexity can be significantly reduced. So let's take a look. Then we run it on the leader node and check the complexity. You can see this is the advanced version of our scheme, and this is the original cosine signature. The blue bar is significantly shorter than the corresponding orange bar. And then we further apply that on the Fabric blockchain. So what we do is simply replace the original signature part by our proposed signature scheme. You can see this client may hold a particular transaction which requires the endorsement from multiple endorsers. And what we do is first, the endorsers will perform the offline part, which does not require a specific message, and send the parameters to the client. And the client will send the message, the transaction, to the endorsers. And after the verification, the endorsers can actually perform their approval, and then a joint signature will be generated and returned to the client. This is a major part we have modified. After that, with the joint signature, the client can now send it to the blockchain and then update the ledger correspondingly. This later part is the same as the original Fabric design. So then after modifying the signature part on Fabric, we further conduct some experiment. You can see the blue bar represents the original default transaction, the time, running time. And we also shows the yellow one as the entire online and offline running time together of our scheme. And the orange one here is representing only the online running time of our scheme. So you can see the online running part can be much more efficient. So that's a benefit of adopting our signature scheme. Okay, so that's some sample projects where we actually utilize blockchain to facilitate the trust, security, and privacy. So as a summary, we are now facing the smart computing era. It is featured or enabled by different technologies. And in particular, we want to mention they have AI facilitated smart entities involved. And it's typically at the edge of the network and which requires decentralized communication and computation technologies. And more importantly, we also have the humans often involved in the computation process. So we do need to consider the human factors as well. And in such a complex, decentralized scenario, it's very difficult for us to ensure the security, trust, and privacy. And there are different solutions that need to be developed. And the blockchain can serve as one promising technology. So that's the summary of my talk. And here's my contact info. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Leo. Well, it's a really very nice presentation, and it's a very informative one. So let me just ask our audience if they have any questions.
Hopefully it's not too technical heavy.
Well, so yeah, since I'm really very interested in your work because we are doing very similar work here and in our lab, so I have actually 3 questions. I hope that we are not running out of time. So I will just quickly refer to these 3 questions. So the first one is related to the integration of the online and the offline pieces at I think slide number 35. Maybe you have already highlighted it a little bit in figure number 9, I think, which actually depicts part of this integration. But can you just elaborate how do you integrate the offline and the online pieces together?
Yeah, so in our work, we named offline and online based on whether we have the message ready. Because typically when someone send you a message for like a transaction to approve, right? Then we want to do it as fast as possible. So the offline part is really the preparation work, which is independent of the message. So if we are able to do the preparation work ahead of time, then once the message comes, it will take us much less time to actually do the approval. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so it's like a pre-processing phase where you actually parallelize the process a little bit. So you run part of the process before the actual online phase, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. My second question actually in figure 2, I think slide 25. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I noticed that you have already evaluated the performance of the system, but have you evaluated the accuracy and the impact on the security also besides the performance as well?
You mean the re-encryption scheme, the security, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we have done that in our paper, and I don't want to bore the audience today by the we have done security analysis, which involves a lot of equations. We don't want
Okay,
for
so
the
you removed it for the sake of the time.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, because most of the time the blockchain work usually you evaluate, you need to evaluate both of them. Yeah, so this is why I just asked it. Yeah. Well, so yeah, actually we currently actually develop a zero trust security framework for the Office of Naval Research Office, the ONR office, actually to secure the open 5G architecture. And this architecture actually supports a 5G multi-vendor using smart contract and the IPFS, similar to your work actually. So my question here is about the comparison table that you have in your presentation here. I noticed that your work is also applied to like multi-operators. So yeah, could you please just elaborate on how the smart contract and the blockchain models are used in this context to support like multi-operators or multi-vendors?
So you refer to one figure. Which figure are you referring to?
I think, yeah, I think it's between like 19 and 20, something like this. Yeah, there is a table, yeah, comparison table, yeah. Yeah, that one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Here you go.
Okay.
Yeah, here you go. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Yeah. So
So yeah, I think the last one, the record number. Yes, the multi manufacturer.
Yeah,
that one. Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. Here, in this particular work, the manufacturers within our system, right? The blockchain is just serving as a platform, and different manufacturers can actually go to the blockchain and just upload or upload the key of their software update to the blockchain in an encrypted format, right? Different parties, they can all do that. We do not actually design it only for a single manufacturer usage. So the blockchain is not belonging to only one manufacturer. It's rather running on the third party or like an open network. So that's what we mean. So we are able to support different parties, different manufacturers. They can do their own job on the chain. That's what we mean by multiple manufacturer. Does that address your question or?
Yeah, because in our case, actually, we apply the zero trust security framework using the smart contract, where the system, the testbed, and everything is totally distributed. Like we have like 4 5G testbeds, one at Virginia Tech, the second one at the University of Arizona, third one at the Air Force Research Lab and the Naval Research Office, beside our Sony, of course, testbed. So we apply like some kind of an open 5G architecture where you orchestrate the services. So the smart contract and the IPFS that you use are used actually in this we call it like a multi-technological domain, multi 5G technological domain, where you have different test beds. We try to simulate the scenario where you have like 2 or more communication companies like Verizon, AT&T here, or maybe like Vodafone and other companies can actually work together to share their resources with customers. So in this way, you are trying to address the trust issues and the security issues when you share the information with all these companies at the same time. Yeah. So yeah, I think your work is really very interesting and very close to what we are doing actually. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I think we can talk more offline, and maybe we'll find something common.
Yeah, I will send you my email.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you again. Yeah, for this interesting presentation. Okay, I will pass the microphone to Dr. Islam.
Thank you so much, Dr. Leo, for this nice presentation. I'm really appreciate your efforts. Maybe I have another question. It's conceptual question rather than technical question regarding the paper.
Sure.
How do you think that the government can utilize the concept of the blockchain? In my opinion, there are different approaches. The blockchain is mainly decentralized, while all the government aim to make more centralization and authorities. So what's the future? What do you think about this one?
Yeah, this is a very challenging question to address, actually. Sorry. Sorry. So as you can see, some of the European countries, they actually started adopting digital currency. Actually, they start to use that. But I think also in China, they are using like digital currency. But the problem is they do not generally, do that in a public blockchain. What they do is they have like a permission-based blockchain or private blockchain to do that. But that actually leads to the problem, like they control the system, right? It's still eventually a centralized party controlling the whole infrastructure. So that's no longer what it's not the exact version of the public blockchain we're talking about.
Contradicting with the concept itself.
Right, right. But that's like the government, they consider, different, they consider different factors. For example, the management, the authority, so it's a totally different, field that we can actually control. I would say that general digital currency like Bitcoin or some other, coins. I actually did a survey previously. I think there were like more than 10,000 different types of digital currencies available right now. And yeah, that depends on people's, confidence in their values. And so that's like a more of a non-government issue. So it's a more public. Yeah, but even like in the public domain, we also face the challenge as although the initial design of the blockchain is open to public, but more and more of the time we see like big companies with a powerful, infrastructure, they are able to dominate or taking a large proportion of the network resource. So in those cases, they may be able to also manipulate somehow the chain. Yeah, so that's again another issue incoming, and which right now I don't see a very effective solution yet, but there are some efforts towards that as well.
Hopefully, thank you so much. I do agree with you, of course. Thank you. So now it's officially we are 24 plus hours because we have started 3 a.m. yesterday, and it's really my pleasure and honor to be with you here now as we near the end of the IEEE Computer Society Distinguished Visitor Program EXA event. I stand before you filled with a sense of pride, accomplished, and gratitude. Over the course of this event, we have witnessed remarkable talks, engaging discussion, and invaluable networking opportunities. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all our speakers, our distinguished visitor, for their enlightening presentations, your dedication to your respective field, and your willingness to share your knowledge have truly made a lasting impact on all the attendees. I would like also to extend my gratitude to all the organizers, the NGA, David Bondram, all the regional coordinator, Muhammad Ruaidan, Omer, Roberto. I'd like to extend also to the area coordinators in all the regions, the SYB committee, Shevim, Saniha, Shataksh. I don't want to forget anyone who contributed to make this event a reality. But none of this would have been possible without the active engagement and enthusiasm of all the participants. Special thanks to Professor Hussam Fahmy, the chair of the DVP, Giorgio Proler, the immediate past chair of the DVP, and finally, I'd like to thank my subcommittee, the Awareness and Customer Advocacy, the members of the subcommittee. I encourage you to stay connected looking forward to organize the second online 24+hour next year. I hope you can be with us next time. Thank you so much. And it's really pleasure and honor to be with you today. Thank you so much. Thank you.
This is David Tian from Australia again. I just want to say a special thanks for Islam. I mean, has been on this for 24 hours, and then I just found out he hasn't been sleeping for 40 hours, and that's such a dedication. And I would like to offer, to pass a resolution to thank him. Thank you very much for your wonderful work.
Thank you. Thank you. It's my pleasure and honor, and really appreciate all your efforts, and looking forward to meet all of you in person one day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we can now end our event. Thank you, and looking forward to seeing you in the upcoming events. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
See you.